And hello, everyone. Welcome to the final day of the AFDL 2023 Fall Clash. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me is Marielia. And Marielia, good to be here with you on what is assuredly going to be one heck of a conclusion.
Yes, today is going to be incredibly spicy, I think, Sam. I'm looking forward to day 3. We've not had a clash so far this year that has been as close as this one is today.
And I think that's what makes it so very exciting, right? The fact that it's not a complete curb stomp. It's not just one team pulling so far ahead of the rest of the pack that it kind of is like, oh, okay, well, we know they're going to win, so we're just going to figure out what the rest of the teams are going to be doing. So I think let's go ahead, pull up the leaderboard, and see just how this story has been unfolding throughout the weekend. And of course, take a look at our front runners. But with that being said, we also get the reveal of the 5th and the final dungeon here today on the AFDL 2023 Fall Clash. That being an Ultimon with some nasty affixes, those being Tyrannical, Volcanic, Sanguine.
This is an interesting choice. Let me say, I hear there's a little bit of an issue with my mic, so we are working on fixing that. But wow, this is going to be a tough dungeon. The team's reactions so far in the back end have been very much a why would you do this to us? But I think from a viewership standpoint, it is going to be very, very exciting.
What else is also really exciting too is seeing the leaderboard all across the way. My personal favorite is taking a look at Warrior Gamer, who has 25 keys all across the board. Every single dungeon, obviously excluding Ultimon, every single dungeon that from day 1 and day 2 are sitting at that 25 key level. Of course, not too far behind, though, is the Ukrainian team. With that Vortex Pinnacle being at a 22, though, this is putting Warrior Gamer in a very, very comfortable lead.
Yes. Right now, Ukraine still have a 24 Vortex Pinnacle in their pocket, and that is probably going to make all the difference. If they complete that 24, then they will be tied for first. And as we saw yesterday, these teams are keeping just 1 point separation between each other. There is not a lot of room for error. And I just want to let the audience know there is a tiebreaker scenario here today, and we do have a precaution in the rules for this event. The way a tiebreaker works is that each team's first highest keystone is compared, and if they're a tie, it continues down the line. So for example, if you have the same total score, but one team has completed a 26 and one team has completed 25s, the team who completed the highest key, the 26, gets the win.
So that technically means here that Ukraine is in a really good spot. Having that 26 in their pocket is going to, if that tiebreaker happens, make their lives that much easier, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on Warrior Gamer to actually make this happen for themselves. But that's also not to leave out the other 2 teams that we have on the board, that being the Air Force Gaming and the British Armed Forces. So this is a weekend that's been filled with nothing but spectacular showings. And at this stage of the game as well, with Ultimon being put into here, right? Ultimon, I talked about it a little bit yesterday because I was hoping this is the dungeon that we were going to be getting. Ultimon is a really, really, really long dungeon, right? A run through, it could potentially take up most of your hour. And so especially when you take a look at the affixes that you have, right? Tyrannical, Volcanic, Sanguine. Volcanic and Sanguine are pretty much non-affixes in most dungeons, but Ultimon is a claustrophobic. It's a tiny dungeon. And so these affixes are going to be felt tenfold, especially when you're making those big, huge giga trash pack pools. This is going to be something that I think when we're looking at all of the teams, especially maybe even on some of the lower keystone levels, like the 15s and the 18s and so on, that even though you're making these huge pools and they're going to be fine, the Sanguine management is going to be very important.
Certainly. Now, you mentioned how long this dungeon is. I just want to point out Uldaman Legacy of Tyr has a 35-minute timer. The only dungeon I think that's longer in so far this year, Halls of Infusion, I think, has a 36, Nakud has a 40, but that's a long, long time to lose if you manage to choke right before the final boss. And we've seen teams do that multiple times so far.
Even more heartbreakingly so on Halls of Infusion, the other incredibly long dungeon of Dragonflight Season 2. We saw it happen multiple times for the Ukrainian team. They got so very close, stopped at the gauntlet, and then weren't able to make any progress. We also saw from, I believe, the Air Force Gaming team when they were doing their Vortex Pinnacle, they managed to get to the final boss, but unfortunately suffered catastrophic losses that prevented them from being able to finish that dungeon on the final boss. That is a long, long key that it took them to get there. And by that point, most of the hour was taken up. They had to restart the dungeon because there was no time left. And so that was a huge giga waste of time. It was a heartbreaking thing to have seen. And so now we have it being introduced another long dungeon. And for what I've been hearing on the grapevine is that our dungeon teams are so very excited to be in Uldaman. They were so happy to have this dungeon on the docket.
Yeah, I think despite how everybody was saying Freehold was going to be their biggest nightmare, seeing today's affixes definitely might change that tune, but it is not the worst it could be. So we are definitely looking at bringing up the quad here in just a moment because there are 3 minutes left to start and everyone has decided we don't want to deal with these high keys. We want to get a 15 and just have a nice, easy morning.
And I don't blame them either, right? You want to get past this dungeon. You want to get this dungeon done. Because once you get this dungeon done and once you get it through to, say, maybe a 21, 23 even, 21, 22, 23 level, then you go back and look at the other dungeons and start trying to figure out what you want to do there. Reminder, this is a really long dungeon. And even on some of these lower keystone levels, it's still going to take you a decent chunk of time to get through it. Not a gargantuan, right? You're probably going to finish this first run through in about 10, 15 minutes max. You're going to get the +3, and you're going to be doing just fine throughout the rest of this. But these early initial points, you just want to set yourself up for so much success going on into the later bits of the day. And also taking a look across the board as well, for our dungeon groups, you see two of our teams running with the priest. The priest is going to be very important here with their mass dispel. There is a mob on the last bit of trash that's going to put a ever stacking increasing dot on you that does a heck of a lot of damage, and that's where mass dispel is going to come in super, super handy. The biggest thing that I think is interesting, though, is taking a look at the Air Force team. They've decided to forego the power of the augmentation evoker, but we also take a look at the British Air Force. Their team hasn't had a augmentation evoker, I think, the entire weekend. So without and they're within 1 point of each other. So I think the Air Force Marielle here is just looking towards comfortability and making it through and not having to worry about what's going on. And so we continue throughout this. We take a look and see what exactly is going to be going on with the rest of our teams here. And like I said, we did get an insight into what is going to be played. I always like these early initial parts, though, of Uldaman. I think it's really cool because you can get the nice big trash packs taken care of. And since this is a tyrannical key, right, it's not going to be so bad on these first pulls where you have to worry about, oh, grabbing this, oh, grabbing that. It's very much an easier way to not have to worry about trash. Now, these bosses, though, themselves are actually really nasty. And this is one of the more interesting dungeons as well that has 5 bosses inside of it. So I can see why we lean towards tyrannical over fortified. Even more so, that's going to be really nice for them as well, since that makes things so much easier when it comes to some of these trash packs, like the ones that I've been mentioning, where if you let them get out of hand, if you let too many of those stacks get on top of you, it can really, really hurt.
Yeah, you mentioned we've got a lot of priests running here. I think the only team that doesn't have one is Warrior Gamer. I know there were some roster changes overnight as far as who is going to be fielded today compared to yesterday. But overall, not too much difference. Although I'm just trying to think. The Brits have been very consistent with their roster. And as we hit the 5 hour mark of regulation time beginning, you can see these teams pulling the trigger on their keys instantly, not wasting a second.
No, you can't waste a second, right? Every second wasted on this final day. We talk about day two and how things, all right, you a little bit of time here, a little bit of time there, it's whatever. But day three, yeah, no, you want to get everything done quick, 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 quick. Because it could be the difference between at the very last minute whether or not you're going to be able to put another key in the to be able to do another key, right? And so yeah, we're seeing these huge giga pools. Like I was saying, this is a 15. Why not? Let's go big, go home. And they're actually, we're seeing from the Air Force, going to pull it right into the boss. They are looking to make up for lost ground on what happened in day two yesterday. They're looking to get this done quick, and they are very, very serious about making that happen. And we're already seeing those sanguine pools go down. You just had to make sure that on these three dwarves, the lost dwarves, you have to be careful.
Yeah, this first boss is. Oh, and you can see the Air Force already just getting those massive piles of sanguine. There's not a lot of room to maneuver. And this fight has so many floor mechanics on its own that this is going to be an interesting thing to watch.
But at the very least, they were able to get the B-res off. It's not hugely disastrous for them, and now that they've taken care of most of the trash, they're still on the boss. So it's kind of like a moment where, all right, you know what, we took care of all of the mobs, and now that we've done that, we can go ahead and start fighting the boss. It's really, you can take a look at the other teams, and that's kind of just like, since they've gone ahead and done this, it's not really going to be that big of a deal when you spread the time out. With how fast they took down the Lost Dwarves as well, not too much to worry about here with that singular death. In fact, for the rest of our teams, the Ukrainian team are now going to be the first ones to go in there and take on, or sorry, the second team to go in there and take on the Lost Dwarves. Across the board, though, it seems like the British Armed Forces, they're looking towards different pools, taking things a little bit slower. You can see they're sitting at the second boss, which, by the way, lust timing here is going to be interesting in what they want to use their lusts on. When it comes to the hierarchies, obviously here, though, it doesn't really matter. The Ukrainians just went ahead, popped Lust, and just go ahead full send it here on the first boss.
Yeah, the Air Force having that early lead, just starting their key instantly and getting ahead of the packs has to feel good after the struggle they had last night. This is going to be a big deal for them. Like I said, I know that they had some roster swaps as far as players. So they're coming in fresh. They're coming in, as a brand new squad, and they just want to start off well. We saw day one, they had a couple of struggles from the beginning of the day, and by the end of it, they were within 2 points of the lead. So we know that this is a team that absolutely has the potential to come back, and you can't underestimate the power of the new dungeon. A lot of these other teams, Warrior Gamer, Ukraine, they've got 25s in their pockets, 26s, 27s, and those are going to be multi-attempt dungeons. It is not going to be a simple, oh, it'll take me 35 minutes to get my extra point on the 27. No. I fully expect a couple of runs out of each of them, which means the Air Force absolutely has the chance today to catch up to Warrior Gamer and Ukraine.
That they do. And it seems like as well for the Air Force, dropping the augmentation evoker in favor of what looks to be a survival hunter, actually. So yeah, they're looking for that extra output of burst damage, and this is seems to be perfect for them and how they actually want to play. Probably weren't getting the mileage they were wanting out of the augmentation, so go ahead, drop that. It is a class that if you're not able to get the right amount of uptime, especially on the buffs, that it falls a little bit flat, and coordination that comes with it is really important. And now they've taken down the second boss. Not too much of a run through before they get to the third boss, but the Ukrainian team pretty much caught up to them, which is really impressive. once again, we talk about the burst damage that comes from this team. That is also something to be very, very scared of.
Yeah, the Brits making good progress as well. They've got Bromac down, moving on to the Lost Dwarves, doing things in a slightly different order than the others, but not necessarily going to be a problem for them. Look at how much floor space is taken up by the lava. You can't afford to be dropping sanguine pools anywhere you don't already specifically plan for it. Warrior Gamer, they've just finished Bromac, moving on towards the Sentinel as quickly as they can, doing it in the sort of traditional order, I suppose. I wonder at the UK team's reasoning for doing their bosses out of order.
I also wonder the reasoning behind that because there's really no reason to do the routing like this, especially on a 15, because now you're just going to be wasting time going back out after you take the boss down. So all this run through all the way back basically to Bro Max area, and then yeah, it- that kind of time optimization, you may think to yourself, why is that such a big deal? Well, every second counts, every minute counts, and now that they have to run all the way back over here, well, the rest of the teams are, I mean, look at that. The Air Force in Ukraine is basically almost done with Sentinel Telandris. It's such a interesting routing choice, I would say, but one that is going to cost them a lot of time.
So I was wondering, and it looks like we have got a confirmation from admins, doing Bromac first was for the lust timing.
Yeah, that still doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it's a 15.
That is
It's
not
it's
a strategy
What does
you
it matter?
ascribe to.
I mean, it's a strategy I would ascribe to maybe in like a 23, but a 15, right? You just full send the lust on the first boss, and then like Bromac, who cares? You just go throughout the rest of it. I mean, I respect their decision, and I understand what they were doing there with that, right? But it's a 15. And with that 15, you can just like you don't need to worry so much about timings or anything. 15, you just want to get done fast, right? You want to get it out of the way as quickly as you possibly can.
That's fair, but I think we've seen a slow, methodical style of play from the Brits. You know, they've definitely lived up to their sort of underdog, dark horse name. We saw they've got a lot of 22s, 23s in the bags, where some of these other teams have 25s, but they are by no means, you know, in a shameful position, right? They have completed a lot of keys very well, just slowly getting 1 point at a time, making sure that their runs are successful. We've seen them wipe a couple of times, but I would say that for the most part, when they do a run, they get it done. And I think that's just a strategic difference from them based on how little prep time they've had as a unit. As we know, on the Monday before this event, there was a chance that one of their players would be deployed, and we had to bring in a reserve from a U.S. Coast Guard member who is currently playing on European servers. So this is an interesting position for them to be in, and they are performing incredibly admirably.
That they are. No, I agree 100%. And I mean, you can look at that when it comes to the actual score line of itself. And I was saying this a lot yesterday, you know, first and second are really neck and neck, but third and fourth also are as well. The Air Force Gaming, that's a pretty set roster, right? Hasn't really changed too much, but they've been running into a lot of trouble in some of the higher keys that they're doing. Meanwhile, the British Armed Forces' underdog is within striking distance of the Air Force. And whether or not that methodical approach is working for them, you know, it really does seem to be, at the very least, when it comes to this third and fourth place matchup against these two teams. And once again, that's not to discount the hard work that the British Armed Forces have been doing when I'm talking about their routing. It's just it is something to talk about, and it is something to point out as, yeah, this is a potential time sink.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely something to be concerned for. You can see Warrior Gamer on their way, dealing with the trash. Lots of sanguine pools there. A couple of players just saying, I'm going to run straight through it. I trust my healer. My healer can keep me alive if I run through this puddle. I don't know how well that's going to hold up for them on those higher keys.
We'll just have to see, right? We'll have to see how that goes. We're already on the fourth boss, and it looks like the Air Force making the adjustment away from the from the augmentation evoker is working out for them big time. Emberon has gone down. We really haven't had too much time to be able to talk about the mechanics of the bosses themselves because they're getting nuked so fast, even on a tyrannical key. So I'm sure once we get to those actual like higher keys and we get to sit there for them a little bit longer, we can talk about them a little bit more. But for the moment, really, a lot of what we see out of these bosses are pretty self-explanatory. The one that's going to be really dangerous is Chrono Lord Deos, I think, in my opinion. He's kind of a nuisance when it comes to fighting it out, in actual coordination is really, really important for how you want to take on this. And also, too, we're seeing this trash pack right here that can be particularly nasty, and we're already seeing how just annoying some of these sanguine stacks can be. You see that one of the mobs roots themselves down into the ground, throwing the stone discs. It is annoying. A lot of these mobs tend to pause for a second as they wind up their abilities, and then they're, of course, they're getting healed by the sanguine. It's so cruel what's been done to our teams today, I think.
It is definitely cruel, but it is for our entertainment that these gladiators fight. So I have to say that I'm okay with it. From my comfy seat on the caster desk, I am absolutely okay with it. The Air Force going for a nice big pull, spinning to win, bringing all of these ads into the small hallway. Definitely a choice. I think the logic here is that everybody can stand out in the bigger room, but the mobs are nice and contained in the little choke point here. I would have to assume that that's the logic, so that everything kind of just gets dropped and you skip through it. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, you also see the bigger mobs right there. They do a AoE attack that you can line of sight, which you kind of want to do, especially when you get to the higher keys. But you can see them, they're kind of dancing around the pillars and staying a little bit close to them, so that way when it does go off, they can just dip behind it. But this is really good kiting here from the Air Force and how they're getting away from the larger mobs. But the Ukrainian team is not far behind them either. They're about to make a somewhat similar pull themselves. This can be a very scary pull, especially in the higher keys, but for right now, it's a lot of fun to see them getting down.
Yeah, the Brits, of course, working on Emberon. Plenty of floor mechanics to deal with in this dungeon, and Emberon is no different. Fire spewing everywhere. The Warrior Gamer team about to work on that line of sight mechanic as well. We did have this same dungeon as our third day reveal for the Summer Clash, actually. So we saw a lot of different teams, you know, work on different line of sight strategies, but those guys didn't have to deal with Sanguine. So seeing how these teams handle that is definitely something I'll be looking for on the higher keys. As you mentioned, the 15 is pretty much just go in and stomp. These guys are doing more than enough damage, more than enough healing to take care of it.
And now you're actually seeing here the Infinite Time Weavers. These are the mobs that put that stacking continuous debuff on you. It is pretty nasty, and that's why you're also going to see a lot of teams probably looking towards getting that Mass Dispel off if they have a priest at like the right moments here. But this is also really important. This is a really nice skip because you have two of them right there, so you can just sneak right by them and then go in to take on Chrono Lord Deos. And you're going to see that a lot from you're probably going to see that from every single one of our teams. If you don't have to fight those final two, you don't need to, because you should have your percentage by that point. Uldaman is a really linear dungeon. There's not much changes in how the routing is going to be going. It's basically just beginning of dungeon, go to the end of dungeon. We did see, obviously, from the British Armed Forces that you can change up how you want to take on, whether to go for the second boss first and then go back to the first boss. But other than that, there's not really too much that you can change in this route.
No, I think this is going to be very simple. And Air Force making excellent progress. Ukraine right on their tail, both working on the Chrono Lord. The nice thing about Sanguine is you don't have to worry about it on a boss too much.
No, you don't. You don't have, actually you don't have to worry about it at all, right? Because unless you're bringing in mobs, but you probably aren't going to be for Chrono Lord Deos, and this just makes the boss fight so much more easier. You are seeing right now the rewind timeline. You see that he's putting down the sands across the floor. This is going to be really important for DPS and for getting that little bit of extra juice out of your DPS. If you stand in there, you get a haste buff. Obviously, that haste buff means you get to do big numbers, and big numbers are always fun, Marielia. You get to see that happening here for the Ukraine team as well. You can kind of see that they're dipping in and out of it before the rewind time flow actually comes in, because they really want to get every single ounce of it. But it's also important too, because it gets rid of the puddles on the ground. And once we get to those 23s and this boss is going to be alive so much longer, that is going to be so important, the management of these puddles.
Yeah, definitely. And we see Chrono Laderos going down nearly in sync with the Air Force and Ukraine. Definitely going to check the logs to see what the real world time difference is there, because wow, that's close, and they are off to a fantastic start. Warrior Gamer just a little bit behind, but they also have the comfort position of being in the lead and not needing to stress about seconds quite so much this morning, when we know that everybody's going to be spending at least the first half of the day getting this up to probably a 23.
That's the ideal situation, in my opinion. Warrior Gamer, though, they have to get it to a 25. I'm sorry to say, because they have 25s across the board, and I need to see every single dungeon at a 25. So Warrior Gamer, that's your job now. You got to get this Ulamon to a 25. Which, by the way, I've been playing a lot of Wrath Classic, and so my mind keeps wanting to say Ulduar, but it's Uldamon.
It's
Legacy
a mistake that I
Uldamon.
anticipate many times today.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna say Ulduar 3 times. I'm gonna do a prediction for myself. I'm probably gonna say Ulduar 3 times.
3?
But yeah, 3. I'm gonna hard 3. Not 4, not 2, not 1, 3.
All right. All right. I'm definitely not making a prediction in chat for how many times we will collectively screw up the name of this dungeon.
How hard can it be? Uldamon. Uldamon.
I think the only way to avoid it is to just always call it Uldamon the Legacy of Tyr. Just every single time.
Oh gosh, that's such a mouthful. It is a good way to differentiate it, though, from regular Uldamon, though. So maybe. We do have the 18s going now. 2 18s that we see just being started, with a third one on the way from Warrior Gamer. And we are probably going to see pretty much some of the same things. Actually, for the Ukrainian team, they're going to go ahead, make this big early initial trash pack pull and pop Lust. That is a very interesting thing to see out of this on an 18. But hey, they want to get through it quick, and they want to do a really big pull and nuke it down fast. So I respect that, and I think that's actually kind of a good idea for them to go ahead and maybe even start getting in some practice before they start getting to the higher keys.
Yeah, it's definitely a good choice here. You can see the Air Force going for another big pull on their way to the brothers. I actually always forget this boss exists. Almost every single time I walk into this dungeon, I forget that they are here. I think that this boss is later in the run somehow, and I always go straight to Bromac. It's a problem.
The poor lost dwarves, you forget that they exist? That's so sad.
I mean, they are lost for a reason.
Yeah, they are lost for a reason, but I still love them. I think they're actually a really little neat boss fight, too, on top of that. You don't have to kill them all the way, you just got to get them to a certain percentage, but with there being the 3 of them, it adds just that little bit of an extra wrinkle. And you can see that they get in their little airship, their gunship. Right now, all 3 of them. You can still do damage while they're in it, but you just have to make sure that you're dodging the swirlies that come down onto the ground. Also leaves behind the puddles that you're seeing there. Really, though, it's not too crazy of a boss fight. Probably the most insane thing, you see the Skullcracker there, just get away from it, and it has a ricocheting shield coming up that you need to spread away from. It's going to target one of the players, just get away from them. The defensive bulwark has to be interrupted. It puts up a shield that protects the rest of the dwarves inside of a bubble, but you see that they have their kill target that they really want to focus down. Otherwise, though, Lost Dwarves is a relatively simple, mechanically speaking, boss fight. More interestingly enough, though, Bromac is the one that I think could give a lot of teams a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. The Sentinel, last time I was convinced it would be a little bit more of a challenge than it was. But I think with the current affixes, they're very much a non-factor for most of these fights, and Bromac is probably going to be it. You're right.
the thing about Bromok is that Bromok has that intermission phase where he spawns in extra ads, and if you don't gather the ads up, they can get out of hand pretty quickly, especially when you factor in the tyrannical key. Good news here, though, is that we have another team completing their 15. The British Armed Forces now joining the rest of our other competitors in this Uldaman Legacy of Tier morning run-through. And now we're going to be having another 18 on board, but as you can see, Air Force is taking on Bromac. The important thing here is that you see that there is that grounding totem. If you bring Bromac on top of it, well, you see what happens from that. Grounding token gets blown. Wait a minute! Bromac was sitting on Sanguine! They weren't able to get the milk they wanted to out of it because he was sitting on the Sanguine. It's still gonna be fine, right? But that is something to think about when you are going to be doing the 20s and above.
Oh, you cannot afford to make small mistakes like that more than once. At least they made it now, that's all I can say.
It's going to be interesting to see whether or not they're going to be doing that again when it comes to the higher key levels here. But they actually do a really good job of gathering up the mobs to cleave on top or to AoE on top of Bromac himself. But yeah, now they don't have to worry about the annoying Sanguine pools. They don't have to worry about having the health come back. And really at this stage of the game, they don't need to worry about the ads either. Just the tank gathering them up. But yeah, just pull them together. Don't let them attack the other players and burn it down. Now looking over towards our Ukrainian team, Bromac still has a little bit of health left, but will be joining the Air Force very soon as they make their way down towards the third boss, Sentinel Talandris. And the British Armed Forces are now beginning their 18.
Love to see it. The Brits, like we said, slowly, methodically, skipping the volcanic, dropping the Sanguine off in the corner. Those were stacked volcanoes right there that I am always hesitant to, not hesitant, that's not the word I'm looking for, that I'm always panicked about, because all it takes is you stand too close together with your teammates, and you dodge in the wrong direction, and suddenly you're hit by each other's, and you're dead.
Sentinel Talandris is always an interesting boss to me as well. It actually took me a really long time to figure out how this boss works in general, which is funny. Now we just have to hope that the Air Force doesn't have another issue where they leave the boss inside of Sanguine. The good news here, though, is that Sentinel Talandris really doesn't root themselves down to the ground very often, except for moments like this, but I don't think they were in the Sanguine pool. And to another good bit of news here for the Air Force is that they do a lot of damage through the Sanguine pool. But now with all of the mobs dead, that's another issue where they don't have to worry about it. Sentinel Talandris is also one of these really interesting bosses where you're seeing them stack on top of each other because there's going to be that crushing stomp knocking them back, and it brings up these orbs on the ground. You bring the orbs onto the boss, and after I think a certain point in time, it will stun them out. Talandris is kind of the one, though, where I'm like a little bit iffy on some of their mechanics. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fight that just kind of blows by you, you know? I vaguely remember it when I'm not actively thinking about it, but it's not the fight in this dungeon that just sticks out. I think those two are clearly the brothers and the Chrono Lord. Like, even Bromac, it reminds me of old Uldaman. You know, it's easy to confuse with the old maiden who comes out through the doors.
Yeah, she was pretty cool. It was that was an interesting boss fight in Classic. Yeah, Uldaman. Well, Uldaman was also a pain in Classic because you fight level 30 mobs the entire way through until the very final boss where it's level 45, and you're like, where did this come from? Thank you, Classic devs. But we're seeing the Sentinel Talandris for Air Force being nuked away. Warrior Gamers made some really good progress for themselves as well, and they may be behind just like a little bit in time, but it's kind of a negligible amount with how close they are to Air Force and to Ukraine. So they're not too far behind, and really with the lead that they've given themselves as well, they're currently sitting... This is actually the biggest lead we've seen throughout the weekend as well. This 2-point lead between the top 2 contenders, which is Warrior Gamer and Team Ukraine. So yeah, this is actually looking like to be a very tense final day.
Definitely, and I love to see how hungry this team is. The excuse me, the Air Force with a second death, they are going to have to respawn. Oh, 2 more people go down. Definitely not great wiping right on your way to Emberon, but it could be worse. This is only an 18. It's fully possible for them to recover this. It's just a long run back.
It is a long run back. Thankfully, though. Wait, no, the entire team wiped. Okay, yeah. So with the entire team wiping, yeah, that's gonna be Ukraine able to pull ahead.
No, I'm pretty sure one player is still trying to stay alive.
No, you're right. Yeah, no, you're right. You are absolutely right. So even though the team didn't wipe, it's still gonna give Ukraine the opportunity to get ahead. But yeah, you are 100% correct. They are still alive because you can see the abilities are still casting, and that's where a lot of the issues are. Wow, look at this bear tank by themselves, stayed alive, just having the time of their lives. Who cares? Who needs the rest of the party if the bear is still alive?
Venom is absolutely showing their mettle right now because my goodness, that was a long time to stay alive on their own. Kudos here. That is so impressive. And Venom, we've seen Venom pull off some of these crazy, you know, holds over the course of the previous events that Air Force Gaming has taken part in, but that was definitely one of the best.
That is really good, though, for the Air Force, since they did not lose the pool. They didn't have to reset. And so, even though that happened, they're not too far. They didn't actually lose too much time because Ukraine is still at a similar place to them. In fact, we're seeing this gigantic mob pack being pulled onto Emberon. Emberon also is a pretty simple boss fight, speaking of how their mechanics work. Yeah, don't stand in the fire. That's really all it is. Don't stand in the fire. You have swirlies that go on each of the players, just spread out from each other. You see the little fireballs going down onto the ground, the fire tornadoes that are swirling around the platform here. But yeah, it's just back and forth. Don't get hit by Searing Clap. Don't be in front of the boss when he does that. Spread out from each other when you get the swirlies underneath your feet. Emberon at 50% then goes into the middle of the platform where you see the other ads that are down on the field. They don't attack you, but they do keep the shield up. Meanwhile, while you're dealing with these ads, there's a rotating fire pillar that's going to be coming out towards you. So just don't get hit by that. And during this entire time, Emberon is also pulsing out AoE damage. So you need to get this done quick.
A big healer intermission here where your DPS need to be moving. The healer needs to keep everybody topped up so that the amount of time it takes them to run around in circles is not what kills you. You can see everybody getting a little bit low there, but still well under control by their priest. I am not surprised that they are still running the Hunter. I am interested in the Fury Warrior.
The Fury Warrior... Well, one, I think for the Fury Warrior, what they're wanting to do with it is just probably feel comfortable on it. They also do get a lot of burst AoE damage from a Fury Warrior, but not only is it burst, it's sustained AoE damage. It struggles a little bit on these single target fights. But at the end of the day, honestly, if you're feeling comfortable enough that you want to do it like that, and you feel comfortable enough on the Fury Warrior, then there's really no reason to try and make yourself uncomfortable in playing a class that you know is really good and you know is meta, but you don't quite have the capabilities of playing it right, or just the understanding of how to play, say, an augmentation evoker or something that's super meta like a Shadow Priest or a Fire Mage. Fury Warrior is still really good. It brings a lot of damage. It's just that it really does lag behind in the utility that it brings to a group that you miss out on, especially from something like the Augmentation Evoker, especially, right? The support class, or the Shadow Priest that has the Mass Dispel, Power Infusion, so many different other things, Vampiric Embrace, a lot of different things in the toolkit. But the good news here is that at the very least for Air Force, they have the Disc Priest, so that does fill in the spot of the Master Spell as well as the Power Infusion.
Yeah, doing really, really well here. Of course, Warrior Gamer hot on their heels. Ukraine coming up as well. Everybody's just taking care of the trash on their way to the Chrono Lord. It's pretty straightforward. I really want to punch in on a team, but it is just neck and neck and neck.
Yeah, it is neck and neck and neck and neck. That's what makes this a lot of fun in these early initial keys, is just how close each of these teams are. And then what's going to be the point? What's going to be the wipe, or what's going to be the pressure that's going to pause out these teams from being able to complete a pull or something like that? And what's that going to be? When's that going to be for one of these teams to actually begin to pull ahead, and we get to start seeing who the clear leader is going to be? Because right now, really, this is all just margin of error, right? This is just small optimizations that really don't matter in the long run until we see that one big wipe. Like we almost saw what happened for the Air Force, but they recovered really clean from that.
Yeah, I said this morning my prediction was teams would run this dungeon until they have a 23 completed, probably a 24 or 25 in their pocket, hopefully the 25. But I'm amazed at how clean these runs have been across the board. Yeah, we've seen a couple of deaths on a couple of runs, but for the most part, these teams have had their positioning so under control. I don't know what they were stressing about.
I don't either. Well, yeah, I'm going to tell you right now what they will be stressing about is when we get to those 23s and above. That is where the real pressure is going to start being felt. You can even already start seeing it somewhat in these 18s, right? How much damage is being output. And the Air Force felt that, and it's all its full glory. And as a reminder, with this being on tournament realms, you have access to the best of the best gear. And if you're starting to see what's already happening here and how long some of these mobs are going to be going. And don't forget, I mean, look at the timer. Even though we're on this 18, this is still 15 minutes that we've been inside of this one dungeon alone. And we had to make it to the final boss still. So that's going to be like an extra minute or two.
Oh my gosh, you're right. You are right. Gotta love math on stream. This is so good. It's just so good. Like, the thing is, they're doing it so well and killing these bosses so quickly that we don't have anything to talk about. Like, oh, look, the Ukrainian team, they stepped left. They avoided the sanguine pool. Great. Okay, wonderful. So, awesome. But the fights are happening so fast and everything is dying so quickly that the mechanics are really being ignored in favor of just doing the affixes, I feel like, in a lot of these instances.
Yeah, you can kind of just brute force everything out in these 18s. Also, like I've been saying, it's a very linear dungeon, so there's not much variation that we're going to see in these keys. But we are seeing Air Force making their way. They're on Chrono Lord. Deus! Ukraine team isn't too far behind, and of course Warrior Gamer. I would say right now our front runners: first is Air Force, second Ukraine, third Warrior, and fourth the British Armed Forces, British Combined Forces. And that's kind of just like in Uldaman if we're looking at it in an isolated environment. The
totally
Ukraine
agree.
team, you can see that they're kind of looking too about how they want to do this. They're throwing down. Yeah, they're going to do the skip here. Just get on top of the pillars and just ignore those whelps down on the ground. The tank is just going to be like, lol, I'm going to stealth past it. See you guys.
I was wondering when we'd start to see the skip come out. Not surprised that it is now. What does surprise me is that none of these teams have elected for what I am now dubbing the Day 3 Unique Dungeon strategy. We've seen it a couple of times where you can go into Day 3 and you know for a fact that if this dungeon is 35 minutes long, teams will have to spend at least, let's say, an hour and a half to 2 hours to complete it 4 times, right? So do you take that chance and say, we're going to save our 2 hours until the end of the day, and we're going to get a couple of extra points in the dungeons that are more difficult now, therefore forcing everybody else to allocate their time in a way we can predict? I'm very surprised that no team has gone for that. Typically, we see at least one.
Yeah, typically we see one team do that, but I guess for the mindset on this Day 3, at the very least, that Yeah, let's just go ahead and get Oldmon out of the way. Maybe they want to start figuring out where the pain points are going to be, and then they can go do other dungeons. Honestly, the only team I think that can really get away with it is Warrior Gamer, right? They're pretty decently in the lead, so I would imagine that this team would want to be doing more Uldamon, while the rest of the teams are going to do their own keys. And then Warrior Gamer sets the pace on how Uldamon needs to be, but yeah, no, all teams just decided, all right, let's go in there. As the Air Force Gaming is going to complete their 18 at a +3, bringing them to that 21. And so now, this is where things are going to get very, very interesting.
Yep. Air Force Gaming has their 18. The first Uldamon 18. They are here, and they are hungry. For those of you who are not aware about our teams competing today, the Air Force Gaming Team is the official gaming program and competition hub for the United States Air Force and Space Force. It is their mission to help airmen and guardians of all ages, ranks, and backgrounds find common ground through video games, while also promoting mental acuity, fine motor coordination, and competitive excellence. And they are certainly showing that off today with this clean, fresh start. I hope they're feeling really good.
I think they should be, right? This kind of competitive excellence, you get this out of the AFDL. We've seen it multiple times now, and we've seen this particular team multiple times. And they've always impressed every single time that they've come out and shown off their skills. Now, though, they get to show it off even more so with this next key. Might be a little bit of rumination between them, though. You can see them paused out a little bit, really making sure that they get their routing down. And I'm sure they got MDT somewhere in the background. All right, here's where we need to go. This is what we need to be doing. What do we want to do with this first pool? Do we want to lust this first pack? Go on to the second boss, do this, do we want to do that? This is where we might start seeing some variations in how the routing is going to be done, as we see the rest of our teams probably doing the same thing. This 21 is not going to be a joke.
Yeah, for sure. I think if they're going to be the first team to start their 21, that we're going to hop in on them. Oh, Ukraine! Ukraine has said, okay, Air Force, you want to take a small break right now? Well, we are certainly not. We are jumping straight in, and that's a risk. It might only be a 30-second break here, but Air Force, we do know that they are a team that likes to just take their breaks in smaller chunks between dungeons to mentally reset, so that is a totally normal thing for them to do. But Ukraine is saying, we're not going to give you any quarter.
No, they're not. Put the pressure on the Air Force, make them start going. Warrior Gamer, I think also inside of the dungeon, maybe ruminating a little bit themselves before starting the key. Yeah, okay, they did that. They're basically right against each other now. This is the big pull that we saw Team Ukraine do last time. But the lust to go along with it should make this fight a triviality for them. But what a whirlwind of damage, especially from the Fire Mage, doing over 430k at one point. Now, it's going to be how do you kite them through the Sanguine? A little bit of them going through it is going to get that health back, but nothing really too much to worry about here. That's going to give Team Ukraine pause. The Air Force, however, along with Warrior Gamer, electing to do some things a little bit differently. Seeing this as a fortified key, they don't want to pop that lust. They don't want to make those huge, gigantic pulls.
Ukrainian tank nearly goes down. Savant as well. That was incredibly close. Bees doing their absolute darndest to keep everybody alive. It is not quite so stressful over on the Air Force side. Their healer has things under control. They started with a nice, more contained pull, I think. But we've seen from Ukraine all weekend long that they are just ready to get all the ads in one place and drop them. So definitely a strategic difference there. Warrior Gamer, as you said, much more in line with the Air Force's strategy. Still taking a good bit of damage on their tank, but Rosie is keeping everyone topped off. Moving on to the first boss, we got to deal with the ship. The British team still working on their 18, slowly, methodically, like we said, dealing with the final trash before Chronolord Deos. We are looking forward to them getting this done, but they've had no deaths so far on this run. So, like I said, teams are handling this really well. I would be, almost willing to bet, not quite, but almost willing to bet that maybe we see a couple teams try the 25s if the affixes aren't causing them that much drama.
That would be really interesting to see a 25 key being attempted, it's still going to be kind of scary, especially when you think about the health pool of the bosses themselves. That's going to be massive, massive, massive. At the very least, we're seeing some massive progress being done from Team Ukraine. Already one of the dwarves almost taken care of. That's going to be Olaf. The rest of them still going up, having to take care of them. But once you take out one of those bosses, it becomes such a much more manageable boss fight. There's less that you have to worry about mechanically. Looking across the rest of the board, though, we're in pretty much similar positions, right? Each of these teams are chewing through this first boss. The Lost Dwarves are not going to be so lost anymore because they're going to get their faces punched in. Not dead, but they are getting their faces punched in.
How does getting your face punched in help with being lost, Sam? I don't understand how that action fixes their issue.
How doesn't it, Mary Elliott? Tell me, if you get your face punched in, are you still lost? No, they found you because your face is punched in.
You know, I have a lot of thoughts and a lot of feelings about that. I was wondering if you were maybe going for like a metaphorically lost and the face punch just, you know, gets, you know, a quick mental reset or something, I thought. But no, you really went for the physical reset. Okay.
Yeah, the physical reset. No, they were lost. They were lost dwarves, but they're not lost anymore. You know why? We got proof their faces punched in. We punched their faces, Mary Elliott. Come on.
Oh my goodness, that is going to become a running joke, and I will make it so. The Air Force doing really well. They're in that little choke point, as we saw. Ukraine just saying, "Nah, we'll fight you out in the open. We'll just drag you behind us as we go." And the Brits making good work, having started Chronolor Deus. The big golden swirlies out on the floor. It gets much more cluttered than that. Here comes the volcanic. Time to run, everybody.
Time to run. Time to get out of there. The British Armed Forces, it's going to be unfortunate for them. They're not going to be +3ing their 18 Oldemon, but at the very least, it's still going to be a +2, which could potentially work out in their favor, right? They do the 20. It makes it just a little bit easier. So you got to think about that sometimes when it comes to these TGP style formats and how they take on these dungeons, right? We saw it actually happen a lot in the past where a key level might just be too much for a team to handle. It's just too difficult for them to find any way to get through it. And yeah, that could be a potential stopper there for some of these teams in attempting these higher key levels, since you can't lower the key level. We're seeing the Air Force pull Bromac on top of the mobs again, caught inside the Sanguine, but really kind of a null moot point with how much with how early on into the fight it was. It would have been disastrous had it been like 50%, but since it's not, it's all right. Team Ukraine down in the bottom left, a very good chunk of Bromac being taken out, as Warrior Gamer are going to begin their attempt on Bromac. Now they've begun their pull. Looking all across the board, though, pretty similar still, even in this 21. Ukraine, the obvious front runners now, but that was just because of the Air Force's rumination. Really, though, it once again really does come down to just margin of errors. There's still one team. We're still waiting to see which team is going to make that slip up first.
Yeah, this is... I really want to punch in on a team, but we just can't, and I absolutely love it. We are 45 minutes into regulation time. We've seen 2 dungeon completes out of most of our teams so far, and the Brits are about to become the 4th here in just a second, running through the gold puddles. They just got to get the boss down at this point. Here we go, guys. 3. There we go. Down. Chronolor Deus does go down for the Brits, and that is going to bring them in line with the rest of the teams having completed their 18. Of course, they did only +2 it, so we'll be seeing them go into the 20, but that's very much on brand for them this weekend.
Yeah, it has been, and honestly, it hasn't hurt them when it comes to the scoreline that we've seen. So as long as they're getting the dungeons done, that's really what matters, right? When it big time when it comes to these keys as well, just get them done. This is where things are going to start getting interesting if you look at the Air Force's perspective and what might start causing them some wrinkles. Look at the amount of ads that they have on the field. That is so much of them. And even though it's not too crazy right now, and they're handling it. There can still be a moment of pause as you're trying to like, okay. But yeah, the Air Force is going to handle it out just fine. The Quaking Totem comes up once more. Bromac is inside of that. You take down the Quaking Totem. You focus that down while dealing cleave damage to Bromac before they get the Bloodlust off, and now it's all roses and posies. Bromac is about to enter into that sub 10%, enjoying a little nap on the ground before they take the permanent nap. As indeed so, the Air Force is going to be pushing on now.
Gotta let that victory sound play in those moments, because that was a wonderful recovery. Making their way up to Sentinel Telandris. I think we're going to watch these guys finish the 21. The Brits in the background are going back into the Ultimate 20 as we expected.
As we expected, all of the other teams are inside the Ultimon, so you don't want to be left behind too much, especially considering they're going through these 21s pretty decently as well. We haven't seen any major wipes. Air Force has one death, but again, it's not going to be that much of an issue, right? As long as you're still clearing out these mobs, and as long as you're still getting through these dungeons, it's not like it is in the MDI, right, where it's so important that every single second literally counts. If you can get the edge time-wise on your opponent, that makes all of the difference. But here so far, no, it's not really that big of a deal. You see them kiting it back into Sentinel Telandris, and I'd be interested to see how the rest of the teams are looking in their attempts so far.
Yes, so far it is pretty good. I do have the quad up on a second screen, so I can let you know that the other two teams are also on Telandris. Air Force is actually a little bit behind the curve now on this fight. Everyone else has Telandris down by an extra couple of %, but like we said, it is so close, and they started this dungeon later than both Ukraine. And well, they were just about in time with Warrior Gamer, but they were behind by a couple of extra seconds. So as far as actual dungeon time in the run, they are all just about even at 9 minutes.
God, someone, it's like edge of your seat though. Who is going to be?
Who is going to be
right?
inexorable? No, that's it. She answered what you were going to say, Sam. Who is going to be inexorably the winner? That's it.
And that's where it's so tense, these moments where it's like every single key, especially at the first and second place, is so important. Yeah, this is really nice. So we get the play-by-play. Who needs a caster when the nice DBM lady is telling us every single ability that's happening?
Yeah, and she keeps slotting in with just the perfect moments as well. It's great.
Titanic empowerment. And that's actually one of the big things that you see with her being brought into those orbs. You remove those inexorable stacks to stun her out, which is really important. Otherwise, she starts casting that Titanic empowerment, and she then becomes really scary. But yeah, no, they're handling it very well so far. You see that she's going to be pulled inside of another orb. There we go. And one of the stacks of the inexorable goes down. Inexorable removed. She's been hit with the Titanic empowerment. You see that she is very big, very scary. Crushing Stomp is going to go out. They're going to leave one of the orbs on top of her. Just a sheer amount of damage is going to be put on top of this very scary boss. But Sentinel Telandris, Sentinel Telandris.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
That was pretty good. I'll allow it. We do have Warrior Gamer still working on her. They are just a percentage point behind, but Ukraine has gotten them down and has moved on to trash. You can see them sticking everything in the corner. Still 0 deaths from the Ukrainian team on this run. Perhaps I just cursed them. We will find out. But health getting a little bit low. Big shield goes out on the mage. Everybody just trying to get back together and corral these mobs into one position. Savant.
I'm sorry, the honk is the best thing ever. Honk.
Right there.
I love it. Makes me very happy. Makes me very happy. Yeah, Team Ukraine is doing unreal. Right, they are phenomenal in the ways that they're able to control these mob packs. Their lust is also up, so I'm curious when they decide that they're going to use their lust. The Air Force also has theirs up as well, and Warrior Gamer, I think, is not too far behind. I think this is 3 minutes and 30 seconds on cooldown, so we saw Ukraine use their lust at the very, very beginning of the dungeon, and so now that we're about 12 minutes and 30 seconds into it, the next time that they want to use it, I would imagine, is probably going to be on that trash pack after Emberon, or they just save it for Chrono Lord Deos. There's a couple of places where they can use it if they want to.
Yeah, a little bit of flexibility here. You can see Warrior Gamer making good progress, Air Force as well, just the trash keeps melting. I think the point we'll see this dungeon become untenable is probably a little further down the line than we were expecting. Whether we complete the 25 say, or whether a team manages to two chest this and then get themselves, say, a 23 and decide, you know what, the 25's too much, let's actually slow down and get a 24 and then maybe get that one extra point. That could totally be a strategy we see here, because I'm looking at what everybody else has in their bags, and certainly some interesting options, right? If we look at the Brits, they have a 23 Underrot, they have a 21 Neltheris, they've got a 24 Halls, a 23 Vortex Pinnacle, and of course the 20 that they are in now. So they still have quite a few options when compared to everybody else. The Air Force, they're sitting on a 23 Vortex, they're sitting on a 24 Underrot, definitely something we could go see them do next. We could also see them go back in for the 24 Neltheris, because they completed their 23 at the end of the day yesterday. And I believe they also have a 21 Ultima, which they are progressing right now. So still some options for them too. But Warrior Gamer and Ukraine, I mean, when you've got 27s and 26s in your bag,
hail of stone, cold terrain, earthquake.
Where do you go?
Yeah, where do you go? What do you want to do now? And remember the tiebreaker, right, Marielia? The Ukraine team has a 26 key completed. And so if there is a tiebreaker, that 26 is going to be the actual tiebreaker. That's going to be the difference maker. And so Warrior Gamer, if I were them, would probably want to start looking towards getting at the very least a 26 done somewhere, some key. Maybe go back and do that Underrot.
The Underrot
and
27.
Get that to that 26. Yeah, an Underrot 27. Get that done, right? I mean, Ukraine has the 27 sitting in their bags now that they can go and do, just to make sure that Warrior Gamer doesn't catch up to them in that way and have the tiebreaker secured in their back pocket. But they also still need to go and do Vortex Pinnacle.
Yep.
And at least one to tie it up.
Correct. Ukraine has a 24 Vortex Pinnacle, which with Warrior Gamer's 25 means that they have to do Vortex Pinnacle at least twice as well if the 26 is going to become our tiebreaker. Like, there is just so much back-end math involved as far as calculating which dungeons make the most sense to run. But the attempts on these dungeons, like I said earlier, these are not going to be one and dones. This is going to be maybe 2 runs, 3 runs before a single key is completed, which will give Air Force and the Brits lots of time to get those 23s and 24s in their pockets done.
A lot of rumination our teams need to have. A little bit of rumination here for the Air Force as well, losing out on one of their players. And you can see the damage that Emberon... Oh, Emberon, a little bit of that Sanguini was on them. A little bit of health coming back, and now they're going into the center platform to get that shield. And thankfully, they did have the B-Res available to bring back up and get the res off. But that little bit of extra juice that we saw, especially when we factor in Emberon getting some of that sanguine healing, yeah, that's gonna be felt. But they are doing a really good job at cleaning through these ads, and they need to do it fast because that AOE damage is gonna start hurting.
Yeah, this is painful. I mean, you can see Emberon has just gone down for Warrior Gamer, so they have eked out ahead despite the fact that Ukraine started their 21 first by several seconds. It was probably almost 10 seconds of real-world time that Ukraine had in advance, but Warrior Gamer has pulled ahead. They've done this now every single day. It's how they got into first place after Ukraine finishing day 1 in the lead, and if they can maintain this kind of pressure, they will hold on to their spot.
And Warrior Gamer are going to do everything possible. If they keep up this pace, it's going to be a really good way of them going about doing it. You know, like I said earlier, sometimes we talk about these little bit of negligible times, but every single second that you can manage to scrounge up for yourselves, especially considering that, yeah, they started a little bit later than Team Ukraine, who's now finally taken down Imbron. I say finally, but it's really just a couple of seconds behind. And we take a look at what the British Armed Forces are doing inside of their 20 Ultima. They've gone over onto the first boss, the Lost Dwarves, and so they're taking a little bit of their time.
First again.
Yeah, I said the first boss. For some reason, Lost Dwarves in my mind is just the first boss. But yeah, it's technically the second boss. They've taken on Bromac, but now they go back to fight the Lost Dwarves, all for less timing.
Yeah, it's
just a typical route that you see.
Interesting that this is what they've decided to do because, like we said, the run back time is not insignificant. And as they run this key more than once, is the amount of time you spend running worth the amount of time you save on Bromac doing Lust? That'll be an interesting question.
It is an interesting question. This is a typical route we see a lot, especially in pug groups, just to make sure that they have Lust ready to go for some of the later bosses or for another later pull that they want to have Lust for. We also haven't seen any of the other groups do this yet, do this routing of going to the second boss to go back to the first boss. So no. I'm interested in what the British Combined Forces idea and how they want to go about doing this is, and what their routing is going to be looking like later, and especially what their Lust timing is going to be looking like.
Yeah, I definitely want to keep an eye on them as they do these runs because, like we were pointing out, it is still anybody's game with how much time there is to run a lot of extra dungeons. The final 2.5 hours this afternoon are going to be incredibly close, but there we go. We have the Lost Dwarves down, and they make the long run to the Sentinel.
Long run. But at least they're making it. That's what matters the most. They're not dead. They haven't wiped. They've only suffered one death so far. And we're seeing pretty good progress. Team Ukraine is running into some issues with mobs stuck on the Sanguine, getting their health back. You saw the Bulwark of Tyr go out there. Air Force is making pretty decent progress themselves, and it looks like right around the areas of where Warrior Gamer are, who is still being... It's still doing a really good job of staying in the lead in how they've passed so far. But with the way that things are looking like, this might actually be a +2 here for Warrior Gamer. If they can burn through Chronolord Deos fast enough. They haven't used their Lust yet, and so that's probably what they're going to be saving it for, is this final boss. So they can burn through it quickly and secure that +2, go into the 23 Ultimon. Team Ukraine, though, is definitely having some issues with their Sanguine management at the moment.
Yeah, not really great. The healer, of course, does get everybody topped off. It's one of those things where, yes, you might struggle for a second, but if you can get past it, it's easy to recover. There's lots of peaks and ebbs in this where you can, you know, kind of secure your position. It's not like a single mistake is what kills you. The mistakes compound over the course of the fight. So, you know, managing how long your fights are is a big deal. The Brits working on Sentinel Talandris, everybody else clearing this big pile of trash before Lord Deus. Ukraine has their Lust down. They did already use it. So I think they still have the potential to two-chest this, but it's going to be real close.
It is going to be kind of close for them, but I'm still going to hold on to the faith. It is interesting, though, to see how far time-wise Warrior Gamer is ahead of Team Ukraine, but it looks like they're around about the same spot with each other. It's just that Warrior Gamer has that little bit of extra time in their pocket, but of course they still have to take down these really, really, really annoying mobs, the infinite time reavers that, like I've been saying this entire time, put that stacking debuff on you. But not only does it do damage, but it also reduces your haste every single stack. So yeah, that's a big no-no.
Everybody
and
going
really,
for
really
the
annoying.
skip
So,
on the Warrior Gamer side. It's worth noting, you can see in their timers, Ukraine defeated Emberon at 17:14, but Warrior Gamer at 15:55. So if we say 6 and 17, that's a minute and 15 seconds difference.
look at that quick math on the fly. That's impressive, Marielle. I couldn't do that. I'd be
I cheated
lost.
because I rounded, but I'll take it.
Hey, cheating at math? That's welcome to my entire high school life. No, I'm just kidding. I never did that. Anyways, Chrono Lord Deos being pulled here by Warrior Gamer, already sitting at 80%, and indeed so it looked like the Lust was used, if I'm seeing that timer correctly, which I'm 99% sure I am. Team Ukraine, however, on the other hand, also doing that, but without the Lust, and you can kind of see the differences being made here. The good thing is, you start with Lust, then you go into the rewind timeline here. You basically get another Lust. And so for Warrior Gamer, this is all just kind of like compounding on top of each other. But even throughout all of this, the Ukraine team is not letting that really slow them down too much here and how they're taking this fight. Air Force Gaming now lagging behind a little bit, but not too far off from getting onto the final boss themselves.
No, definitely not a huge issue. I'm trying to find the timer for their Emberon. It looks like it was 18 and 2, so still a little bit further behind everybody else, which is not what you want to see, but it's gonna be probably a one chest for them, I think, at this point. Again, not necessarily a problem. Going in to do the 22 and then maybe the 23, you'd still end up with the same total as failing the 23 and getting the 23, so not necessarily a problem. We'll have to wait and see who sets the pace for this dungeon. We talked about it over the previous weekends. As soon as the first team maxes out their key, or at least appears to max out their key, they have the tempo. And everybody else is forced to play to their tune.
And I think that tune right now is a tune of Warrior Gamer. They are really kind of dictating what the other teams have to do, especially for Team Ukraine, who I would say we are going to see a Vortex Pinnacle out of them. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that one. Yeah, unquestionably. So Warrior Gamers are in control of the tune for the moment. How much longer that's going to be, right? Especially when we see these 21 Oldemons getting +2'd by these two teams is going to be. But Warrior Gamer definitely feeling the power flowing through them.
I'm just watching how much dodging is happening in this tiny little corner of space as they dodge the swirlies and the volcanic. They are running out of room. I think that was Warrior Gamer having just completed their key. So well done to them for the first time, 21. I did not see if it was a +2, though I believe it was. I will wait for admin confirmation on that one. And there goes Ukraine as well with a +2. So do they go back in?
Yeah, you're gonna get SAM confirmation. Yeah, you're gonna get SAM confirmation. I'm gonna say Warrior Gamer. Yeah, they were ahead of Ukraine, so that +2 is gonna get done. Air Force might actually be able to still pull off their own +2. I mean, they have 3 minutes to go on Deos. Yeah, no, they should be able to get the +2. Unless they wipe here, then they're not gonna get it, but I don't see what could cause them to wipe. They're at 62%. They used the Lust, which they're saving for the final boss, taking the strategy from Warrior Gamer.
Ooh.
And yeah, oh, Ukraine already going into Vortex Pinnacle. I'm like, I can see the future. I'm reading the minds of these teams, Marielle.
This is it. This is what we were talking about. You know that the 23 is gonna be tough. If Warrior Gamer complete it, okay, we go back. We know we have to spend 35 minutes, but let's focus on tying up the difference from yesterday, and then we'll catch up, because Warrior Gamer has an uphill battle with 26s and 27s in their pockets, and if they struggle on any of these dungeons, Ukraine will seize that opening. The Air Force still working on Deus themselves. That will get them the 21. I do believe you're correct. They probably still can two-chest this. It's going to be incredibly close. I think we'll probably punch in on that one, but the 24 from Ukraine, I really think, I don't know whether they want a one chest or two chest that Vortex Pinnacle, because Warrior Gamers completed the 25, but if they get another 26 done, then that's just benefit for the potential tiebreaker later. I don't know how I feel.
Time-wise, it would be really impressive, actually, if they do time the 24 plus 2 it like that. I personally would be very impressed, and I think a 26 would be doable, especially by Team Ukraine. But it's still going to be kind of a scary key to do regardless. Like you said, it's a very difficult key, but you can already see that, like, actually right off the bat, they're doing a phenomenal job on this early initial pull. Pop the lust immediately. That's exactly what you want to see. These mobs are no joke, even though really nothing crazy going on. You just want to get it done quick, right? You want to get it out of there quick. You don't want to be dealing with these in-corp mobs for too long. And you just want to move on, especially when you're continuing with Spiteful. We take a look over at the Air Force, though. It is going to be a +2 with like 36 seconds on the clock. So they got that done, and that really is what matters the most. Looking at Warrior Gamer, they've done this early initial trash pack pool, but guess what? They've used lust. They've lusted here on this first pull. This 23, even though it's a tyrannical key now, is showing us just how scared you need to be even through these moments, right? There's a lot of different things that go on. They spin these stone discs that go after each another one of these players, so you don't, it targets a random player, so you don't want it to stay out here for too long, and you don't want to be fighting these mobs for too long. It just gets way too dangerous, and then you got to deal with Sanguine in these tight corridors. Yeah, you want to get this done quick and fast.
Yeah. The Air Force has 23s and 24s in their pocket across the board, so no matter where they go, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. With Warrior Gamer having entered the 23, I can definitely see them returning to Uldaman, but I could, yep, and there we have it. They do decide to go back to Uldaman, get the 23, keep themselves apace with Warrior Gamer, and then wait to see how many fails Warrior Gamer has this afternoon. I think it's a totally reasonable strategy for the Air Force.
It's a very totally reasonable strategy, and one that I'm going to be curious to see how they handle this first trash pack, right?
Oh.
Air Force has been struggling a little bit when it comes to actually getting these first pools taken care of. We saw that a lot on Neltharis, and so I'm wondering now that they don't have the evoker, the augmentation evoker, if that's going to be there for them. But looks like they're maybe making some changes or just trying to figure out what they want to do. They jumped out. Maybe they needed to actually reset or something like that too.
Yeah,
So yeah, they come back out. I saw the mole machine, I think.
The port back to Valdraken. I wonder if they went to Uldaman on reflex and actually want to go somewhere else. That'd be kind of cool. Ukraine making their way down the hill, of course. These trash packs, they learned a lot yesterday on Vortex Pinnacle. We saw them wipe several times in the 22 when they probably shouldn't have, just by over-pulling on these ramps. Of course, that dungeon is incorporeal, so it is something they are going to have to take into account as well. And I think them taking this dungeon a little bit more methodically, a little bit more slowly, is entirely reasonable. The fact that they have 3 deaths already and we haven't seen the first boss, little bit dangerous in my opinion.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous, but you just got to go with the flow, right? You got to do what you got to be doing here, and yeah, it's interesting to see when you get into these higher keys what's going to be going on. But at the very least, for Warrior Gamer, on the other hand, first boss done. Lost dwarves, not lost anymore because their faces are punched. Merrily.
That's it. That's it. Their faces have been punched and they have been found. I feel like if that's how people are found, it just lends an entirely different... you know, Avatar, the Blue People movie? You know, I see you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just...
Well,
gives me
let me tell you.
a different meaning.
If you're gonna get punched in the face when you get found, you're never gonna want to be lost, right? So
I don't think
you're not gonna get lost anymore.
I have so many questions. Oh, it looks like AFG had to reset because the actual keystone they brought with them was the wrong level. And then they have decided to take a quick break. We just saw the notification pop up that they will be hanging out in Valdraken for the next 2 minutes. Ukraine making good progress, still progressing towards the Grand Twizzler. The Brits working on the trash before Chronolodeos. They are also going to get the 20. That's probably going to be a 20, a +2 for them moving on to the 22, I would have to think, just based on where they're at and where they're going. But they still have quite a bit of trash they need to pick up, so perhaps not.
I just want to mention real quick for the Air Force, it's been about an hour. I would imagine that this team likes to take a lot of breaks, which is good, by the way. I want to say that real quick. It's good that you take these breaks. Get up, stretch, drink some water, refresh yourself, come back mentally stronger, so that way you can take on these dungeons. Even though Warrior Gamer is doing this 23 at a pretty good pace, it's still something that can be very, very scary if you're not doing it correctly. But so far, we're not seeing very much fear in their hearts, especially when you look over at what Team Ukraine is going through inside of their Vortex Pinnacle. So I like the fact that the Air Force takes break. I like the fact that they go off. They give themselves that little bit of a buffer, a little bit of a breather, especially now that we're over an hour into the final day.
Yeah, we've got the approach of the Grand Twizzler. I definitely want to punch in on Ukraine to take a look at how they handle this on the 22. It is a fight we've seen, we kind of touch in on teams a little bit as they approach it, but there's a lot going on here.
There's a lot going on here. This first boss, I would say it's not too crazy. Really just making sure that you keep an eye on the orbs going around the arena, but because you can see that there's some like pretty tight timings that you have to like try and dodge through them. But with this being a fortified boss, it's pretty easy when it comes to the health pool, and you're seeing that being reflected here and how quickly they're already going through the Grand Twizzler. So looking through the rest of them, the incorporeal mobs are out on the field, right? Ooh, just got the destabilize off. I don't know if that was just on purpose or whether they're really caring about the destabilize very much. Oh wait, no. They mind control. They mind controlled the incorporeal mob. So they hit the MC on that, then it's destabilizing onto the boss, so they don't have to worry about it at that point.
I confess I blinked. I blinked and missed it, so I'm glad you saw it, Sam.
Well, I saw the Incorp mob just sitting there free casting the destabilize. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? What's going on here? And then I remember they have a priest in there, so hit it with a quick dominate mind, and yeah, you got a mob that can put the debuff onto the enemy, which is actually really, really cool. Another reason why you bring a priest. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the priests are something that we've seen relatively consistently through previous AFDLs. I think it's interesting that in the Fall Clash there has been a lot less composition changes. We've seen some roster swaps where players change day to day, but for the most part, the actual classes being played have been pretty stagnant. Teams seem to have their go-to A and B compositions that they are running. You can see this, the Tempest coming out here. Grand Twizzler is dead. They're going to make their way over to the Slipstream and hop across to the next platform to get themselves a nice minty fresh second boss kill.
Yeah, it's minty fresh, but talking about the composition that we've seen, it's just the god comp, right? The composition is so strong; it pretty much covers every single basis that you need. Augmentation Evoker obviously is the new powerful spec that we're seeing coming into this Fall Clash of AFDL. And then you think about what it's able to do for the Fire Mage. Then you think about what it's able to do for the Shadow Priest and what Shadow Priest is bringing to the table themselves, right, when it comes to utility. I mean, Power Infusion is such a strong ability, and look at what it's doing here for the Fire Mage, and look at what the Fire Mage is just doing in general. 550k DPS. I want to really stress that here.
Get as close to the mic as you can, Sam.
Yeah,
just make sure everybody hears you in the back.
The Fire Mage was at 550k, and it's not even really stopping here. It's still over 500k. A ridiculous level of damage coming in here. And the Shadow Priest I don't believe, was here for most of the fight. So, yeah, it's just, this is what Augmentation Evoker does for your team.
Yeah, we've seen the Evokers play a big part in how these teams strategize. Definitely were, I think, a little bit crazier of an impact during the Summer Clash when they were still brand new and shiny. Things have balanced out a little since then. But all in all, having that on your team is incredibly important. Windy slowly just hopping up the hill, making their way to the young Storm Dragon before Altarius. Everybody else is hopping back into dungeons. Warrior Gamer, it looks like, did not complete their 23, and they are going for another attempt. Let's just hop back to the quad wheel real quick, where Air Force Gaming still making progress towards the first boss. Perhaps a reset from them as well, although they were on a break, so it's entirely possible that this is just the start of their run. And the Brits finally tackling Chronolord Deus on the +20.
3, 2. This is good for the British Armed Forces, getting this +20 taken care of into Uldaman. It's also going to be at that +2, so it's going to bring them to that 22. This is what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Maybe the 22 might actually benefit them, right? Because if they can complete the 22 and Warrior Gamer are already running into issues with the 23, who knows? Warrior Gamer themselves actually are taking a break as also. You see that it's good, right? It's good. Take these breaks. Give yourself a moment to recover. This is even though we're on day 3, it's still a marathon. It's still an endurance race, and you don't want to be putting your body in positions where you're gonna be sluggish. Your reaction time is gonna be low. You're not gonna be. You're gonna miss out on something that's gonna be happening here. So yes, take your breaks. It is so good for you. Drink water. Have a small snack, a healthy snack, by the way. At that, some protein or something, and then come back here ready to go. Their break time is about to be ending. Warrior Gamer could also potentially use this time as well to talk it out. What went wrong in that 23? Why did it fail? Why did it fall apart? You gotta come back. You gotta think about it, and then you go for it again with a refreshed mindset.
Yeah, day 3, the first half usually not so much, but definitely in the second half, it's about just getting yourself one more point. And so it's going to be a lot of bashing your head against the wall, a lot of failed runs. You have to have the mental fortitude to withstand that. You've had 2 days of running. Perhaps your second day didn't go so great, but you can't consider it, you know, a failure on your part as a player. You have to remember that these are challenging, and they are going to make your life as difficult as possible on day 3. The mental resilience that you have to have coming into the final dungeon is incredibly important, and you can see they are getting ready to run it one more time, knowing that even if Ukraine complete this 24, it'll simply tie up the score.
But at the very least for Ukraine, tying up the score could be just all that they need, right? They had that 26, and if as long as they can tie up the score, that then forces Warrior Gamer into their tune, right? That makes them have to go about doing it there for them. So yeah, the little things there is just like, all right, we got to keep an eye on that. Is that a 20? No, that's a 23. It looks like a 25 on my screen, but that's a 23.
No, I think you're right that key says 25. I did not see the completion for the 23. Can we get an admin check on that? If they actually completed that 23, then that's insane, and it has huge implications for everything we just said and makes us liars. So, admins, if we can get a confirmation whether Warrior Gamer completed their 23, I thought they were only running towards Emberon when last I looked.
2, 1. I thought so too. Yeah, okay, they made the mistake. They realized their mistake. Warrior Gamer got a little ahead of themselves, all right? They got excited.
Okay, but that's a bunch of time. Luckily, it was right at the start of the dungeon. I hope they were listening to us having our moment of crisis. It's Brosy's fault, says Five Dora in the chat. Five Dora is, of course, last who is playing their tank, I believe. The Guardian, yeah, last year. But that's a time loss that they are not going to get back. Thank goodness they have the safety of being in first. Whew, that was close. Imagine you get right to the end of the dungeon and the admins go, that's not a valid run.
At the very least, you know, you can do a 25, so maybe you can take that for yourself. But yeah, that's just a phenomenal time Waze had that happen.
Oh.
Because I was looking at it and I saw it and I was like, I can't tell if it was a resolution error on my screen or something like that. But I saw it there and I was like, that looks like a 5, but it could also still be a 3, maybe, because things are a little fuzzy on my end.
In the quad,
so
it gets real pixelated.
yeah, so I was like, is that a 5? Is that a 3? I was questioning life and everything above the board, but thankfully, Gamer Warrior fixed it. It wasn't too far into the dungeon, so that's okay. At the very least, for the Air Force, though, they get the happiness of Warrior Gamer now restarting at the same position that they were in. We are seeing, though, for Ukraine, they're on the minty freshness of Altoid, making sure that they're upwind, downwind, all of the winds, and the incorporeals are being handled before they're going to be knocked up on the air. There it is, the chilling breath, but now they have to readjust themselves to go upwind of Alteris. You see the downburst coming onto the ground. So in order to get away from the downburst, you have to do the upburst. Of course, if you're a mage, why not? Let's just blink over it and continue to do damage. Sure, cool.
Yeah, for anyone who, wasn't here back in the day and doesn't quite know enough about this fight or hasn't run the most recent Mythic Plus season, if you're not sure whether you're downwind or upwind, there is a little debuff that you get. You can see it here beside the heroic timer up in the top right corner of your screen. If it's green, you're good. If it's red, it's bad. And you'll see as the current of wind passes by, there it changed, and now suddenly he's got a little red icon. Not where you want to be, but the boss dies anyway. Nice and simple. Into the slipstream, off to the next set.
And this is actually going to be pretty good here for Team Ukraine. They've gotten through the most difficult parts of Vortex Pinnacle. These trash packs up here are kind of definitely not as difficult as the especially early initial trash packs. But yeah, you pull them in there just a little bit, then the rest come back. You're gonna go up the ramps. Ooh, that get a little scary here for our Guardian, but they're fine. The bear's tanky. Bear's good. Bear's making their way through. It's all good.
Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong here. We've seen this skip a few times from the Ukrainian team. Just a little bit of information for you all. Since they agreed to participate in the tournament, they have been practicing every single day. Obviously, they didn't know the dungeons, but you can just tell how close-knit their squad is. Ukrainian WoW is here representing more than 2,400 players in 30-plus guilds, because their mission is to popularize WoW esports and unite Ukrainians across the EU realms. They shine a light on Ukrainian YouTubers and streamers, they organize tournaments, they raise money, and they even have an add-on of their own that translates WoW into Ukrainian. So these guys are an incredible community. The fact that they have put together a team of, a combined team of actively serving and veterans and, civilians that have been close to the combat, they are representing so incredibly, so make sure you go check them out. They've got lots of good stuff happening on their own channels.
I couldn't agree more. In fact, we're also doing something really cool charity-wise, isn't that right, Marielia?
We certainly are. Typically, the way the AFDL clashes work is that the winning team gets to choose a charity for the prize money to be allotted. But we are running a special charity initiative throughout the month of October to celebrate the Ukrainians joining our event. We will be helping to supply non-lethal aid, particularly tactical medical training and supplies to the Ukrainian military. So if you are interested in supporting our initiative, you can head over to the GoFundMe, just type !charity in chat. That helps to support the league, build the prize pool to donate to these charities. Or you can drop a sub. If you've got Twitch Prime, your sub money also gets added to the prize pool. So drop it here if you haven't already spent your Prime for the month. It is the start of October, so, I'm hoping a couple of people got it going around. But anything at all is appreciated as we support the brave men and women over in continental Europe.
Any primers in chat? Any primers out there? Heyo. Hey! And in fact, we actually just got a 10 bomb from Kyrie J. Big appreciate you for that, my friend. You are amazing. Say less, fam. Say less.
Kyrie J has been here all weekend, just dropping support in the chat. We appreciate you so much. Thank you. And I'm sure the Ukrainian team is going to appreciate you when they finish this dungeon and have a chance to look back at chat themselves.
We really do appreciate that. It is fantastic. Thank you so much for doing that. And once again, a worthy cause being supported. So you are amazing. Very much so. Just as amazing as our Ukrainian team, and they are definitely getting the business done here. Super simple though, like I said, the mechanics here may seem complicated, but it's really not that bad. You just go inside of the triangle, then you go out of the triangle. It's not uber complicated.
And if you're the tank,
And
you never
really,
let the mobs inside the triangle.
Yeah, exactly. You don't let them in there, and the only really scary thing is, I guess, when Spiteful is chasing you inside of it. We saw that. I did see that happen a little bit earlier, but it's really kind of a non-issue, right? They skip past this trash pack right there as well. Saves them a little bit more time. I probably not going to get the +2, but at the very least, they'll be matching. They'll be having the 25 in their pocket if they want to do that 25 Vortex Pinnacle, which Warrior Gamer has completed. So there's something to think about that as well. But as long as they complete out this dungeon, actually, that's going to put them tied once again with Warrior Gamer. Thinking about that, going back to that topic of the tiebreaker, they have 26 done. They have it completed. So as long as they have that underrot still, that's going to force Warrior Gamer to go back and do that.
Yeah, it's just an absolute tug of war between these two teams. Air Force still creeping their way back up. They are working on the 23 in tandem with Warrior Gamer, and that's their biggest chance here to regain a spot in the top 2 is to keep pace with Warrior Gamer's Ultimon runs, and then to go back and try and outstrip some of the Ukrainian keys because they have them in their pockets. They just struggled a little bit yesterday to execute. You can see lots of shields going out on everybody as they stand underneath the triangular electrical storm, taking care of these ads without a huge issue. You gotta get the healers down and handled because the adepts will just keep this fight going longer than you could ever possibly want it to. And they still have a little bit of time, but they are probably not going to be two-chesting this key with only
No,
what,
they're not
a
going to be
minute
two-chesting
left?
it.
No.
But they're getting it done. That's really all that matters. And also just got a big ol' 5-bomb from Blazing Dragon. Again, appreciating that. And also really close to a hype train. So, you know, one more tier 1 gift sub or a 100-bit cheer chat, and we get a hype train going. Just letting y'all know that real quick. So, and in fact, actually, one of the gifted subs was to Crazy Puck. We love Crazy Puck. Big fans of them here. 3 AFDL.
Yes, such a shame they weren't able to join us again today, but you know what? We've got an incredible block of casters who are all putting in such amazing, you know, work and time to help us bring these events, you know, through the goodness of their hearts, and we appreciate every single one of you. So it's good to have y'all in chat if you can't be here on the desk. Blazing Dragon, thank you so much for dropping those subs. We are now, what? We just hit our next sub goal. We started this event with only 23 points, I think, and we are now at 51. Y'all have doubled our subscriber count just through this event alone, and that money is going to the prize pool. Like we said, it gets divvied up to go towards our different charity incentives, and as we mentioned this month, all the donations that come in through October, so not just this weekend, but all of October, will be going towards tactical medical support for the Ukrainians.
You love to see it. You really do. And you love to see how much Ukraine is blasting away Assad. This is, once again, though, it's ridiculously easy, boss. It's so simple. In fact, it's insane that this is the final boss of Vortex Pinnacle to me. Mechanically speaking, you really have nothing to worry about with this. The hardest mechanic is probably just making sure that you time your jump correctly. That's the hardest mechanic.
Look, it's one of those underrated things is to force players to use their spacebar. The question is, as a DPS, can you simultaneously use both your fingers and your thumb? It's a real skill question that a lot of players do not succeed on. So I am always appreciative of such mechanics.
I am appreciative of such mechanics. It also is kind of funny too when you think about when I first started doing this, because I was like, jump? I gotta jump? Yeah.
Well, and you only ever
that-
find out after you've died, right? You die, and then you go, what happened? And then you read the dungeon journal, and you're like, oh, my bad.
My bad indeed. By the way, we did just get another tier 1 gift sub, this time actually to myself, so thank you, Flan, for doing that. Also brings us into a level 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hype train, so fantastic as always.
This is insane. We love the community, and the community is enjoying the events. You gotta let us know if you want more AFDL. Send it to us on Twitter. Send it to us in the chat. Keep us in the loop, because I think there's more to come still, Sam. You know, I'm not going to say anything yet. We'll wait till the end of the day, but there's some exciting stuff planned for the future.
There is exciting stuff. Hopefully, anyways, right? I don't want to... I don't know anything. I said that so confidently, like I'm in the conversation, but I have no clue.
No, we keep our casters in the dark as much as possible so that it's a genuine surprise.
So yeah, the big thing is that really being able to see these events and all of the crazy shenanigans that are going on in the background, I think is going to be really, really cool.
We have the confirmation. Ukrainian WoW completes their 24 Vortex Pinnacle. It is a +1 that will put them with a 25 in their pocket. They are going to need that 25. I think it's definitely worth going straight back in to get it, because it's just the potential for that 24 to be what costs them the lead later on in the day is risky.
It is risky. Right. This is the moments though where we're seeing in the final day, because we're over 3.5. We just have under 3.5 hours. Oh my God, that was really difficult to
Time moves
get
down
the
in a
words out of
timer.
my mouth. Time moves down. Time moves down at a timer, but it moves up in life. Mary Elliott, it's confusing. Here's the thing though, right? No. Here's the thing though, right? When it comes to the rest of the day, there is so much decision making that needs to be done here. And for Ukraine, it seems like the decision that's going to be made right now is let's do the 25. And I like that idea, right? Because then that ties them here on Vortex Pinnacle with Warrior Gamer. Okay. And as long as they can do that, then they don't have to worry about Vortex Pinnacle again. So then they can go back into Uldaman to match up with Warrior Gamer on the 23 that they're doing, which, by the way, they unfortunately failed out on their first attempt, but looking like things are going much smoother on this go around for themselves, so suffering only 2 deaths. And in fact, we're already seeing just how tanky these bosses are starting to become now with this Tyrannical Uldaman on this 23. Sentinel Talandris, definitely a big chunk of health that they're having to chew through.
Yeah, for sure. Warrior Gamer getting this 23 means that Ukraine has to go back and do it themselves. They don't really have a choice. So it makes sense for Ukraine to say, look, you go beat your head against the wall. If you fail to get this key, then we are easy breezing. They are kind of leaving the ball in Warrior Gamer's court, because completing this 25 will push them back into first place, them being the Ukrainians, of course.
It's a lot of nuance now. Lot of little strategies going on. That's what makes the final day so much fun. Where do you go to get your lead? Where do you go to secure your top position? Well, unfortunately for Warrior Gamer, 2 of their players, it looks like, are going to be securing the floor. They're securing the ground. Make sure that nobody's coming up to attack them from there. But I can't quite see the percentage of the boss.
It is 18%.
18%. Where do you see that at? Am I blind?
I just have 6 screens, Sam, that all have the different POVs on it, so that's how I can tell it's 18%.
So Marielli is cheating is what I'm getting here. Okay.
100% casting cheats going on right now.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. What's not fine, though, is Warrior Gamer having to reset. That's definitely not fine. This 23 proving to be a unstoppable force so far. This is the most ideal situation that could be happening for Team Ukraine, though, Marielia. The fact that Warrior Gamer is having that kind of difficulty when it comes to getting this 23 Uldaman done. They've already had 2 attempts of it so far, and that was actually a pretty decent attempt from them going into as far as they did with Ultimate. I think it was 12 minutes before finally hitting the reset button, and now that's 12 minutes, Barrielia. You're never going to get back. It's never going to come back.
It's all gone, Sam. What are they going to do? They're going to go back in again, is what they're going to do. Because if they don't, Ukraine is coming for them. And if they don't, and the Air Force gets the 23 and proves it's possible, they are going to feel terribly. So the pressure is on. It's theirs to lose at this point. The Brits making excellent progress on their way to Emberon, working on that 22. They did +2 their, hang on, they +2'd the 20 because they +2'd the 18. That's how math works to get here. And, you know, we've seen them do this quite a lot across a few dungeons. It's working well for them. Still 4 deaths on this one. They have been running pretty cleanly for the most part, just a little bit of a struggle earlier on. And the trash is, you know, it's the trash. These guys are handling the affixes so well. It's just about, can you stay alive long enough to do the amount of damage you have to do on these boss HP bars?
That's what the British Combined Forces is so amazing about them, right? This is what's so cool about what they do. It's a 22, right? So when you look at the Air Force, when you look at Warrior Gamers, they're doing 23s, but they're not getting them done, right? They're doing them, but not getting them done. Meanwhile, in this 22, while we've been talking about all the other teams, the British Combined Forces, they've just been doing their thing. They've been plugging away. They've been chipping away through this dungeon, through this 22. They've already taken down the first 3 bosses. They're getting pretty close to Emberon now, not too far away, but they're just taking it piecemeal by piecemeal. The strategy, the idea of slow and steady wins the race here for the British Combined Forces. And if you take a look at the top left, Marielia, Warrior Gamer, they can't let that underrot be out of their hands for too long. They're going back into it to match the Ukrainian team.
Oh, not just to match. This is a 27 underrot that they have coming up on them. This is going to be fun. We've seen Craig cause a lot of problems for teams who do not manage his positioning well. And with the amount of damage that's about to be happening on this key, oh, I'm really looking forward to this one.
I'm looking forward to it too. This is going to be good. This is going to be quite spectacular, I would say. A 27. In fact, the 26 is the highest key that we've seen out of the AFDL for the year of 2023.
Correct.
Now, a 27 could potentially be on the docket. A 27 could be something that will be blasted away. And if any team can do it, Warrior Gamer are going to be the ones to show us that, yes, it is going to be possible. And no, it's not something that needs to be feared. It is not something that you need to worry about.
Yeah, Warrior Gamer turned up and said, okay, we both want to win and make sure that we break all the records. Ukraine, I know you've just set the record for 26, but nah, we're coming for that as well. If this does not spark a rivalry between these two teams, I do not know what will.
I don't know what will either. But really, it all comes down to the question on whether or not that 27 is going to be done. The 26 itself even proved to be very difficult for Team Ukraine, especially when it came to Kragma. Kragma is going to be a really big determining factor on how much of the success is going to be found here for Warrior Gamer, and especially in how they're going to be handling it. When it comes to Kragma, the biggest thing that this boss has to be worried about is whether or not you're going to be able to control the charges and how quickly you deal with the tantrum. The maggots are the most important thing. That's like priority number 1. You have to get them. You have to get Kragma in a position where you can easily handle those maggots on the ground before they come up into the blood ticks.
Yeah, this is, a big spicy pull from them right at the top, and that is chunking through their health. Last year goes incredibly low, does manage to survive. They do not lose their mage either. Rosie is pumping those heals as much as they can. Definitely a minor scare there. The Evoker doing what they can. Rosie goes incredibly low, does manage to keep themselves alive, and the team continues to get through this trash. They haven't even made it to the first boss yet, and this is what we're looking at. Oh my goodness, I am so excited. In the meantime, Ukraine slowly progressing on the Grand Twizzler on their 25, making excellent work of the different floor mechanics. The Brits handling Emberon. They are in the intermission phase, dodging the giant laser, handling the keepers, and the Air Force still progressing the Ultimate, making good time. They went for Bromac first. We saw the Brits doing that on all of their keys so far, and Air Force has said, you know what? All right, there's some logic to that in these higher keys. We're going to switch strats and join the Brits on their side of the board. They are working on the brothers, still have a little ways to go, but they are making good progress. I love when we have teams in every single dungeon because it makes, it obscures the mystery. It keeps it alive. You can't quite tell where the race is unless you are paying incredible attention. So do not put this on a background tab. Do not put this on your second monitor. Stick it up on your TV. Get these POVs as big as you can to keep your eye on all of the insanity that is happening right now in these dungeons.
And as a matter of fact, for the British Combined Forces, they unfortunately lost one of their players, and you're seeing how scary Emberon is. But throughout all of it, they are going to be taking them down. Demus is going to be revived, and now they can continue to make their way onto Chrono Lord Deus. So that got very scary for them for a moment, but yeah. Now they're going to go and make their way towards Chrono Lord Deus and looking to get this 22 done. And you mentioned it earlier, by the way, when it came to the Air Force, that they used the Lust. They've taken down Bromac first before returning their attention back over to the Lost Dwarves. And you can see why. Look at how long this boss is taking. The Lust almost off of cooldown. It's either 5 or 3 minutes, but I'm going to go with that being 3 minutes. The unfortunate thing is they have to dance on top of the puddles, and you can see they've already lost one player. Having to take down the rest of these two dwarves, even though there's only 2 of them on the field, it is still really, really rough.
Yeah, Rebel going down is going to slow things a little bit more than I'm sure the Air Force wants, but everyone is still alive. Skunk doing their best to keep things rolling. They have, of course, their Guardian Druid tank, who we've seen play, just keep himself alive. Does anyone really need to worry about Venom at this point? I don't think so. Dart also on the Druid, dropping as many moons as they can upon their enemies. Olaf getting nice and low. Swift getting low. I think this is probably going to be a successful fight from the team, but if they could just stop stressing me out by standing in the fire, that would be wonderful.
Well, at the very least, you won't have to be stressed anymore, Marielia. The Lost Dwarves' faces have been punched. Now they're the Found Dwarves. This means that with Bromac taken care of, Air Force is now starting to work their way towards the stopping point of what put the Warrior Gamer team in actually a 27 underrot, which just goes to show you how scary a 23 Ultimate is if you'd rather go off and try and attempt a 27. Let that ruminate in your brain for a moment here. Or even in that 27, look at how long this is taking for the first boss to go down. This is a tyrannical boss on a 27. By the time this boss is done, I could have gone and gotten a PhD in theoretical physics.
I don't know quite about that, but Leaxa is taking a lot of time. We're over 4.5 minutes into the dungeon, and she is still standing strong. Normally, she's dead by now. In the meantime, of course, the Ukrainians making their way to our minty, fresh Dragon Boy. They have to deal with the young Storm Drake in the meantime, standing in the healing circle, which honestly looks a lot more like Maldraxxus with the evolution of those green, particles. First time I saw it, I had a moment of, wait a second, is this gonna heal me or kill me?
That's actually always been my biggest problem with World of Warcraft, is the readability of abilities, right? Because I'm looking at it on, in fact, the first boss of Underrot that Warrior Game is going against. You see the creeping rot down there on the ground, but you don't actually know the exact hitbox of it. You kind of get the idea of it, but you don't know the preciseness of it. And that's always kind of bugged me when it comes to the readability of World of Warcraft boss abilities, especially on raid bosses and whatnot. Just having that knowledge of where things are. And so yeah, getting them updated to like clearer and crisper ways of reading the abilities and where exactly the damage is going to be at, it saves so much frustration.
Yeah, speaking of readability, we have been seeing Warrior Gamer do exactly what you can see right now all weekend. They are running a brightness pot throughout the Underrot dungeon to make things just a little bit easier to see. There are some mechanics that their players prefer having a little bit of extra visibility on. A strategy we didn't see anyone else do until I think later in the second day. We then also saw someone bring out the Inky Darkness potions on Vortex Pinnacle. So players getting creative with their item use to give them as much of a competitive edge as they can. The approach to Crag Maw is what we're seeing here. Lots of lashers, lots of rot that needs to be cleansed. You know, with the amount of rot we're dealing with, we could be in Brackenhide Hollow. Like, that's just how many mobs there are.
Brackenhide Hollow. I remember going into Season 2 how scared everyone was of that dungeon. It actually turned out to be one of the cooler Season 2 dungeons of Dragonflight. Not that crazy, thankfully, but Underrot. I think kind of what it was in that same area where people thought it was going to be a little crazy, but also still kind of a fun dungeon. The one dungeon that surprised me that actually turned out to be as difficult as it was is Freehold. So
watch your feet.
I assume that even though we're in that old mod, that a lot of teams are happy that they don't have to worry about having to do Freehold today. So yeah, this is pretty good.
Yeah, and take this with a grain of salt, but, you know, last night after everybody said, "Dear God, please not Freehold," the admins definitely got together and said, should we just make it Freehold? Should we change all of our plans and make everybody suffer? And then we looked at the affixes on Uldaman and we said, no, this is enough. This is enough, I think.
Wow. That's enough, huh? That's the
there have to be limits to the cruelty.
The powers that be. The powers that be decided that they have a limit to their cruelty. Okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know, we do want these players to come back to future events.
Yeah, I guess. I guess. Actually, you know what I would like to see, like, one time is just like a dungeon, no affixes. That I think would actually be pretty cool.
We actually did do in spring. We ran a surprise bonus event. We ran the Gauntlet, which is something we would love to do again in the future, where the teams compete all on set level keys with no affixes whatsoever, and it's pure speed. And whoever can get all the dungeons first wins. That was an excellent event. I had a lot of fun with that one.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. I think it would be cool too to just have like one dungeon, just be
in the
no
Clash
affixes.
setup.
Yeah,
How
in the
high
Clash
can you
setup,
push?
and see how far you can take a dungeon with no affix on it. I think that would actually be really, really cool to see. Just from the pure perspective of like how far can you take a dungeon just based purely on the dungeon mechanics itself, right? And then thinking about what Tyrannical, Fortified, and the rest of the affixes do. I mean, just even talking about Fortified and Tyrannical, those two affixes are, in my opinion, I'm not a big fan of Fortified or Tyrannical, but that's neither here nor there. But I think it would just be really cool to see how well it would be done on to see how far you can go just based on a team's skill and not having to worry about mechanics from affixes.
Definitely a potential change up. You know, if people like this idea, let us know, because we've got, like I said, plans for the future, TM, and there is more coming up. So if you want to see crazy rule sets, I am all down for it, because our production partner, Chaos Creative, they love crazy rule sets. They love doing whatever is craziest, wonkiest, and going to cause the most amount of chaos. They are a production company brought together by a team of passionate professionals who help gaming and esports communities take their events and content to the next level, just like the AFDL has been all weekend. Online, in-person, or hybrid, no matter what your event looks like, their incredible team can help you manage the chaos. So reach out on social media at Chaos Creative GG, or go to chaoscreative.gg and discuss bringing your ideas to life.
We love you, Chaos Creative. You're so cool.
Charging.
You make us. Without Chaos Creative, we'd just be two people sitting at a screen and yelling at nothing, to nobody.
Yelling into the void.
Yeah, yelling into the void. And I've had enough of that. I don't want to do that anymore. What I do want to see more of, however, is this Kragmaw pull. This 27 Underrot Warrior Gamer Kragmaw pull. We're seeing the charge going out, making sure to keep it inside of the ribcage, not bringing it out into the main arena itself. And like I've said before, the maggots are the most important thing. #1 priority. Everything else falls off to the wayside. Now we go into the tantrum. Out goes Kragmaw into the field, looking towards gaining the rest of these maggots. Our good hunter here is going to make sure that they try and grab as many of them as they possibly can. One in the nick of time taken up by the Paladin. Looks like just one blood tick, but a charge is going to go out. Kragmaw on the other side of the field. This is going to make it a little difficult to get him back over towards the arena where he needs to go, along with the indigestion that's going out onto the tank. Still, though, 5 seconds before the charge goes out, making sure to pick up the rest of the maggots before the next charge comes through, and they are in the right position. The thing that's going to be really annoying here for them, though, is that Getz was about to come up. If you guessed Tantrum, you would be correct. Out they go once more. Kragmaw, as they try to corral the rest of these maggots, making sure once again and again that they get taken care of.
Yeah, we saw how detrimental poor Kragmaw positioning can be. And look, another charge coming out, but just gonna miss the ribcage. Oh, did he hit just the end of that tail? That is so incredibly fortunate. That could have gone much worse for Warrior Gamer than it did. Kragmaw sitting at just under 45% health. They do still have one battle res available if someone goes down. Lust is 8 minutes away, not going to happen again. And I think, oh, that's going to hit the ribcage, so that's a much better position. You can see how tightly packed the different maggots are. You are not going to get blood ticks. The tantrum comes out, but again, when you are so tight into that other wall, he can't get too far. This was well managed, but now they have to reset once more. Look at how clean and precisely timed this positional movement is from the entire team. You saw the charge timer come out. Here it is, and they're aiming him right back into the back corner. This is beautiful. Possibly the best Kragmaw we've seen all weekend.
The management is so amazing, right?
High energy.
I've been harping on these maggots, but you can see that this is executed almost perfectly every single time. And Tantrum is really where the unpredictability, the RNG elements can hurt you so much, and especially when he goes into the charge the next time back out into the field. But this is where communication is so important, right? Okay, let me grab this maggot. You go out there into the far distance, and I'll grab the other ones. You see the two right over here, but they're going to be picked up. And now guess where Kragmaw is? Back over onto the ribcage. The charge is going to come in 3 seconds. Our hunter is still out in the field, so hopefully they aren't chosen for that, and they weren't. So Kragmaw is going to stay in this area, and that is perfect here for Warrior Gamer as we go into the final 10% of this, and they're making really good progress here in this underrot. A reminder, a 27 tyrannical underrot. That is what our team is contending with here, and they still have 15 minutes on the clock. The luck is in their favor. They're not even worried about the maggots anymore. They know that they have the amount of DPS necessary to take down this boss before they spawn. They called it correctly. Kragmaw the Infested is out of here. And now they're time to move on to Sport Caller Zancha.
I'm finding it really interesting that these ads here are still alive, because that tells you so much about how long the Elder Leaxa fight was. On all the previous lower level keys, what we've seen is teams use their lust and then have to wait before they can pull Kragmaw because they have still 2 minutes. So they will clear the room where Kragmaw is, and then they will come down this hallway towards Zancha and pull 1, if not 2 packs. Normally they go for that patrol over on the right that you can see just sneaking out behind the pillar there. And those are both dead, which means by the time Kragmaw dies, you walk up to Zancha, kill the ad in front of him, and pull the boss. So just the fact that these guys are still alive should show you how significant a time loss it is when these bosses have extra health.
Bam!
Thank you for the punctuation.
I love it. I love it so much. These DPM noises are the greatest thing ever. I can't get over it. It makes me so happy. But yeah, we see what this underrot is doing to these teams. You see what these high keys are capable of doing to these teams, and that's why you have to have nerves of steel when you enter into like a 27 tyrannical, right? That Kragmaw was such a long fight. And I mean, you can look at the timer right there for our Hunter POV, just the amount of time it took for them to go in from the first boss into the second boss. That was 9 minutes, right? Just to take out all of the trash in between then, and then actually taking down Kragmaw itself. It's a long fight. It is and sometimes it's not even to say that it's tough, but when you go on for so long, it's so easy to make the mistakes that can wipe the party, even though you've been rinsing and repeating so many times. And you got to think about it, right? Even 2 bosses down, it's taken Warrior Gamer 17 minutes to get to the 3rd boss.
Yeah, we are looking at an incredible time crunch just to even complete the key, let alone, you know, there's no chance of a +2 on this. It's going to be a +1. Everyone else is making progress. The Brits are currently on a break, I have been told, for a few minutes. I'm waiting to confirm whether they completed the 22 ultimate or not. Just waiting for admins to get back to me on that one. But Air Force are now making their way to the halls of infusion. So definitely a choice. Yes, it does look like British Armed Forces completed the 22 in Uldaman, so we will see that scoreboard update, I'm sure, in just a moment. Air Force were in the 23. Did they complete it? I do not see that on the scoreboard, so I'm thinking that was a reset from them. And now they've just decided, well, look, if Warrior Gamer has moved on, so too shall we. We've got a Halls of Infusion that is infinitely more manageable. I think their key level is going to be 23 here as well, so definitely a sensible choice. And it looks like the Brits are gearing up for Neltharis in the background.
I'm excited to see that whatever they decide to go with. The Halls of Infusion is actually pretty cool, and the 25 Vortex Pinnacle is about to be done here by Ukraine. They're on the final boss. They're on Assad. So that's going to tie things up unless this underrot is going to be completed here. But for Ukraine, yeah, no, this is going to be perfectly fine. They're going to be able to do this easy peasy, right? 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. If you actually fall on Assad, that's actually kind of impressive. I'll be honest. If you wipe on Assad, I think that's more impressive, honestly, than taking down Assad on like a 30.
I can see that. Just to correct you, though, Sam, Ukraine tied up the score with their 24. Getting this 25 will give them back the lead.
So that's going to give them back the lead. And then, right, if we go over to Warrior Gamer, who completes the 27, that'll put them back in the lead. And if we go back into a tiebreaker, give them the advantage with the 27 key. My brain is hurting from all of this math, from all of this thinking. And so I would say for Ukraine, would you want to do the 27 underrot, or would you want to try and do the 23 Ultimate that Warrior Gamer just said, nah?
No, you definitely do the 27 underrot, I think, because it forces Ukraine to go back to that same dungeon for the 27. They don't have a 27 in their pocket anywhere else. Everything else they have is a 20. Oh, that's incorrect. They have a 27 Neltharis that they could do. And if they keep their 26 underrot and do a 27 Neltharis, then they would win if the tiebreaker gets to 2 rounds of tiebreaker, because it just keeps compounding, right? So if they both have a 27, then you look at their next highest. Warrior Gamer would have a 27-25, and Ukraine would have a 27-26. So still an incredible amount of time. And in 3rd and 4th place, we currently have the Air Force and the Brits, who are tied there as well with 109 points. It's just insane, this scoreboard. If you do not already know where to find the leaderboard as it is updated, you can type !leaderboard in the chat. It'll take you to the main tournament page where everything is being tracked in as close to real time as our admins can make it. So you can see just how little wiggle room these teams have.
I love it. It makes me so happy. These are the kind of things that you're like, yes, yes, yes. The final day.
And we're not even
Struggle.
at halftime.
Feel the pain.
I think during the break, I'm probably just going to end up like doing some cartwheels or jumping jacks or something, because there is so much energy and hype on my end right now. And I can feel you as well, Sam, through the stream. It's just fantastic. Audience, I hope you guys are enjoying this incredible action as much as we are. And boom! Assad goes down. The Ukrainians return to first place. They did not recover it at all yesterday after Warrior Gamer took the lead, so they are now back on top and putting everybody through their paces.
Yeah, the Ukrainian team was just running into so many issues when it came to Halls of Infusion, funnily enough. Halls of Infusion proved to be just an annoying nuisance to have to fight through time and time for them again, going all the way through almost and then failing at just the last moment. And now we're seeing a Halls of Infusion, actually a little bit of a horror story coming back. Marialia, though, this 27 underwrought from Warrior Gamer. It's a tight key. This is still going to be a really, really tight key.
Yeah,
on
with
if
only
they can
3
complete,
deaths as well.
With only 3 deaths, it's the sheer health, the HP pool. Because once again, this is a tyrannical key, but look at how long even just the trash packs are surviving. And wait, can we pull them up real quick? Because I want to see the timers that are going on for how they went from boss to boss so far.
Yeah, let's bring the Warrior Gamer up full screen. There we go.
Dispel.
You can see it gets further and further
Watch your
down
step.
the line.
Yeah, so it took them about 7 minutes from the second boss to the third boss, yeah. And so
Watch your step.
they still had to take down the next 2 mobs coming up.
Shockwave.
Right up there, next 3, sorry. The next 3 mobs.
You mean
And
the
then
worm
actually
and the
go
2 by
on
the
to
door,
the-
right?
The worm and the 2 by the door, and then go on to fight the
Watch
final
your step.
boss. With 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the
Shockwave.
clock. Ooh, that's a tight key. That is a really, really tight timer.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised and interested to see whether those 3 deaths make or break.
Watch
We are
your
going to be
step.
watching this so incredibly closely. Ukraine in the background looks like they're taking a
Shockwave.
small pause, but not a full break as far as I can tell, before they go try their hand at the 23. Yeah, the 10-second countdown has begun, so that
Watch
is
your
going on in the background.
Interrupt.
Oh my gosh, I'm
Shockwave.
ready!
Interrupt.
I'm ready too. I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm a little scared though. I'm a little scared here for Warrior Gamer because
Watch your
this is
step.
24 minutes that took them to get here.
Interrupt.
But they're making good
Shockwave.
progress,
Interrupt.
at the very least, on these final 3 mobs that they had to do before they get to
Interrupt.
the actual boss itself. An Unbound Abomination,
Watch your step.
it should be an easy boss, especially if you do the back and forth
Shockwave.
mechanic correctly. Seeing it here, though, if they don't fall, if they don't have any more deaths, if everything up until the death of the Unbound Abomination needs to be
Watch
perfect.
your step.
Yeah, there's no room for error. There is also a small amount of time loss incoming
Shockwave.
with the RP as the Titan Keeper walks up to the door and opens it up for everybody. But that's, that's going to be pretty negligible. 5 minutes left on the dungeon timer. The final corruptor
Watch
needs
your
to go
step.
down. Here it is, waiting for the Titan Keeper. There he
For the
is.
Timekeeper, 5 minutes left on the timer. This, as I've been saying many a times, chat, is a very, very tight key. Nothing less than perfection. If any one of these players fall now, it could cost them the key, even with a B-Res. They have 1 B-Res available, so it's not the worst thing in the world. They're also going to go ahead and pop Lust immediately on the pull of this vile, unbound abomination. But you're seeing what's going to be happening here, and so very important in how they kite this boss. So it's going to be a back and forth maneuver. They're going to stack on each other when the boss is about to do their burst mechanic, so that way they can control the ways that the arena is getting covered in that white puddles that are being put down onto the floor. So you get really close to it. You get basically to the boss's feet. Every single player does. And then the puddles will pretty much just go right in front of the boss. Then when he does the vial expulsion, you go out of the other side, and it really is a good job of maintaining that. Also, at the same time, you're going to be contending with the spores. Now, the astute viewer may notice that the Unbound Abomination is still at 100% health. Well, what the heck, Sam? That's ridiculous. I don't like that. Well, what's happening here is that eventually when you do enough damage to the Unbound Abomination, you're going to see these little extra ads spawn. Can't remember their names off the top of my head, but they will spawn. Then you have to either kill them yourself or... Yeah, the Blood Visage is right there. Titan Keeper will come out and nuke them down yourself. So you keep your eye on the Abominations. And so, yeah, the Blood Visages will come out. The Keeper will either nuke them for you or you can nuke them yourself. But Titan Keeper does it pretty much instantly, so really not that much of an issue. But now this is where things can start getting crazy. The puddles are getting a little bit out there because you got to control the spores. This is good. This is good.
Rosie is doing their darndest to keep the team alive. I think their healer has been an absolute boon to this team this weekend. It is down to the DPS. They are 60% health on the boss. Just a reminder, the way this boss's health works is it disappears in chunks. You have to do the mechanics, and as the boss, you'll see just a second here, his health should drop. My timing might be off here, but I'm waiting for another round. 2 minutes and 26 seconds, though. This is so close. You have to go through this cycle at least twice, and the spores just keep adding up in the meantime.
And look at how much this arena is being covered, too. You do get that light that's put on one player that can help you clear out the puddles. But really, at this point, you just need to be staying on to control the vial expulsion so that way it doesn't go off to the rest of the arena, and you can see what's happening there, Rosie. My word. All right, the Visages have been taken care of. One more time. 1 minute and 47 seconds on the clock. Closer and closer, edging more and more to that finish line. But as time takes away, so do the chances here for Warrior Gamer to make this happen. But it really does need to become a rinse and repeat moment, making sure to get this vial expulsion done correctly. There's really no reason to take the cleansing light anywhere else on this arena. They have so much room left around to maneuver with. As long as the rest of the team survives, this should be in the bag. Halfway, you can see that little red bar. They need to fill that up by doing the damage done. And then the Blood Visages come back out. Warrior Gamers, nerves of steel, nothing less than they need. With 1 minute left on the clock, staring down the barrel of victory, a 27 underrot in their sightlines.
I don't
mistake
know,
now,
Sam.
though.
They still have to get the energy up the rest of the way. It took them 1.5 minutes last time to get from 66 to 33, and they have to do it again. There's only 45 seconds on the clock. This is going to be so incredibly close. 40 seconds remain.
All right, there it is. There it is. The Blood Visages. They're out on the field. You can see one making their way towards it. That is an immediate, like, let's focus on this. Do not get hit by the vial expulsion, though. If anyone falls, that is an extra 5 seconds. It's going to go away. Find the other one, and there you have it. The 27 underrot. Completed. Finished with 19 seconds left to go. Warrior Gamer now throwing down the gauntlet and saying, come and get us.
That 2 points is a massive deal. If you missed that moment, I hope you had it up on your screen, because unless you're subbed where you'll be able to see the VODs live on Twitch, you're going to have to wait till next week when everything goes up on YouTube to rewatch that insane action. And I know that is a clip I will definitely go back to watch again.
What a 27. What a 27. What a key. What a dungeon. Right? I said that was going to be a tight timer, and it lived up to the prophecy. 19 seconds. That could have gone, if had anything gone wrong, right, in between that third boss and the final one, had one person died, had one person not done the mechanics correctly, had a viable explosion gone on the team on where it wasn't supposed to be, that run was done. All right. But they did it. They got it taken care of. And now they're setting their sights on to go with Neltharis, which actually currently the British combined forces are sitting in for themselves as they are about to get rid of Chargath. Still, though, the Ukrainian team is getting a 23. They're attempting the 23 Ultimon that actually gave Warrior Gamers some trouble before they decided, all right, let's just do a 27. Yeah, why not? Cool.
Yeah, that choice was definitely an interesting one. If Ukraine get this 23, they will tie it up again because right now Warrior Gamer is a point ahead. They are 2 points ahead. And so getting the 23 done, one Warrior has the 21 in Uldaman, will tie it back up. Tempo is still with Warrior Gamer after that successful run. I am shocked that it was a one and done. Let's just hope they're not put in a situation later today where they have to go try the 28.
A 28. My goodness. It's crazy to think about that. A 28 may be seen on broadcast today. That would blow my mind into like pieces for sure. But with that Warrior Gamer 27 being completed, we talk about the tiebreaker happening right now. That puts them in the good position. And then we go back and talk about it. The 26, wow, so impressive. That was the big key that was being done. That was the highest key that we've seen so far this year. And now it's a 27. The highest key that we've seen being done this year. So cool.
That is a record set. Now, there is a chance to make this a joint record if the Ukrainians feel up to their 27 Neltharis after this Uldaman, but I don't know if we're going to see that. We've got Warrior Gamers Neltharis right now, which is a... Let me take a look at what they have in their pocket here. This is only going to be a 26 Neltharis, but it is the right call because, as we said, if this keeps being as close it is and we end up in the tiebreaker, they need the 27-26 if Ukraine also has a 27-26. So, piece by piece, this is just tightening the noose on each other. Like, there's no clear winner here. We are coming up on the halfway point soon where you and I will be taking a break. Not just yet, though. Air Force making excellent progress, still working on the 23. It looks like with the 23 and hires, everybody is going for the Bromac first strategy in Uldaman. So I think that will be something we continue to see through the afternoon. Warrior Gamer taking a well-deserved pause.
No, you need that kind of a pause after a 30-minute key at the level that they just attempted. You need a break. That is a mentally taxing gauntlet you just put yourself through, an ordeal that has been completed. And so yeah, a little bit of a break, go to the bathroom real quick, hydrate big time, and then come back and they're ready to go for the 26 Neltharis, which I believe at this point that would make it trying to tie things up with Ukraine on the 26th that they completed yesterday. So, if I have that correct, which I'm pretty sure I do. Yes, okay, yeah. So, they completed the 26th, and then they go, and Warrior Gamer is just going to continue to, solidly put themselves in the lead. Yeah, that 27, however, puts it at 123. Yeah, for a total score. And that keeps them in the lead, taking it back.
This is excellent. You can see that the Sentinel is rather large down there on the Ukrainian screen, but they are making short work of them. Sanguine Pool comes out. Got to deal with those ads. And in Neltharis, thank goodness it's not Sanguine, where you can still run these giant pulls and use the chains to burst them down. Imagine if we were cruel enough to make that Sanguine.
I'm trying not to. That's a little much. Yeah, I'm trying not to. No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I think also another cool thing to note about Warrior Gamer is that they are running kind of an off-ish meta composition. So I mean, the BM Hunter, well, it's great, obviously, and we're seeing a lot of damage being put out from them. And I think it's really cool that they're accomplishing these high keys uh, without running with a priest in general, right? You're missing a lot of utility that comes from that class, but they're still timing these keys. They're still getting them done, and I think that goes to show you that sometimes you don't need to have the most meta of compositions, right? They still have meta classes. Don't get me wrong. They still have the Fire Priest. They still have the Holy Paladin. They still have the Guardian Druid and the Augmentation Evoker, but it isn't the end-all, be-all, I guess you could say.
Afflicted.
No, the beauty of what we have running with the AFDL and these players who are incredibly skilled, but who are still, you know, who are not quote-unquote pros at the game, right? It means they have the right frame of mind to just say, no, I want to play what I want, and it's not going to be a 1% margin between teams, especially when it's not speed-based, you know? It's about strategy first in these events, and picking your composition is a huge part of your strategy. Your ability to handle defeats, you know, when you're wiping over and over and over again and you're on a class you're not comfortable with, it can be incredibly detrimental to your mental. But if you are saying, okay, no, I can tell exactly what I did wrong because I'm so used to pressing my buttons, I skipped one. I know what's up. I know what I can improve on the next run. It just gives you so much more fortitude over the course of the weekend, which, as we said, is incredibly important, especially on day 3. This is a marathon, not a sprint, and these teams are going hard. Air Force, unfortunately, going a little too hard and not successfully clearing that Emberon on 23 Ultimate. We will see them likely reset. Their other options in the bag are, of course, a 24 Underrot, a 23 Halls, and a 24 Neltharis.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to digest for sure. Going on here for all of the teams. Unfortunately for Air Force, this Halls of Infusion is just, this 23 is really tough for them. Time and time again, they've tried to go through and it's just not happening. And in fact, they've whipped out the Augmentation Evoker again, just in an attempt to maybe be able to work it out on this key, but it just keeps going wrong for them every single time. They just haven't been able to find the right combination, and whether or not it's the mobs lasting too long, they just don't have enough damage. It's just something there is not working for them.
Yeah, this is definitely unfortunate, but like we said, they have the fortitude. They are back to their main roster of players today. I believe it was their healer who had to sub out yesterday, so they are still feeling confident. They are still in the groove, and if they get this, again, we're talking about, we're at the point where there's a wall, right? If Ukraine fails this key and Air Force gets it, the insane boost that is going to give them in momentum throughout the rest of the day going into the second half will be uncontestable.
A lot of pressure being put on the teams, right? Unless you're Warrior Gamer, who's kind of doing their own thing at this point, it really feels like 27 is just like.
I think Ukraine is keeping the pressure on them so darn well because, like we said, if Ukraine gets this key and Warrior Gamer fails theirs, Ukraine is in the lead. Like, I would say if Warrior Gamer could really rest, you know, they'd be able to be like, let's go have fun with that 28. But they can't. They don't have that freedom. Ukraine is chasing them down.
But that's the thing, though. They just came off of getting a 27 done, right? They are going to have these mental... that's an unbelievable mental boon, right? You going into a 26 Neltharis now to get that taken care of. You look at what they've been able to accomplish so far across the board, and a 27 is nothing to sneeze at. Now they're going to go and meet Ukraine here on this Neltharis. So when I'm saying that they don't have anything to worry about, it's mostly meant in a way that, yeah, they don't really have anything to worry about, right? They're feeling very confident in themselves and how they're going to go about doing this, and it all hinges really on Ukraine being able to take on this 23 Ultimate, which, by the way, they are doing so far. They're making their way through it. They've taken down the third boss, which, guess what? Warrior Gamer was not able to do.
Yes, they have cleared Sentinel Telandris. They are on their way to Emberon. And again, Emberon is nothing to sneeze at. There is a lot of health that needs to be burned through and a lot of AoE to come out. But I think B-Sup is up to the challenge. We will see very shortly. They are clearing the trash on the run-up. We got a different POV for you now, running the Evoker instead of our usual insights into the Mage. Just to see how critical this class is to their strategy.
AoE.
I would. It's going to be very pivotal, right? Augmentation Evoker, the buffs that it brings is just. It's almost as a necessity to have the Augvoker with you. But yeah, it's not. It's not a bad class in and of itself either, with the amount of utility that it brings, right? You think about it. You have Lust. Sure, you do have the Mage too, so you have like double Lust if anything goes wrong. Like for some reason, the Mage just disappears. But yeah, the big thing is that you're able to have really good knockbacks, including a knock up. Actually, with one of their abilities, the Eruption that comes through, it just knocks in the air, and then you're giving the rest of your team secondary stats, you're giving them primary stats, and so you see now why the Evoker is able to do what it does, and you're seeing why these meters are going so crazy and why we're able to push into some of these higher keys. Now, for Team Ukraine, we're going to be pulling them back into the boss room here as we move on to the fourth boss of Emberon. Get rid of these trash real quick. Emberon is coming over, but making sure not to get it caught inside of the Sanguine, as well as making sure to quiet out the other Sanguine mobs from there, not getting them healed up, which so far is looking very decent. One of the crawlers did get in there for just a second, but now it actually didn't get the Sanguine tick off, so the mobs are going to fall relatively soon here. Emberon stuck into the corner, but more... The big thing to talk about here is that it's not going to be on top of the Sanguine for just a moment. No ticks got done, though, so Emberon is still going to be burned away. And in fact, actually here, we did see the Lust being committed. And so sitting at 66%, Emberon is feeling the pressure as now they are bringing up the Fire Shield, and the Keepers need to be destroyed.
Yes, this is a very movement-heavy fight. You need to be taking out the Keepers. You need to be looking ahead. Where is the laser going to be? Are we going to have enough time to stand and DPS the guy in front of us, or should we move on to the next and follow the circle? So definitely a particular, a bit of attention needs to be paid to what's going on in the room. Of course, you can see those big bursts of AoE damage, those giant flame pulses from the boss. B's doing an excellent job of keeping everybody alive. Their tank... Everyone's rocking the Guardian Druid right now. Just having a good time going around. Emberon gets picked up as he exits the intermission phase and dragged back off into the corner, which we have seen, is the pretty standard strategy at this point.
Pretty standard strategy, and one that's working out, I would say, pretty well for them. It gives you a clear sight line of where the room is. You keep Emberon in a really nice place. There's not too many places where you need to move to avoid the fire tornadoes, and it helps out the DPS and the healer as well. And then when you need to do this spread mechanic, it's really pretty simple, as we're seeing here. You just go into the right places and basically just don't die. So now we're going to go into the intermission phase again, where we need to get rid of the Keepers. The little added extra effect of those fire tornadoes are pretty much just whatever. You can see how quickly the team is running through the Keepers, though, while making sure to dodge out from the lava, I guess, loop that's coming through. But over in the top right, Iridius is being taken on by Air Force. And as a matter of fact, the British combined arms are on the final boss of this 21 Altharis. And looking at it, actually, this might be a possible moment for them to +2 it with the 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I believe they have left to go. So a possibility, a tight one, but it's still somewhat there.
Yeah, they are, of course, picking up the little trinkets that need to be utilized in order to pop the shield on Warlord Saga. And it's, I think, probably gonna be a one chest, I would have to say, just based on how slow and steady this team is. They don't really have the same kind of insane pumper DPS that some of the other groups do. And of course, because I'm looking at the Brits, Scarlock goes down. Cheerio also has a bit of a struggle, but I believe they have a battle res available. I'm just looking for the other POV to confirm. No, I think that's going to be
Swipe it up.
a wipe and go again. 7 minutes left to do the last boss. There's no reason to leave. Just go for the one chest. Get it done. Come back in. Do the 22. We know that 22 is a key level the Brits can handle, you know, with a little bit of effort, but still imminently doable. Let's see how they handle this second attempt.
Hopefully a little bit better this time around. At the very least, it just comes down to making sure that you complete the key. It would have been nice to have had it at the 23, but this is the story of the British Combined Arms time and time again, is that, yeah, all right, you know what? We don't get it done fast, but we get it done, and that actually has worked out really well for them so far, Marielia, because now, if we look at the scoreboard, if we took a look at the leaderboard, they're tied, funnily enough, with Air Force Gaming for third.
Yeah, they're no slouch at all. They have shown up to compete this weekend. And if you are struggling on this boss like they are, and you want to be two-chesting your keys in the future, there is one place that you can go to get all of the information. Raider.io is the home of Keystone Masters and Heroes. From beginners to pros, the guides and guidance that they have, the widgets and features that are available to you will enhance your gaming experience. Since its launch in 2017, Raider.io has quickly become the premier platform for PvE players in the game, tracking hundreds of millions of hours in Mythic Plus dungeons, providing global coverage for the Race to World First, hosting and supporting community events and tournaments like ours, creating original content. Raider.io has worked hand-in-hand with Blizzard Esports on the MDI competitions. They are an incredible community hub that have become a household name for World of Warcraft players. So if you are struggling on any of the bosses the way these guys are, go and check out Raider.io.
Yeah, go check them out. I'm a big fan of Raider.io. They do a lot of really cool events themselves that I'm a big fan of, and I've worked with them many a times as well. They're really, really cool, and I think that they do a lot of good in the Warcraft community. They are a big sponsor of some really cool events that happen in here, including the AFDL. So yeah, always excited to have them as a sponsor, and always excited to be able to see their name.
The second attempt on Sarga is definitely going better. I should not have said anything because 60 is down. At least it's not Skara this time, but the Warlord is still eking towards death, and they do have a battle res for their Hunter. This is certainly going to be a one-chested Neltheris. I don't think they could screw it up at this point with how low that health is. And there we go.
Sargon, Sar dead, and that is a 21 Neltharis that is going to go into a 22 for the British Combined Arms. Looks like the Air Force is taking a small little break themselves, getting their heads correct after this Halls of Infusion that they keep bashing their brains against. It's just, like I said, not even happening for them. Now you look over at, however, the Ukrainian team, and I actually would like to pull them up real quick because they are working their way towards the final boss on this 23 Ultimon, and that would make it the first team to get that one done.
Yeah, let's take a look. Walking up towards the Chrono Lord, they still have a fair amount of, damage to do. These guys are no slouch. They have lots of volcanics to dodge, the Sanguine to manage, but they've only had 3 deaths so far on this run, and I believe this is the furthest we have seen a team get on the 23. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sam. I think their Emberon put them in the lead as far as progress on this, which this is definitely a gauntlet thrown.
It is. And there's so many gauntlets being thrown all over it, Marielia. What's gonna be done with all of these gauntlets now that they're all gone? But yeah, no, this is what we like to see, and we're almost at halftime as well. So if Ukraine is able to pull off the 23, that it just goes again, wants to show you that, yeah, these teams are out for blood today, right? They are ready to go, and they are ready to get the first place title. And for Warrior Gamer, right, it's all about defending the title that they won back in the summer games. And so looking at it here in fall, a lot of pressure on them a little bit too to close it out here.
Yeah, there's still so much on the line. They cannot afford a single misplay. With the timer being what it is, look, you can see 8 minutes left to complete the dungeon as they approach the final boss. By the time they get the trash down, that'll be closer to 6. There is no margin for error here. Everyone has to stay alive.
Everyone has to stay alive. Everyone has to also take care of these time reavers. You can see how annoying they are. When you see it in the stacks that are going up on them. The haste buff that you lose out on, but of course you get to around 6 stacks and then the priest mass dispels the group. Now they're back into pumping out the damage that they need, but it's still a pretty sizable chunk of health. But really the most annoying part is the haste debuff that comes along with it. So you're attacking slower, and because you're attacking slower, yeah, it takes longer to kill the mob, and because it takes longer to kill the mob, the stacks just keep going. It's really, really annoying.
Yeah, you can see, I would imagine we're going to do the skip here. Yeah.
Yeah, they're at 100%, so it's going to skip this.
Doesn't make sense to do it. The tank just going to stealth their way through. Everyone else has to do a little bit of a jump puzzle. Getting out the rescue.
That's why you have the evoker, by the way. That's why you have the evoker, by the way, to rescue them.
Here we go. 6 minutes and 50 seconds going to be on the clock still, but they're waiting for 2 players. This is not an amount of time you want to lose. When it comes down to the wire, the 5, 10, 15 seconds it takes to complete that jump puzzle and get your whole squad in the room can be what kills you. So here we go. Massive damage coming out right at the start. Bees keeping everybody topped up. The augmentation evoker doing their best to boost everybody's damage as much as they can and to DPS down themselves. Deus already at 80%. That's boding really well for the rest of this fight.
It is very much so, and they still have, like I said, less available to them. So once they get through this, the power infusion has been taken away, but upcoming the rewind time flow. They pop the lust here, really going hard after Chronoloord Deus. Just absolutely smashing them down into the ground. Look at how much health is being burned off so fast. And this is a tyrannical key. Really do need to mention that once again. So the damage that's being accomplished here is nothing short of jaw dropping. Now we keep an eye on the puddles as they spread across the floors. These are important, making sure to control them correctly. And you can kind of see that they're in a line, baiting them out into the places that they need to be going, so that way it's not covering the arena too far, but they're also staying relatively close for it, so that way when the rewind time flow activates, they can use it and get that haste buff. We see the time sync going out. That's going to put down another puddle, and you can see how Mariella, covered the arena is starting to become.
Yeah, they are running out of space, but that's pretty typical for this fight. They now need to stand in the puddles while time is rewound in order to stay alive and continue to progress the fight. 4 minutes and 55 seconds remain. The boss is well under 50% health. I think this should go really well. You know, if they wanted to let a player die, they probably could, but I still wouldn't recommend it, Sam.
No, I wouldn't recommend it. You want to get this done fast, right? You want to get through it as quickly as possible, and you want to get on to, at the very least, the next key, right? We're at halftime. We've passed halftime now, and every single second, every single minute, every single moment, Mariella, is important. So very important. Almost as important as the fact that, yeah, we're now basically in a little tiny corner. There is not much of this arena left, if any, that our team is going to be able to go through. All right, we're rewinding time, so this comes in at just the right moment. This is going to give them a little bit of extra breathing room, and now we're almost to the sub 10% here for Team Ukraine on these sands. They're going away just a little bit, but coming back up 3%, though. Not much left to worry about going on here, as we do indeed see the 23 Ultimate Legacy of Tyr being completed for the first time by Team Ukraine.
Yeah, that is such a pivotal victory for them, getting that dungeon done in what was, I think, one attempt. We're going to need to go back and check that during the break, but they single attempted the 23 where everyone else is struggling. That's pretty good flex right there if you're Ukraine.
Yeah, it's a very impressive show of force from them. And once again, another gauntlet being thrown out into the world. But still, you look at Warrior Gamer with their 27 under rot that's been done. There is this is just heating up. The action is just continuing to compound on itself. And it's still another 2.5 hours left to go.
Yeah, we are only at halftime and there is no clear winner. Sometimes we get to this point on day 3 and we're feeling really good about our predictions. It is anybody's game, Sam. It is not over yet. Do not go anywhere because we will be showing the quad during this break because action is still happening in the background. Warrior Gamer is working on their Neltharis. Everybody else is still going. I don't know. What are you going to do in this break, Sam? Can we even step away?
I'm gonna lay down and just try to calm my heart for a second before getting back into the action, because this has me at the edge of my seat. My heart is going 1,000 miles an hour, and I couldn't imagine how it is for the teams themselves right now.
No, not even a little bit. I am feeling really good about moving into this afternoon. There is. I'm going to say the same thing over and over and over again. If you ask me how I feel, I'm excited. I am ready to go. And I hope we'll see you all on the other side of the break. out in.
And welcome back, everyone. We are now in the second and final half of day 3 here for the 2023 AFDL Fall Clash. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me still is Marialia. And Marialia, it has been one heck of a first half of a day. We even got to see a 27 key being completed by none other than Warrior Gamer.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic closer day to the Fall Clash. You can see the scoreboard here. Warrior Gamer completed their 27. During the break, they did time the 26 Neltharians as well. So we had Ukraine, who just secured their win going into the break, and Warrior Gamer said, no, we can't have that. Let's tie it back up. Of course, both teams are now running for just those extra points on each other, trying to avoid a tiebreaker scenario. But it has been insane. The Air Force and the Brits, of course, currently in third and fourth. They are 1 point split from each other as well. It's going back and forth. This event has been probably the closest of all the different ones we've run this year.
And even more interesting, British Armed Forces have been hanging out in the back and last place for most of the weekend, but now jumping ahead of Air Force Gaming by 1 point. These little things, that the slow and steady pace that we've been talking about for the British Armed Forces has actually come in clutch for them. They may not be doing the highest keys, but they're getting these keys done. And that's something Air Force has been really struggling with, Marialia, especially when you look towards, say, a Halls of Infusion 23. They just have not been able to do it. And so this further compounds going into what has been going on in third and fourth place and some of the issues that Air Force Gaming has been running into that British Armed Forces just have not.
Yeah, it's been a real, tortoise in the hare scenario for Air Force and for the Brits. The Air Force have been very gung-ho, sometimes to their detriment. This morning they came in and they were clean compared to last night. They were ready to show up, but the Brits said, no, you know what? We're not going to let that affect us. We are going to play our own game. And as we hop back into the quad here, we've got Neltharis being started once again by the Warrior Gamer team. The Ukrainians are currently progressing their own, and the Brits, of course, as well. Air Force deciding to be the odd man out, heading back to their halls of infusion. If I am not mistaken, Ukraine are running their 27 Nelth. Warrior Gamer as well. They cannot afford for Ukraine to time this key and they fail it. They have to get it in order to secure, to maintain the tie, in fact, that they have just hard fought and won over the break.
This is a landmark moment here, I think, for this weekend, is seeing two 27s being attempted in the same dungeon, right? Whichever one is going to be able to come out on top is the one that's going to be able to secure themselves a much better spot going into the final half of this final day, which even more so, we're under halfway, right? We're about 30 minutes under that timer. So a small reminder to all as well, as long as you start a dungeon right before the timer goes out, as long as you start, even if it's a second before, you still have the opportunity to finish. Now, whether or not that timing comes into it and how the scoring is going to be done, right? Because looking at the dungeon, whether that's actually going to be able to put you in first, whether the tiebreaker is going to matter, right? That all kind of calculations are going to go be done thanks to our great tournament admins, but still a really close day, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is going to be ending up like that.
Yeah, would not surprise me one bit. Ukraine does have a bit of a real-world time advantage here as they are progressing through their 27 at a steady pace, currently working on our lovely elephant friend. Warrior Gamer, they did have a reset, I believe, right before we hopped back in, Sam, which is why they are somewhat behind. The British Armed Forces working on Warlord Saga. We saw them do this on the 21 a few moments ago. Unfortunately, they did not manage to two-chest. It was unfortunate. They had to wipe and come back. But 3 deaths again here. 7 minutes left on the clock to defeat this boss. I think it's definitely going to be doable for them, and that will help secure their 3rd place advantage.
Securing, that's exactly what they're going to be looking for. At the very least, when we take a look here at Air Force and doing their 23 halls of infusion that they've been struggling with, it seems like they may be having a better idea of getting it done and how they want to get it done. And actually, this is an interesting mechanic that they're doing here. They are just right on the edge away from the mobs, making sure to mind soothe, of course, and then able to skip right by them into the third boss of Kajin the Unyielding. Very interesting to see that. We saw something happen yesterday. I think it was from Team Ukraine.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if it was on purpose, but they wiped and then used the B-res that you get from the engineering buff at the very beginning of the dungeon to revive the healer. Then the healer mass reses, and then they take on the third boss, and that's how they did their skip. So yeah, we're going to see Air Force take on this third boss. A little bit of disaster, however, for the British combined arms down below in the bottom right of your screens. But as another death is going to be coming in, this magma shield is doing way too much pulsing AoE damage and no one breaking their way through it. That's going to put them down into the ground. And with 5 minutes left on this 22, Natharis should still be able to be accomplished, especially since, yeah, they have all of their percentage done. So, yeah, should still be able to be accomplished, but it's going to be a tight key again.
Yeah, we will definitely keep our eyes on that. You're totally right about the Ukrainians yesterday. It was actually a recovery that they did by doing the res for the healer and the mass res. They did the skip a few other times when we saw them come back to the dungeon later, but that first one did not go well. So I'm glad to see that Air Force not having the same problems. I have to admit, Sam, I'm shocked they haven't gone back to Underrot. They have a 24 Underrot, and we know that is... that's the easiest dungeon in the pack. I totally get not going back for the Vortex Pinnacle 23, completely behind that decision, but I'm surprised we would have come back to the Halls of Infusion before we went back to Underrot.
I'm a little surprised at that as well, but I guess there has to be some decision making as to why they want to do that. Whatever that decision is, hopefully it's going to be the correct one, especially now that we're about to enter into the final 2 hours of this weekend. So you got to think about it too, right, Marielia? Especially at these high level keys. How many more dungeons do you have left to do if you take up almost all of the time? Even just 30 minutes out of a 33-minute timer, that's what? 4 more dungeons that you can do to full completion. Yeah. So there's not many more dungeon runs left that you can do.
Oh no!
And for the Ukraine team,
for the Ukrainians, they go down. It's not gonna be possible for their tank. Oh my gosh, the tank survives! What an incredible feat right there, Rosie. I don't know if Rosie lived or released and is running. Okay, they did, it seems, live, or perhaps a battle res went out during the combat in order to get everybody else up, but that was well thought. The Magma Cusk is down. They're working on Chargath. They cannot afford to screw up this key. At 12 deaths already on the plus 27 compared to Warrior Gamer's 1. Of course, Warrior Gamer is still only on the first boss, so we'll see how the trash pulls before Chargath treat them.
And remember, too, the last time we saw a 27, how tight that timer was. Warrior Gamer, though, that first boss, Chargath, is proving to be... Sorry, Magma Tusk is proving to be a very angry, very fiery wall for them to be able to pass through, and it burned them to a crisp. Just a little too much. Magma Tusk has rebuked Warrior Gamer outside of the 27 Natharis and forcing them to reset on their attempt. As we look over at the poor Ukrainian team, as they have lost their healer on Chargath, and you need your healer on this 27. The amount of damage that's going out, especially when the grounding spears come, it's just going to be too much for them to survive through. And every single time you break one of those spears, it's going to be damage. That's AoE onto the party.
They are electing to wipe, I think, here. Yes, as soon as bees went down, their hope for the future of this run, I think, was destroyed. Yes, they are town portaling back. They know that as long as Warrior Gamer don't do it, they can too. So if Warrior Gamer have reset, they are a little bit safe in doing so as well. Obviously, they don't want to. Maintaining as much of a time advantage as possible is a huge deal. The Brits also have a bit of a struggle on their last boss and do not succeed. But Air Force Gaming, this is a massive moment of truth for them. Last night, at the end of day 2, they struggled on this bridge. They just could not get their pulls clean enough to actually make it to the tsunami 9 times out of 10. They did get there once or twice, but were not able to keep the entire team alive. So the fact that they are here once more looking pretty good, only a single death from the team, at the risk of caster cursing it, I'm feeling this is much more under control. It's looking so much better than it did last night. They will continue to progress forward. They need to be dodging these big wave circles that you can see spawn. If you don't, you get blown back. And this is the same set of mechanics that are revived during the intermission with the Primal Tsunami.
Yes. So you'll be seeing these happening again during this gauntlet. The waves are going to come back out, also joined by the infused globules. So just that little bit of extra nuisance when it comes to surviving through this gauntlet. But now that as they're taking care of the infuser, you just stay on the side of this platform so you don't need to dodge in and out. Unless you're a poor melee character where, yeah, you got to keep dipping in and out to stay safe. But as long as they can take care of the tsunami and do it correctly, right? The biggest things that we need to be looking at especially are going to be during the intermission phase. That is the most important part, how you handle the primalist infusers, right? Every single 5 seconds, they put an extra percent tick of the stacking buff infuse onto the primal tsunami, and every single stack is an extra percent of damage. And so you have all 4 of them going off every 5 seconds. That's 4%. And so you need to get the CC off on them. Usually what we do see from teams is that they take on 3, CC one of them, keep them locked down while they burn down the other 3, while also making sure to hit them with knockbacks, because they also, when they're brought out of the infuse channel, they will be doing an AoE party-wide attack called Inundate that hits every single party member for a massive, massive amount of damage.
Yeah, you can see they're finally making their way off the bridge. Venom no longer tanking for the team. He has swapped to the Shadow Priest, and I really was stressed out about his pixel perfect positioning on that bridge off on one side, just letting the waves pass him by, but clearly that's something he has practiced and knows well. They do pull the tsunami, and it begins. Of course, they have lots of time on this fight still, just over 9 minutes, I believe. Just under, 9 minutes left to time the key. We know that each round of intermission on the lower levels takes approximately a minute to run back through and then deal with these infusers, and you're very likely to hit 2, if not 3 of them, depending on how much damage you can do. And as these keys get higher, the third seems more and more likely to occur. The globules come out, everybody is spread. They are making sure that they have room to stand, avoiding the swirlies, and we should see a submerge very shortly for this first intermission now that the boss is sitting at 60% health. Lot of damage coming up. There it is. The team is going to be split up. We will be following Venom and it looks like Dart, their tank, down this, I think it's the southern corridor, the northern corridor.
North, south, east, west. We're all coming back to the same spot. And that's what matters. You see them hiding out behind this pillar, waiting for one of the waves to come through. It's going to keep them safe. I imagine they're just really trying to make sure they're going to be okay. But as you can see, 2 swirlies on the ground from the infused globules are going to be put for them to make sure to avoid and dodge, sort of similarly. But with a tank going forward like that, they don't have to worry about the waves anymore, so they can start moving forward. And again, we're gonna have to make sure to keep an eye on this infuse every single 5 seconds. What extra stack goes on to the boss. And so while we're waiting, the Inundate is going to be infusing the boss with more power. The other 2 need to be either interrupted or CC'd. And with the, oh no, I'm actually looking at it. They lost someone on their way coming back into the room. And that was actually the augmentation evoker.
Yeah, this is definitely not an ideal scenario. Still possible if BZ can keep everybody up, but Driss, it looks like, goes down as well. Dart is not gonna... Dart is going to survive, but Venom is going down. If you can just get past those infusers, your teammates' corpses will be teleported to this room, and you have the opportunity to get a cast off. Now, looking at the timer, you can see there's 6 minutes and 22 seconds left. It's a long run, but you need at least 5 minutes. They are not electing to wipe. They are continuing the fight. They had enough battle
They had 3
reses to
B-reses.
get their people up. I did not see that timer on this POV here in the quad, but there comes the Tsunami back alive once more. They have left Skunk out to dry, and they are just gonna push this puddle as small as it can go.
I'm also trying to see how many stacks of infusion it managed to get, but it's a little difficult. I think I see 21 stacks. Still, though, a pretty decent chunk got onto the Tsunami, but it's not going to be enough to really hurt the Air Force right now. You can even see them making their way through. Skunk has been B-res, and so now the augmentation evoker is back with the rest of the team. And I'm going to be imagining that in the next gauntlet run through, you really do need to make sure that you're careful. You cannot die there. Everyone needs to survive to make their way through into it. So yeah, it's. Oh, I was actually looking at the debuff from the Shadow Priest. That's funny. Yeah, so they're going to be sent out for the Submerge again. This time the Shadow Priest is going to be by themselves. No Dart to join them. Venom has to make their run through alone, which is a little bit complicated on a Shadow Priest. Not very many ways of movements that they have, especially not when you consider what a Druid is capable of. They can sprint, they can dash. They have so many different opportunities and how they can get through this. And you're seeing how difficult it is for our poor Shadow Priest. Really do need to make sure that just take this nice and slow. Sure, the infusers are down there, but you cannot die here. Let the tank get up there. Let them get the inundates taken care of and whatever, but you cannot die here. That is the necessary key. And so now Venom has gotten out. We're going to be rejoining the rest of the squad, and it looks like everyone's going to be doing that. A quick rescue to bring the tank back down onto the platform. Need to start interrupting. There cannot be any decision-making going on here. It needs to be done immediately. Bring them in so that way the inundates don't go off. One of them looks like it's going to be doing it, and look at how much damage that is purely just from one cast of the inundate going out there.
Yeah,
the
Revy
rest of them are going to be blasted. Look at this, Mariella. Look at what happened when you have the augmentation evoker with you. They were burned down immediately.
Yeah, Revy did a fantastic job keeping everybody alive. Obviously, they had enough time after the intermission. A battle res did come up. They got Skunk. They are back to a full 5-man force. Venom getting a little bit lower than we'd really want to see. Revy going to do their best to pump out all of the heals. The boss is sub 20. There are 3 minutes left. This is definitely doable. It might be that we see a really unfortunate submerge come out just at the boss's bottom of the health. Another massive spike of AoE, but everyone is still alive. They need to kill this boss. Another submerge could be what kills them. Like you said, all it takes is one person to die out in the corridor and you are screwed. Another bunch of AoE, but Revy has the pre-heals going out on Skunk. The Evoker is doing everything they can to get their teammates as much power as possible. 2% health, 1% health, it goes down, and the Tsunami, what did I say? I was worried about a last second submerge, and we have it at sub 1% HP. Oh my gosh, Revy and Venom get sent all the way down to the south corridor. They cannot. Driss goes down. We don't know which corridor they were in, but the warrior has been defeated. Luckily, Dart is still alive. The tank is absolutely critical in order to handle these infusers. There is 8 minutes on the next res timer, but it looks like they may have one available. I think I just saw a res get cast, but they are not going to accept that res until everything is under control. It is not worth resing yourself on this platform only to get a wave in the face. Everybody needs to reach the center really, really cleanly. You can see Dart coming in down the side. Well, no, we've got Skunk. Where is Dart? Dart is still up north. I think the DPS just need to get this going. Yes, you can see the tank coming down the stairs off to the left, finally making it back to the group. Driss does take the res, it looks like. They are also making their way through. That was incredibly close. 2 minutes left on the clock. They need to both kill these infusers and do the last speck of damage to the boss's health.
And if you notice too, they're not interrupting all of the infusers at once. They're really wanting to make sure that they get this safe because those infusion stacks don't really matter right now with the boss being at that sub 1%. They just are taking this nice and easy, very carefully. Every mistake is going to be deadly, right? So don't do anything wrong. Take your time. Walk yourself through it. You still have a minute and 30 seconds to get that sub 1% that you need. So with the infuser gone, Primal Tsunami is out. You basically just sneezed on them, Mariella. And the Tsunami, turned into a puddle.
That was a fantastic ending. I don't think we could have scripted that better. The second the boss respawned, it was dead. I didn't even see a spell get cast, Sam. That was just, like you said, passive. Oh, I stood too close. I respawned, and you know what? This team has scared me. I am gone. Wow, AFG has finally pulled off their 23 Halls of Infusion. They must be feeling so good right now.
I would be as well. A little bit annoyed, though, at that submerge, that last percent submerge. We're seeing now Warrior Gamer attempting the 23 Ultimate that gave them so much trouble earlier, and they've taken down the Lost Dwarfs first, marching on to Bromok. The 27 Neltharis is again being attempted by the Ukrainians, but it seems like everything is going smoothly across all of the POVs for the moment. I'm not going to hit them with the Caster Curse just yet, but now that we are under 2 hours, Marielia, you have to wonder, right? What does the Air Force want to do here? Where's the dungeon that they decide to go into? Looking at it right now, okay, you're hovering over Nokud. I get it. You like that, but it probably is either going to be Uldaman or it's going to be Halls of Infusion.
But
Bottom
why
right,
not the Underrot?
I probably just don't want to do Underrot. I would imagine. Okay, it's going to be Uldaman. Yeah, they probably just don't want to do it.
But a 23 Uldaman compared to the 24 Underrot, I am so shocked. There must just be something this team really hates about that dungeon.
Let me see. So Underrot for Air Force, if they got that done at the 23, it goes into a 24. But if they get the 23 done for the Uldaman, that gives them 2 more points, and then that puts them in the lead over the British Armed Forces.
Yes, because they are currently tied for 3rd place.
Yeah, so that's probably the guess I would imagine that they want to do.
2 points instead of the 1. I can see that.
Yeah.
I just like Underrot.
And probably maybe thinking that the 23 would be easier than the 24. But yeah, I also like Underrot, so I'm also not the biggest hater of Uldaman, surprisingly enough, but that's probably because I play a Shadow Priest, and this is just like my dungeon where everyone wants to invite me because I have Mass Dispel and Power Infusion.
Oh,
and Mass
I
Dispel.
love this call by Ukraine. I really do. You can see that 27 Uldaman has been smacking them in the face. Warrior Gamer already had a reset. Ukraine is making excellent progress, but there's just a sticking point about halfway through the dungeon that they are not managing to overcome. And so they've said, you know what? Okay, let's do the same thing we did earlier, guys. It worked well for us. Warrior Gamer, you go ahead and bash your head against the wall in Uldaman. We are going to go pick up some extra points. We know that the 27 Underrot is doable. Let's match you. Let's share that record, shall we?
I like it. I like the idea. It's a tight key, though. We saw that from Warrior Gamer, and they were outputting massive amounts of damage. And so if Ukraine can meet that expectation, I think it could be. I think it is going to be possible, especially when we look at Ukraine. That 27 Neltharis is just nasty, no matter how you cut it. But a dungeon like Underrot, absolutely going to be possible. The real test is going to be, especially looking at this first pool and how things are going to go for Ukraine.
Yeah, definitely going to have a huge impact. I think, let's actually pull them up. They've gone ahead and decided to be a little bit creative with how they handle these first packs. I don't think we've seen this strategy yet today.
Just a big, massive pull down into these mobs right here, the Dark Omen mob. That is an interesting idea, actually. I like that, but Wendy's gonna get blown up. That's okay, though. Remember, they're still in this first early initial pool. The only thing that's unfortunate is that they're gonna lose out on the lust, and yeah, this one I'd just go ahead and just be like, yep, wipe it up.
Yep.
Wipe it up, reset, let's go again.
We move on. And hang on a second, they are in a 26. That's not even the right key.
That might also be the reason why they... It might also be why they decided, all right, let's go ahead and wipe this up fast.
Oh no, perhaps I am
All right,
mistaken. Perhaps I'm mistaken. I think I was wrong. It's the 27 that they have for Nelfaris. They only have a 26 Underrot. Oh, really? Ooh, that changes things.
It does change things, yes.
Ooh.
So they're wanting to. Gosh, this kind of math is starting to hurt my head.
Okay, so what it
Okay.
means, because right now,
Yeah.
if we get to the tiebreaker, Warrior Gamer has a 27, and Ukraine does not. So the fact that they're going for the 26 Underrot tells me that they are prioritizing the single point advantages that they feel they can get and just outscore, just win purely on score, and are less concerned about the tiebreaker scenario because they need the 27 in the event of a tiebreaker.
They do.
They do.
They do. And this, oh man, yes, but still with the 26, they can get this one done and then do the 27. That's just a lot of time, though. That's the scary part about it, Mariella.
It's a lot of time,
That is
but
the
if Warrior
scary
Gamer
part.
doesn't get any new points in the meanwhile, then they'll be in first.
Which, to be fair to Ukraine, Warrior Gamer is also going through a really long dungeon in Uldaman. This is actually going to be a little bit more piecemeal and a much more standard first pull, just not going down into the Dark Omen mob pack down there and just using the Lust up here, which is a much safer thing to do. So yeah, this 26 is going to be perfectly fine. Looks like Gift of Gahoon did go out, but Gift of Gahoon is dispellable, so you can just get rid of that with the Priest.
Yeah,
Looking towards the rest of them. Yeah.
Dungeon as well.
Yeah, storming's all right. Storming is whatever. The Enrage, little bit scary, but yeah, you can see just how simple it is, especially when you think about the niceties of not having to deal with these mobs being fortified. It is still scary, don't get me wrong. They still have a big amount of health, because you can think about it too, right? The fact how long it's taking, even with Lust, that was a minute-long pull, but it's not as scary as it would be had it been fortified. But now we go down here into the Dark Omen mob pack. A much simpler pull this time around, rather than bringing the entire first part of the dungeon into it. No Lust, but not really a big necessity for them. You continue to see nothing really too much going on here, just watching out for the Dark Reconstitution. But you see that it did go off, and now the Dark Omen is pretty much healed back up to full. So need to keep an eye on it. The Blood Priest was out just a little bit too far, and that is going to be a little bit of a time sink going on here. But now you look over towards the first boss, Elder Liaxa. That's actually not too crazy either. She's not a horrible first boss. As long as you're dodging her mechanics and taking care of the mirror that comes up, you should be fine. Ukraine should be fine.
Yeah, we saw on the 27 that she has so much health. It's not quite so bad on the 26, but the amount of time that you spend doing this dungeon will definitely be the biggest thing. Like, I believe on the 27, if I'm not mistaken, they were about 30 seconds off, and they had 3 deaths when Warrior Gamer completed the 27. So the 26 gives them just a little bit more wiggling room, but it's not going to be so significant. And already you can just tell with your naked eye that this health bar is going down much, much faster than the 27.
Much faster, much quicker, much happy, at the very least, for the Ukrainian team. Coming right over, you can see that the mirror, the blood effigy, has now been brought out, but you're not going to focus on the blood effigy. You're still going to burn down the boss, and you just pull the boss over towards the blood effigy, or the blood effigy towards the boss, and just cleave it down while they're on top of each other. There's really no reason to focus down the effigy too much, but you don't want to keep them there too long. Don't want to keep it up too long either, because you're still just having to dodge so much more than you would have had the Liaxa been by yourself. And you're going to see that already they took care of one blood effigy, but another has come up.
The Evoker getting incredibly low. Big shield comes out. The tank still managing to bounce back and forth their health bar. B's doing a very good job trying to keep everybody topped up. There you go, everyone at full. That's what you want to see. They need to handle the ads. Leaxa already sub 50. They are 3 minutes and 57 seconds into the fight. As expected, our big point of contention here is going to be Kragmaw. Even the Unbound Abomination with its minor challenges has not yet proven to be the make or break boss. I think as we get into higher keys, potentially coming back to the 27, maybe if we ever see the 28, I would love it, but who knows. We'll see a little bit more threat on that last boss. Right now it's just a, you know, DPS faster type fight. So Kragmaw is the make or break here.
Watch your step.
DPS faster, DPS harder. If you press your keys harder, you do more DPS. FYI to all of the prospective DPS players out there. Trust me, you can believe me. I would never lie to any of you, chat. 100%. Just like we're not lying when we say that Elder Leaxa has been eliminated in very good time. 4 minutes and 50 seconds for the Ukrainian team. Now making their way on to the second boss of Kragmaw. They have 6 minutes before Lust comes back up, and I think that should be enough time to actually clear out this room and not have to go and find the trash packs in the next areas. We saw that happen on the 27, and even though this is the 26, these mobs should still be tanky enough that it's going to take that much time.
Yeah, Savant taking a big chunk of damage there that probably wasn't necessary, but all in all, not too bad. They have lots of rot and lots of lashers to deal with. Avoid the lovely puddles on the ground. Just pump an AoE. That's all you can do. And their comp is particularly suited to just knocking down these groups of ads. A decent amount of movement on them as well with the mage and the evoker and the druid. So if they do have some issues with Kragmaw's positioning, they have a good recovery potential. That's what I will be looking for. But for the most part, we want to see them not make mistakes. The 27 we saw from Warrior Gamer, their positioning was absolutely phenomenal. Definitely the cleanest Krag we've seen all weekend, despite it being the most difficult key timed. I'd like to see something similar from the Ukrainians.
Hopefully we will. Yesterday, their Kragmaw did get sloppy at times. In fact, it cost them a run one time. They were able to recover it, though, and the next one, and they cleaned it up in the next one, rather than recover it, but hopefully that won't be happening here on this first attempt of the 26 Underrot. In fact, this first attempt, we are fingers crossed that it's going to be the only attempt. It's not much time left, and it's very, very dangerous here going on for the rest of the day for the Ukraine team if they cannot get this 26 Underrot done.
Some good movement here from Savant, trying to stay out of the way and be in a good position to do lots of damage. He's got plenty of notifications. I do appreciate turning those sound effects back on, whether it was actually for us on the broadcast or not. Still a nice little bit of extra ambiance that we get to have in our ears as this continues. These ads are low enough that everybody can run and fight. They're going to pick up some more. Lust timer is 3 minutes, so I would expect to see maybe a hallway pickup, perhaps just the first pack. Whereas on the 27, interestingly, Leaxa took so long that there was no time to get extra ads. Lust was up as soon as the trash in Kragmaw's room was defeated. Wendy is going to go down. They do have the battle res available. The priest returns. B-Sup trying their best to keep everybody alive as these more ads keep coming in. They need to be dodging the rotten bile. There's lots of stuff to dodge on the floor. Savant keeping up. The druid doing their best to maintain a positioning and pull everything with them so that their DPS can just kind of slowly follow along behind, keep their feet clear, and do damage.
The good news is that it's only 1 death suffered so far, so it's not too big of an issue, and we saw on the 27, at the very least, 3 deaths was the maximum, so the amount of time that they're going through this dungeon, that 1 isn't going to be too massive, I would say. It looked like a quick Frost Nova into a Psychic Scream to slow down the mobs and try to CC them out for just a little bit longer. The important one is making sure that the Sonic Screech doesn't get off from the Swarmers, but they're doing a really nice job at handling that. The biggest issue too is the fetid maggots in how and where they decide to vomit on. But yeah, we're about to enter into the last mob pack with 83 seconds left on Lust. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think Decaying Mind got off there. They're actually going to go ahead and pull these skeleton.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to pull these skeletons into it and start fighting it out here.
Oh, Windy goes down again. That is not what we want to see. I don't believe they have a battle res available. Oh, they do. They do decide to spend it. That was an interesting choice. Wait, did they? No. Windy's running back, surely. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, Windy's running back. I don't think. Yeah, they don't want to
Okay.
expend any more B-reses.
I had a moment
I
of
would
just
imagine.
concern because the priest bar is white, and when they're out of range, it's still white. It's just a slightly grayer white. So there's always a moment of adjustment whenever I look at people's bars. But you can see in the mini map that there is a player running back. I don't think this team will have too much trouble handling the ads in their absence, but with 27 seconds left on Lust, I would imagine Windy will arrive just in time to pull Crag.
And they still have to get through the rest of the health of these mobs, so they can just keep fighting it out here, and that will be good enough for them to take on Kragma. That's going to be good enough time for it to go away, and yeah, you can already see. 5 seconds left to go. The mobs are, some of them are still at half health, but really at this point it's not too much of an issue. They got 2 big packs out of the way, and so just thinking ahead a little bit, when they finally do take down Kragma, it's going to make things so much easier when they're ready to start moving forward.
Yeah, it's wonderful thing. And here we go. Crag has been pulled. They've got a couple of trash. This is not something that teams have been afraid to do historically. Beautiful charge straight into the corner where you want him. A couple maggots need to be dealt with before the blood ticks can spawn. Druid's health still ping-ponging, always stresses me out as much as it is intentional and manageable. You can see here, Crag facing the back, getting ready to do another charge before his next tantrum. Straight into the ribcage. Beautiful.
Beautiful indeed, Marielia. Just as beautiful as the maggots on the ground getting stomped into oblivion. Kragma now in their usual position. The rest of the team is going to be heading out to make sure to get the tantrum maggots baited out and stomped on. This is actually really good, though. Kragma didn't go that far out. This is the ideal position that they want to be in, just making sure to get there before the next charge comes through for Kragma. Unfortunate RNG, though, as they go off to the other end of the arena practically. Needed to go and pick up the blood ticks. One did spawn, but one is not an issue. And then you just cleave through the rest of it as Kragma is back in the correct position. Pick up the rest of the blood ticks. And now we look towards the next charge coming up. Tantrum, another 10 seconds. Here comes the charge. Get out of the way and stomp on the maggots. Number 1 priority. It looks like our mage is just chilling out for a second, making sure to get in the right amount of damage during their window. Through it again, a tantrum happens once more, and just like that, it seems like Kragma is going into a little bit of a better place, but it's nowhere near as bad as it could have been. And also the positioning here from Ukraine is perfect, Marielia. This is exactly what they needed. The charge right into the wall, and they're able to set themselves back up to pump the last 50%.
Yeah, this reset was absolutely crucial. After that first charge into the center of the room, it could have gone so much worse for them than it has. Luckily, the maggot spawn on the tantrum has been pretty good and favorable. It's been mostly spawning behind him towards where the players are. Only a couple have gone across, truly to the other side of the room. That charge right there is not what you want. Oh, sorry, it was a tantrum that came off. Okay, that was much less stressful, but still, everybody's sitting at half health. Bees has to take the time to heal everybody, which means everyone else is responsible for killing the maggots. Players need to reset. You can see the markers that are there for everybody to know they're in position, ready for the next charge, standing up against the ribcage. Excellent work so far. 13 minutes in. The boss is sub 30%. It's not going to be a 3 chest, unquestionably, but I would say there is a chance that this is a 2. Whether that's something they really want or not is up in the air.
No. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think they want to do a 28. That 27 key was 19 seconds. That was 19 seconds with the best gear in the game, right?
Charging.
I mean, it may have been slightly an off-meta composition, but the BM Hunter was still pumping ridiculous amounts of damage. So, no, I don't think you want to do the 28. That 28 would require perfection on, like, every single bit of perfection. I don't think there could be any deaths out of that 28. So, no, I wouldn't imagine you want to. You probably just want to keep it at the 27, because then at least you know the 27 is completable, and then you match out against Warrior Gamer on their 27 underrot that they've completed. But this is going to be Kragmaw the Infested. Kragmaw the Dead. Sport Collar Zancha is up next, but Ukraine already looking like this 27 is going to go in their favor in a massive way. Now we look and see how Warrior Gamer is doing on their 23 Uldman, which of course currently Ukraine is in the lead with that 23 of their own. 4 bosses have been taken care of, and Chrono Lord Deos is in their sights. And it's looking like a relatively clean run from Warrior Gamer as well, suffering only the 1 death.
Yeah, we've seen them really, really struggle on this dungeon earlier in the morning. I think stepping away and coming back gave them a bit of clarity of mind that they needed in order to clean up their play on this 23rd. Still not over yet. Room for failure here. Likely to be a 1 chest, I would think. Even if you had the option to +2, I don't think you'd do it. The Brits, of course, making excellent progress on Warlord Sarga, not giving them quite as much trouble as we have seen him do so far today, looking very nice. Sub 30%, I believe. Yes, the health keeps ticking down. They pop that shield wonderfully, and this will be their 23 Neltharis, which is a huge deal for the British team. The Air Force, meanwhile, progressing their own 23. Hang on, are they? That's not Uldaman. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That is Uldaman. They've got Emeron coming up. There's so many Titan Keeper dungeons that just for a moment I needed to double check whether we were in Halls of Infusion or not. And there we go. The Brits successfully clear that Neltharis and are back in Valdrakken.
Back in Valdrakken. Thankfully, it doesn't end in the heartbreak that happened last time. And I think I saw a 10-minute break timer come up. So a well-deserved one, especially now that we're looking at the final 90 minutes here. Uldamon 22, and honestly, this is a really good look. Oh, 23-22. Highest key ever completed in the world.
I think that's probably a bit of a visual glitch right there. I believe that should only be a 21. We're going to double check that. I think something might have
I was
gone
wondering
a little
when
bit wrong.
I was wondering when the British Combined Forces completed a 2,322 plus key. They've had to teach me how to play
the sleeper team while we were on break went hard, Sam. What else can I say?
Yeah, what else can we say? No, that's still really awesome that they have been able to complete the Neltharis at that level, the 23 level, and that's going to be, once again, just going to show you what the British Combined Arms have been able to do. And especially as well, they are looking towards Underrot for their next key, which, as we see, Underrot has been going pretty well for the Ukrainian team. Sport Collar Zansha. We actually haven't talked much about this boss because there's really not much to talk about. You deal with the shrooms, don't get caught by them, and then you explode them correctly. Everyone gets a little debuff on them that knocks you up in the air, but it also hits the mushrooms. So as long as you place them in the right spots, you'll be okay. But you also got to make sure the tank positions themselves correctly as well, because Zansha does a stomp that also gets rid of the mushrooms. It's a very delicate boss fight if you let those mushrooms go off, but you shouldn't be letting them go off.
Yeah, this fight really boils down to a very simple message. Don't do shrooms, kids.
Don't do shrooms. Drugs are bad for you, okay?
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
We've got the Chrono Lord Deos underway by Warrior Gamer. This is going to be close. They've got 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. If someone wipes, this could be a problem. You have to manage where you stand so incredibly closely. Not until the rewind time occurs will there be more space made available on the floor. The tank needs to be positioning the boss in a sensible place. The DPS need to be handling all of the different swirlies that come out. You can see the first rewind time in progress. The DPS having to stand in these puddles to not be swept away. And Emberon is in progress for the Air Force. Looks like they've just pulled him. So that is going to be a bit of a long fight coming. The Brits prepping their 23 Underrot, and the 26 Xantia is going down slowly but steadily, relatively clean from Ukraine.
What's your
Relatively clean across the board from most of our teams. This 23 Ulduman is definitely something to keep an eye on as well. When we saw Ukraine attempt it last time, it was at the very corners of the room where the battlefield was basically just almost non-existent at a certain point, and we're seeing how tight this room starts to become, and we're just at that 50% marker here for Chrono Lord Deus. Of course, once the rewind time flow comes in, you're going to be able to start sucking down some of the sand puddles that are on the floor, and of course it gives you the big haste buff that goes along with it. And as you can see, that basically just like wipes away 10% of the health from Chrono Lord Deus. Moving it away, though, it's still going to be trying to fight it out in the puddles, as well as making sure the puddles go in the right spots so you're not covering on top of the tank or anything like that.
The Air Force definitely struggling with their positioning. This is something I mentioned earlier in the day. You need to strategically choose which keepers you're targeting based on the placement of the laser. That's 2 in a row now where the laser got in the way and they had to back off, slowing down their ability to complete that intermission. Luckily, they do succeed, and Baron gets pulled back into the wall as expected, and they will recover. Chrono Lord Deus, as you said, slowly being destroyed. Look at how little space there is left. Luckily, another rewind time comes out. The DPS will step away and keep themselves safe as the room gets just a little bit tidier. Health is looking good. Only 1 death so far on this 23, which we like to see. It's going to be a 24. I wonder whether they will come back or whether they would prefer to try a 26 in another key.
I wonder what, yeah, the decision that's going to be going on there, right, has to be, it has to be very important. We're at that sub 90, or we're at sub 90 minutes now. I was going to say 90%, but we're at that sub 90 minutes. And so, once again, we think back to how these dungeons are going. That 23 Ulduman has taken Warrior Gamer 31 minutes, right? And so you think about that in your head. If they do more dungeons at even just 30 minutes, that is 2 more dungeons, realistically, right? 3 more because they can start the next dungeon before regulation timer ends. So 3 more dungeons at max, full completion. And a little, oh no, what's going on here for the Ukrainian team? That's not good for the Ukrainian team. They wiped on one of these trash packs down here. I'm guessing one of the worms was able to get off a death bolt, which, funnily enough, that is a very appropriate name. But yeah, it was able to get off one of the, I think one of their casts, and that wiped the Ukrainian team. Thankfully, though, they have a very generous time bank in their pocket, Marielia. Still, though, that's not something that you really want to see on a 26. However, a 23 Ulduman is not going to be any worry whatsoever here for Warrior Gamer. And now we continue the back and forth once more. We were tied, but now Warrior Gamer back in the lead by 2 points.
That 2 points is going to be so difficult. Realistically, Ukraine is going to do this 26, and then they'll need to do the 27. I don't think we see them do the 27 Nelf before we see them do the 27 Underrot. I'm just looking at what other options they have, because these teams are up against a wall. We haven't seen a Vortex Pinnacle. It's possible. It is possible that Warrior Gamer goes for the 26 VP, but I think we'd probably see Halls of Infusion before that. I guess the toss-up is, do you go for the 26 Halls of Infusion, or do you go for the 24 Ulduman?
Shockwave.
I would say maybe go for the 24 Ulduman. Just to attempt it. It was still a pretty difficult key, either which way, but I would still try and go for it. And just attempt it and see where exactly it's gonna go. It is nuts to me, though, if you look at Warrior Gamer and seeing how crazy the BM Hunter, the insane amount of damage that they're able to do. I think if I'm looking at it correctly, 300,000, over 300,000 overall, or 200,000 overall. So it's insane. It's a lot of damage, and
They are the
even though they're not
highest
the
ranked BM hunter in North America. So, you know, gotta represent, gotta maintain your skills.
and maintaining their skills, they are representing their skills, they are, and that's a big boon here for Warrior Gamer as well. Getting that kind of damage out there, getting that kind of skill on display. That's one of the cool things about AFDL, right? Is being able to see what is accomplished even by specs that aren't considered meta. And I love seeing that, and it once again goes to disprove the notion that sure, Warrior Gamer is running with mostly meta compositions, but not fully meta. And a reminder that you don't need to be a meta spec all the time in order to enjoy the great game of World of Warcraft. Hopefully, though, the Ukrainians are going to be enjoying a 26 underrot being completed, because I would hate to see them not time this key after 25 minutes inside of it. And they still had to go through the final boss of the Unbound Abomination with 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and of course going through the rest of the RP before they even get in there, about 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, this
Brazzy, I wouldn't let you play Miss Weaver either. Sorry, I just had to say that. Brazzy, I wouldn't let you play Miss Weaver either.
No, this is going to be incredibly close. Those 9 deaths are probably going to, excuse me, are probably going to be the thing that kills them. I saw the time, I saw 9 deaths, and my shock was so great that it nearly killed me, Sam.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared for you there, okay? Jeez. I didn't know if I was gonna have to solo cast the rest of the 2023 AFDL Fall Clash. All right, but thankfully you're alive, and so I don't have to worry about my co-caster dying. That would be awkward too, you know.
No, we're
That'd
good.
be a little awkward.
We're fine. Everything's grand. Just like only having 4 minutes and 50 seconds to complete the Unbound Abomination is definitely a walk in the park. I think this team. I'm gonna be a believer. Probably really cutting it close. I don't know how I feel about this, but in theory, it's doable. If they can pump out an insane amount of damage, we know that they need to do at least 3 big HP chunks, and it takes, what, roughly a minute to a minute and a half each time? We're right on the margins, but I think those deaths could be where we see the failure come through.
Which way?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Anyways, here comes the first Blood Visage, though. Actually, this would be the second Blood Visage. Going to be nuked away by Titan Keeper. Hezrel? I'm just going to call him Heezy. So, Titan Keeper Heezy's doing the good job at getting rid of the Blood Visage. We still have the Unbound Abomination running around the room, but of course, we're seeing that same strategy being put out there where you get beneath the feet, every single of the party members stack on there. The cleansing light may have come through, but that's not important. You don't want the puddles going off in different directions. That's going to make it more difficult to move her around the arena with. And they're doing it absolutely perfectly. And if you look at the bottom right where the Unbound Abomination's unit frame is, you see that red bar slowly ticking up. Once that gets to that 100%, the 2 Unbound Abominations come out once more, and then you either focus it down or you let Titan Keeper do that. Typically, though, letting Titan Keeper do that until the final 2 is a pretty good idea, since he nukes them down immediately, and it lets you focus solely on the boss. But now that we're at that 100%, you'll see here, the ads are going to be spawning. The Blood Visages are going to be coming out. In fact, actually, this one spawns right on top of it, so you can even just do cleave damage, but you're going to want to stay focused on the boss. You need to start working your way towards the next set. Titan Keeper comes walking up, and it's going to blast them away almost immediately. Look at how quickly that's done.
Yeah, that was wonderfully timed. 1 minute and 36 seconds left on the clock with 32% health. We know it's about a 1 minute cycle. This is theoretically possible, but it is going to be so incredibly close. B's doing an excellent job keeping everybody alive. The DPS making sure they are not taking more damage than they need to be by being in the right places at the right times. Not quite the angle you want on that last cast there. You could have saved a little bit of floor space, but not incredibly detrimental either. You can see the Titan Keeper just hanging out in the middle. The rolling spores being kept at bay purely by distance as much as possible. The Vile Expulsion comes out once again. They step aside. A much better trajectory 23 on that ability this time around. Ken is doing his darndest to keep everything in position where it needs to be. Less than 1 minute on the clock, 32% health. We are waiting for the next round, a third vial expulsion. We should see another ad spawn anytime now. There it is. You can see the weak aura pops up, ads spawning. It is time for those blood visages to die. The Titan Keepers doing their bit, but the DPS have decided they are going to help it out. The one just there on the left of that cleansing light timer bar you can see now sitting under the boss's feet. They succeed with 26 seconds remaining on this plus 26 underrot. That is a fantastic place to be if you are Ukraine. Now you got to come back and do it again on a 27.
And those 9 deaths are not going to be happening. They cannot be happening. That's not going to be allowed. If that happens again, it will all fall apart. Even though that 26, it was a very close timer. And now on a 27, we saw from Warrior Gamers, even just 3 deaths was a key that was completed in 19 seconds remaining, with 19 seconds remaining. So every mistake here, if they attempt the 27 underrot, is going to be felt so exponentially. However, if we take a look up at the Air Force, they are indeed flying high right now, taking down the first boss of the Lost Dwarves on this 23 Uldaman. Almost called it Uldor. Oh, it was very, very close. Meanwhile, now Tharis is looking to be in the sightlines once again for the Warrior Gamer team. Going to attempt the 27 again. It's 27 now. Tharis has been nasty for each of our players.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, Marielia, we're seeing a Vortex Pinnacle being done. A 26 Vortex Pinnacle from Ukraine.
I have to say that I am surprised by this strategy. It looks like they just want to win on points and they are not going to worry about the tiebreaker. It's definitely a choice if they are feeling confident, and this would be a big deal for them. Right now, they have, let me be specific, Ukraine has a 25 completed in Vortex Pinnacle. This is the 26 in their pocket. Warrior Gamer also has the 25 Vortex Pinnacle done. So getting this here will help them secure the extra point they need to tie it back up. Warrior Gamer's currently still sitting 1 point ahead. Logic being, you get this 26 VP, you get, say, the 27 either 27 Naltharis or the 27 Underrot, and then you don't have to go back to Uldaman. Warrior Gamer, it looks like, did not succeed on their latest Uldaman attempt. They are opting for Naltharis instead. This is really just down to Warrior Gamer not struggling and just playing methodically for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, this 27 Naltharis, though, has been a big pain in the butt for both of our top 2 teams. Ukraine gaining all of the way to Chargath before getting charred away by him. This is a very deadly dungeon, a very dangerous dungeon, and these bosses aren't messing around, even on this key being fortified. We're going to see the first pull, though, from Warrior Gamer, of course, bringing them towards the chains, setting itself up for the big damage that comes from that. Grouping them up correctly before they start going crazy. And crazy it is indeed. And as a small reminder, this is also a bolstering key. So whenever mobs die, they bolster the other ones. It's not a health increase, but it is a big time damage increase, 20%. And that one mob right there has 7 stacks of bolstering on them on a 27 fortified. And so you can imagine that you basically just created the next raid boss.
You know, that is definitely an apt comparison. You can see these big pulls are very satisfying, but very stressful. You need to be spreading out your damage so that everybody dies in a reasonable manner. I think we are going to be punching in on Warrior Gamer in just a moment. You can see the Brits finally pulling Elder Leaxa on their 23 Underrot. The Air Force still struggling through this 23 Uldaman. And of course the 26 Vortex Pinnacle, we will check on that in just a few moments. But Warrior Gamer are where it's at right now to see the action.
Watch your step.
And what action it is.
Front.
You have to be careful on these pulls. They can be crazy, especially with these bolstering stacks on them, forcing it away to try and kite it out to not get beaten down into the ground. Even the 20% increase, you can see just how much damage this is. It's back and forth and a charge right back into the next set of mobs. It's going to waste away the little bit remaining, the bolstering stacks on the Spine Crusher, but continuing to throw out the CCs, continuing to keep them disoriented from attacking is going to be easy enough for Warrior Gamer to take out the rest of this. Quick interrupt on the Molten Core. Problem solved. Thaumaturge can't do anything. And actually, as a matter of fact, here for Warrior Gamer, they're taking this a lot more piecemeal, kind of maybe stealing a little bit of a strategy from the British Combined Arms.
Yeah, not something that I am surprised at seeing in the 27. They definitely need to be careful. And as we said, every time they fail a key, Ukraine gets closer. So they really need to not be over-pulling, to know who their targets are every time a new trash pack comes in, and to just blast. I'm looking
Keep blasting, keep going.
Yeah, I'm
you go.
watching the health bars. And they're moving pretty quick, but you can see it goes in fits and bursts. And I'd like to see when we get to Magma Tusk how much health it just has, how long it physically takes. This key is going to be very, very tight. A 33-minute timer.
Watch your step.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
And then you had to think about it again, right? When I did my napkin math earlier, my caster napkin math, that you have 3 more dungeons left in the pocket if the remaining ones take about 30 minutes. Even at the full 33 minutes, you still have enough time to do 3 dungeons. Because once again, regulation timer ends. As long as you've started the key, you are allowed to finish the key. And that's a big, big strategy that you can have for a lot of these teams, right? 3 dungeons left. That's all it is. And we're looking at the first of the 3 right here for Warrior Gamer. And it's looking pretty solid so far. They haven't suffered any deaths. Well, they suffered 1 death, but for the most part, that's kind of within the margin of error. That's 5 seconds off the clock, but that shouldn't be the determining factor on whether or not they're going to be able to complete this key. The big question is going to be what happens, like, right when we're making these big, huge gigapools, and then we start taking on Magma Tusk. Magma Tusk was what killed Warrior Gamer last time. And so if they can get past Magma Tusk, then they've gotten past the first hurdle. There's still 3 more for them to attempt and 3 more for them to go for. And of course, the second big pool that we're going to be happening right after Magma Tusk with the next set of chains, that is going to be a lot of pressure to get correct as well.
Yeah, especially with pulls that size where you are relying so heavily on the dungeon mechanic to save your butt. It can't go wrong. It really, really can't. The person responsible for triggering those chains need to know exactly when they are. These teams are obviously in comms together. They can communicate. And it's something that this Warrior Gamer team has definitely practiced. I know they were running Neltharians, or Neltharus a couple of times during their practice runs. My goodness, you can tell we're getting towards the end of the day, Sam.
Yeah, listen, these teams have been going on for a long time, but so have we, right? 5 hours ain't easy talking all day, every day, chat, okay? But we're here too, us casters, and we're very proud of how these teams are blasting away. It makes for some very entertaining keys at the very least, and it definitely helps to have such entertaining content to be able to talk about. Here it is though, Magma Tusk, the first boss being taken on here inside of this Neltharus, going up against the wall, making sure to bait out the charges correctly. But so far, so good. Lava Spray comes out, baiting it towards the wall. Does not want to catch the rest of the team through that. Another bait is going to be happening here. Charge, making sure to stay out of the puddles, running their way through, hits the wall. A blazing charge going to be happening here into the wall. Make sure to avoid the lava wave, and now you can see each stack is going to be going up, and Magma Tusk is looking scarier and scarier each and every single time.
Yeah, I just had a moment of panic there where it looked like one of the players did not avoid the magma wave, but I think it was probably just very safe. You can see a lot of weak auras popping out just to give you the timing of these abilities. Entanglement is the affix of this dungeon. They need to get out of the way of their teammates before that causes them bigger problems. Getting rooted in some of this lava would be incredibly unfortunate. Magma Tusk's health is going down sub 50%. They are now 7 minutes and 15 seconds into the dungeon.
1.
It's still pretty good pace that they're making, especially for what Magma Tusk is on a fortified key. And we're reminding, right, this is this boss still has 16 million HP left for them to go through. Right? This is a healthy boss. This is a lot of health for a non-tyrannical key, for a fortified key. And so you talk about what happens when you're doing these dungeons and when you're taking on these bosses. It's the war of attrition, right? On how well you can keep doing the mechanics, but how well you can keep doing the mechanics over 3 to 5 minutes, right? That can be very, very difficult. It's one of the big things that you talk about too when you look at raid bosses. A 8-minute encounter versus a 14-minute encounter, right? That makes such a huge difference in the mental aspect of when you're taking on a boss. And when you start increasing the amount of time that you had to fight, even though you're cycling through the same mechanics over and over again, that one mistake just kills the run.
2.
Yeah, the longer the fight is, just the more potential the game gives you to screw yourself over. But luckily, the Warrior Gamer teams are not going to be screwed over this time as Magma Tusk goes down. They will slowly make their way over to Chargath, doing the long run.
Yep, the long run down onto Chargath, but of course taking and hopping down really quickly. Maybe someone will throw them down onto the ground. Regardless, it doesn't really matter. I do see the Twizzler being taken on by Ukraine, which is actually very, very good for them because this 26 Vortex Pinnacle, if they can get that done, obviously that is going to be a massive boon in their pocket. And looking towards this 23 Underrot, actually this 23 Underrot being attempted by the British Combined Arms is going really well for them. They skip Kragmaw, but they're skipping Kragmaw because they're so efficient right now, Marielia, that their lust is still on cooldown, so they need to take on Sporecaller Zencha.
This is what I was saying yesterday. I knew someone was doing it. We obviously haven't seen too much Underrot from the Brits in the last 2 days, but when the timing works out, just go kill the next boss. I love that they give you this option and there's not just, you know, an artificial wall put up that you have to walk across that would only open if Kragmaw was open. I appreciate when dungeons give you a little bit of flexibility like this, and I think taking advantage of it is definitely the right call here for the Brits.
I think so too, right? You go into Underrot, you get this 23 done, and that puts you into a much better position when you're, or at the very least, trying to secure the lead that you've obtained over the Air Force. I'm going to be completely honest, right? When we take a look at the 3rd and 4th spots, it's in the realm of impossibility for them to get to where Ukraine and the Warrior Gamer team is sitting at. But still, 3rd and 4th place is a really cool storyline in and of itself with how these two teams are going at against each other. It's like in the Race to World First, right? You have your 1st and your 2nd place going against each other, and then you have 3rd and 4th place. You know, you kind of have an idea of who 1st and 2nd are going to be, but you also kind of have an idea of what's going to be happening between 3rd and 4th. So that still in and of itself is a really cool scenario that we're playing out between sort of what's happening in 2 different sections of this specific fall clash. And so, yeah, Warrior Gamer is unfortunately, looks like they had 1 death here and that big, huge Gigapool, but that 1 death is not a humongous deal. It looks like they're just going to wait here, but I honestly would have imagined if they released Spirit, they would have already been back by now and would have been blasting with the rest of the team, but just expending the B-res, get them back up and go into the boss. Yeah, they're gonna pull the Phoenixes down there and go into the boss. Meanwhile, for Ukraine, they are beating up a young Storm Dragon. That's what they get for being young.
Yeah, I just want to put this in perspective, right? We keep saying, oh my gosh, this 3rd and 4th place match is just as intense. It truly, truly is, because in any other clash, they would be the
Gotcha.
first and second contenders, right? I'm looking back on the tournament. If you want to see the leaderboard, exclamation mark leaderboard in chat. But the Summer Clash leaderboard, the New Zealand Defense Force, who came in second, finished the event with 112
Gotcha.
points. That's what these teams have right now, 111 and 112 respectively.
Outrun.
So as soon as by the end of the
Gotcha.
day, these teams are very likely to have at least one more point each. They would have come in first with the points that they have in the Summer Clash. And looking back at the Spring Clash as well, just 112 points is nothing to slouch at. We were sitting at a total max score from the Coast Guard of 118 for Spring. Warrior Gamer and Ukraine right now have more than 125 points each. It is absolutely just their dominance and not Air Force or Britain's, not their lack whatsoever. Any other day, these two teams would be in a race for first place.
And that's what makes this so much fun, right? Any other day. But a lot of different combinations obviously go on with how Dragonflight has been going. This game has been in constant flux. And that's actually what makes it really exciting as well with Dragonflight, is the fact that this game is in that constant flux. We've had a completely brand new spec being put into the game, right, in the form of the Augmentation Evoker. And that changes the landscape of how keys are done massively. Massively. This one spec alone, this brand new play style inside of World of Warcraft has blown up the scene of the Mythic Plus, and it's kind of like at the moment where if you're not seeing a Augmentation Evoker in a group, it's a little bit scary for the team.
And yet the Brits are doing just fine. They are the one team we've seen not run an Augmentation Evoker so far. I don't think they've had one all weekend. There mostly has been a swap between Deucin on the Demon Hunter and on secondary Warlock. Of course, there is a rule in this tournament that there is no spec stacking. You can have multiple of the same class, but they must be playing different specs. So we do occasionally see the doubles up, like we had the double Druids coming up from the Air Force earlier. Ukraine electing to exit their key. They are not feeling confident. They're going to have to restart. That's definitely not ideal, but I think we'll probably see them go straight back into that Vortex Pinnacle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do decide to go back into the Vortex Pinnacle. Ooh, no! They're going to the 27 Neltharis!
Here we go. Here we go. Saying, all right, we couldn't get the Vortex Pinnacle. Now we need to be looking at that tiebreaker score, and we need a 27 on the board. Interesting choice going for the Neltharis as opposed to the Underrot, since we know the Underrot is completable, but Warrior Gamer is still working on their 27 Neltharis. But I suppose at the end of the day, if one team's going to get it, the other one has to, and Ukraine is the one on the back foot right now.
Well, Warrior Gamer's on the back foot. They aren't completing this dungeon. They're hitting the town portal. They're getting out of there. They just wiped this 27 Neltharis. Marialia, it is not a joke. This is a deadly, deadly dungeon, a scary dungeon at that. I am very unsurprised, though, at how difficult this is proving to be. Neltharis is a really tough key just by itself when you think about it in general. But yeah, you put in the extra little nugget of Fortify, it makes it so much more difficult for you to really be able to use these chains effectively. I mean, the chains are still blasting right through them, right? You have the raid boss that you've just activated. But then you guys decided to go ahead and throw in bolstering. It's like, what the heck? And then entangling to go along with it. What the heck? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, good time.
And by everyone, I mean the audience.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, the audience, I'm sure, is having a great time. I know I'm having a great time watching the suffering. So here's the thing now, Marialia. Right, these two teams have not been able to complete the Neltharis. So we look at this. How many more keys can they complete with the time that they have left? 2? Yeah, they can start 2 more keys now.
Yeah, this is
and
going to be
completely, fully finish them.
And Ukraine has to complete at least one. To get the tie back, Ukraine has to complete at least 1 key. The problem we run into, okay, you ready for this? If Ukraine gets a key done, they will receive the 1 point that they need to tie. At which point, the tiebreaker runs between Warrior Gamer and Ukraine. They both have a 27 if this Neltharis is completed. They both have a 26, but Ukraine has a second 26 on the board.
Okay. See that now when we're talking about the score, when we're talking about the time, when we're talking about what needs to be accomplished here, if Ukraine can do it, we may be looking at the winner right now, but it all just hinges on if Ukraine can complete this key. And I think Warrior Gamer for themselves right now, Marielia, they're ruminating on what really they want to do. Do we want to attempt the 27 Neltharis again? I mean, we've kind of hit the ceiling on keys. I'm going to be honest here. It feels like we've hit the ceiling on keys.
We
So
definitely have. And Warrior Gamer's only hope is to get another point. That's their only hope at this point. So they have to run either a 26 Halls, which would certainly be an option. I think potentially a better option than the 27 Neltharis, but they are in the groove with this dungeon now already. The 26 Vortex Pinnacle is probably out of the question. And then, of course, the 27 Nelth and the 28 Underrot. You're not going to go to the 28 Underrot before you go back to a 26 Halls.
Shockwave.
no, you're not. It's tough decisions across the board, and I'm very, very thankful that I don't have to make those decisions. Right? I'm very thankful that I'm not in these positions where whoever is IGLing has to make that tough call where they go, okay, all right, this is not working.
Shockwave.
This key needs to be done. Right? And we may even actually be looking at potentially the final dungeon, at the very least for the top two. Right? This Neltharis is so important. It's kind of like the key
Watch your step.
to each of these teams' success, or whether or not they want to go in and try to attempt the other one so far just does not seem to be something they want to do just yet, or they even want to think about. Warrior Gamer, though, again, it's just this key is tough, and Ukraine running into the same issues themselves too.
Now, here's the question with the 27 Neltharis. How many deaths can you have and still feel like you can time the key? If you get one death, I think you keep going. If you get two deaths, you probably keep going. But a full team wipe, it's not worth it, even that early in the dungeon. I do not think the 27 Neltharis is the play. I think the 27 Underrot. I think, honestly, go back to your Vortex Pinnacle. They had that relatively under control. It was just a case of some bad pulls. But no, they are electing for the Neltharis again. The Brits making their way back down to the Unbound Abomination. They did have a wipe, so we are following Skara as they run, hopping down the trails on their mount. Air Force Gaming still making their way to Emberon, I believe. No, Emberon is defeated. They're on their way to Chronolord Deus. They are ready to finally kill this 23 and just breathe a sigh of relief that it gets done.
That is a sigh of relief, especially for the 23. That means you're matching Ukraine and Warrior Gamer. So that is something that they can smile about. I think, though, even with that in their actually, that will put them ahead of British Armed Forces. Even if the British Armed Forces, though, complete out this Underrot, which is a 23, that's going to be 1 point extra. So that'll at the very least tie these two teams back up together. And that's going to be interesting when that happens, actually.
Imagine we have a double tiebreaker, Sam. Just imagine.
Oh, gosh, my brain's already breaking thinking about it. Please.
I believe
Please,
it's
falling apart.
To a tiebreaker once in AFDL history so far, and yes, it's only a 1-year history, but still, only once.
A storied history, though, a great history. I think I was there for that, wasn't I? I think I was.
I think you were.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. So I've only missed one AFDL, so yeah, and that was because I had to go to a wedding. It was either wedding or AFDL, and I almost chose AFDL, but I was promised free food. So
you know, we can't compete with that. Unfortunately, free wedding food is not something that the AFDL can compete with. If you want to help us compete with that and force Sam to not attend any more weddings, the best thing you can do is drop a sub if you've got your Twitch Prime. Lend it to us so that you can help support the league and we can run more events and eventually get these casters some food. That's
God, but
the
it was
plug
even
I'm
worse
going
than that,
with.
Mary Elliott. I was part of the bride's wedding party, so you can't disappoint the bride. That's
Oh.
if she has you. Yeah, I was a bridesman. Yeah, there we go. That's the word. It was
Yeah,
tough. It was
that's
tough, but hey, it
fair.
was. But I still managed to watch some of the AFDL Summer Clash, and that was a lot of fun. And of course, we do have Warrior Gamer returning, which we are very, very thankful for, defending their title. Looking like it might actually be possible, Mary Elliott. It's still in contention, but it's looking like it might be possible.
It very well might. Unfortunately, the British Combined Arms team is coming right up against the wall. They are going to need to get the rest of their team up as this RP is happening. Couldn't have happened at a better time. The res goes out, the door is open. Everybody needs to rush on down and start hounding that Unbound Abomination. This is only a 23. They have 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. That is enough time to do the fight, but we know that these guys like to take it a little slow, and that's a bit risky here. This fight is relatively timed, so not going to cause too much of an issue, but they cannot afford to have any more deaths.
I'm kind of liking the duality here between our teams, by the way, Mary Elliott, first and second and third and fourth. First and second are in their 27 Neltharises, right? Third and fourth, meanwhile, they're on different dungeons, but they're on the same level key, 23 apiece, and they're both on the final boss. How cool is that? It's like, the story, it just keeps writing itself. We are not making this up. It's just how it is.
Yeah, there's only so many ways that we can showcase this. Like, I can't put 2 ups on the screen at the same time. That just gives us another quad. I love the fact that they're symmetrical. You know, we've got our right side and our left side. That's keeping it clear for me from the visual storytelling perspective. But I absolutely love this. And we got almost 70 people here watching the stream right now. If you are supporting any particular team, drop some love for them in the chat. We are 1 hour away from the end of regulation time. It's 50 minutes left. Give them your love. Give them your support. Help them get a second wind to come through and defeat these bosses. Air Force making excellent progress on Chronolord Deus, and the Brits slowly progressing on the Unbound Abomination. Unbound Abomination, as we've seen multiple times today, their health goes down in chunks, so that is something we will just slowly, passively keep an eye on, where Deus is a little bit more of a progressive fight that we can watch and clearly see how they are doing against the timer. Waiting for another rewind time to come out, a big wing buffet pushing everybody back. You do not want to end up in those puddles after the knockback. Health is a little bit lower than we want to see, sitting around 50%, but BZ is going to keep everybody alive. Driss sitting at full health, Darth sitting at full health, Venom on the Priest, used to be their tank, now pumping on the Shadow. We've got the Evoker as well, keeping everyone alive. There comes the rewind time. The boss just approaching 50% health, and they still have just under 5 correction, they have 4 minutes on the clock. This is imminently doable. I have faith. Sam, are you a believer?
I'm a believer. I'm a believer in every single team that we have on the screen, except for Warrior Gamer. They're not doing anything, so I can't really believe in that right now. They're chilling. Maybe taking a little bit of a break. But like what Mary Elliott said, if you're in chat, definitely please, please, please give support to your favorite team. They definitely need it right now. Each and every single one of these teams are neck and neck, at the very least, against one another team. And so they need your help. They need your energy to help get them through the final hour of the AFDL Fall 2023 Clash. As we see, in fact, 2 bosses about to fall in front of our faces. Unbound Abomination is going to be the one to go down first, as long as the British Combined Forces are able to stay alive through it, which so far it seems like they are able to. The Vile Expulsion goes out. The energy is at 100%. The Blood Visages are on the field. One of them are going to be going down by Titan Keeper. And so that's going to get rid of the first one. The second one is starting to make its way over, but Titan Keeper grabbed it before anything happened there. And so there you have it. Just like that, a 23 underwrought by the British Combined Arms. Done, dusted, finished.
Yeah,
Big boon in their pocket, but now we look over at Uldaman being attempted here, Mary Elliott. Chronolord Deus about to join Unbound Abomination in the ground.
Yeah, that was a fantastic way to close out the Underrot, and we can see here they are slowly making progress. Everybody's still alive. Another rewind time, a good opportunity to just pump some damage into the boss, sitting at sub 3%. The boss's health is absolutely melting with 2 minutes left on the clock and 2 deaths in this dungeon run. Chrono Lord Deos has been defeated. These guys must be so relieved to finally have knocked out that 23. I cannot wait to see where they feel comfortable going next, but fantastic work from both of you. They each get some extra points, and I think that means we maintain a 1-point differential, I believe. Or actually, no, that ties it up, doesn't it, Sam? That ties it up for these two teams back into the 3rd place running.
Which is really crazy to think about, right? They're both tied with each other now. As we look at 1st and 2nd potentially being tied with each other too. Ukraine is taking on Magma Tusk once more. But Magma Tusk hasn't really been the pain point for either of these teams, right? It's either been that first pool, or it's been the pool after Magma Tusk. It's basically the chains pools. That's where the real issues start cropping up. It's so much damage. It's so much... It's so much that you have to try and survive through, that you have to heal through, that even your defensives aren't able to save you through them. So it literally needs to be kind of a little bit of RNG on your side to survive through it. But the opportunities are there. It's still possible, and we know that it can be. So we're just waiting for that to happen. British Combined Arms looking towards that 24 Underrot, feeling very confident at what they could do there. Honestly, they're warmed up inside of it. Why not go for it again? I don't think the Air Force is going to try the 24 Ultimate, not especially considering how the rest of the teams have been doing it, but they have 23s across the board, with only one, surprisingly, Mary Elliott, being kind of ignored with that, the Vortex Pinnacle. However, Air Force deciding, let's do our own Underrot.
I am definitely okay with that choice. I was wondering how long it would be before we saw the Air Force go back into Underrot. I think this is definitely their most achievable dungeon. The Brits not wasting any time, already starting a pull. Here it goes, the 24. And we've got, what, is this side-by-side 24 Underrots and side-by-side 27 Nelfs? Is that what we got going on right now, Sam?
I think so, yeah. Like I said, it's just a story that keeps writing itself. How this happened, I don't know. How we got here, I don't know. But here we are, alas. It's just going on like this. I love it. I really do. So as long as Ukraine is the one that we want to keep an eye on right now, because this is the big pull that has ruined every single run up to this point for the most part.
Sorry,
right? It's either, like I said,
about, Sam?
Ukraine. They're making the big pull. They're making the big chain pull after Magma Tusk.
You mean this one?
This is the important one. Yes, this is the important one. Because if they can get this done, this will be the first time we've seen them get it done. Wendy's getting hammered, though. They still had to go in and try to pull the last group of mobs here and bring them over to the chains. Group them up. They're stunning them out. Maybe they actually have it this time. The chains are done! Ukraine have did it! But all right, so we actually have seen them do that before, but they failed here on Chargath. And so now Chargath, if they can get past Chargath, this will be the furthest we've seen inside of the 27 Altharis. But that is impressive here from Team Ukraine to have done that perfectly and not suffer any deaths, by the way. That was also the other big issue. They usually lost at least one person, typically was Windy, but no one fell that time. Everyone survived, and they're now on Chargath.
Yeah, this is already feeling much better. Warrior Gamer are back in Valdraken in the background, so their latest attempt has either been aborted or postponed. We will see where they go. Ukraine, like we said, they need this point in order to tie it up, and if they tie, they win. We've talked about that already. They've got a very interesting win condition on their side. The momentum is with them. It is up to them to execute now. Chargath Bane is about to be destroyed. I have faith. You can see the boss's health is chugging down 60% and slowly falling. They are 11 minutes into this dungeon. It is going to be an incredibly tight key. Magma waves coming up. Dragon Strike incoming. You can see the pop-ups as they go. Boom. Windy's still taking a lot more damage than I'd really like to see, but B-Sup doing an extra job keeping everybody topped up. The tank's health not ping-ponging nearly as much as we have seen on other runs with this team. So feeling pretty good overall. Got to get out of the fire. Mage blinks away. Chains need to be dealt with. The Evoker's getting a little bit low. B's getting a little bit low. The healing bubbles go out across to shield everybody. Savant sitting below 50% health, but he needs to just focus on damage. B's has to keep him up. They need to have faith in their healer to stay alive. Still sitting low, and there we go. Finally above that 50% threshold. I'm looking for the Lust information. I do believe they have it available.
Yes, they do. Yes.
Okay, great. Not going crazy. They do have Lust available. Opting not to use it right just yet. My goodness. So much is happening.
Yeah, 25%, but perfectly executed here so far by Ukraine. Not going to hit him with the curse. Here comes the Grounding Spirit, though. This is the potential kink in the hose, but no, they have got it perfectly fine. Chargath actually goes after, I think, one of the DPS. It's either one of the DPS or the tank. It's probably the tank. But yeah, they go after the tank, getting their eyesights put on them. They're going to chase them around the room while you saw them just throwing their sword all over the place, like swinging back and forth real quick. But they also chain down the 3 DPS, and the tank needs to run them through those chains to break it while he's doing that, while he's going crazy. And so that frees the DPS. While they're doing that, though, they get damaged a lot. So yeah, it's a big pain, and very impressive from Ukraine that they were able to take down Chargath. This is getting very tight.
Yeah, they're going to make their way to the Forge Master, and in the meantime, Warrior Gamer has said, no, Nelth is where we want to be. That is our best bet right now. Again, a reminder, the Nelth makes sense, because if they get it and Ukraine somehow manages to get another dungeon done, which is theoretically possible, right? If they succeed in this 27 and get another key done, they could end up with an extra point. So Warrior Gamer just playing it safe here, getting another point in the Neltheris. But the fact that it's a 27 would mean that they win the tiebreaker in that event. So this is definitely strategically the right choice. They are hoping that Ukraine fails. They are hoping desperately that they don't have to complete this 27, but getting it done would be a nice safety net.
It would be. It would be indeed. But they just have to get there. There's a lot of what ifs, right, in order to make that happen. So we'll see. And so far, this what if is looking very good for Ukraine. They're working through this 27 Neltharis. They've gotten through the big pain points, Marielia, so far of this dungeon, which has been the first 2 bosses and the big chain pools. So looking throughout the rest of this encounter, looking throughout the rest of the 2 bosses that they have to go through, Gorek and Sarga, really the only one that I anticipate giving them any issue at all is honestly going to be Sarga if you don't get the shield down fast enough. But Ukraine, time and time again, is just so quick at getting it taken care of that, yeah, they're okay with that boss. And the trash packs up until these next 2 bosses aren't that insane either. They're probably going to take them a little bit slower, not go as fast either, because they're just really focused on getting this key done.
Oh, looks like Warrior Gamer might just be backing out once more, back to Valdraken. I didn't quite see what happened there, whether that was a reset or a change of plans. The 27 still in progress from Ukraine, doing great. We got, of course, our Underrot side by side. The Air Force did take a small pause before they started their key, so they are just working on Leaxa now as the Brits progress to Kragmaw, and we were right. It is a 24-24 race.
24-24 race, 27-27 race. Neltharis, Underrut. Who would have thought that this is how today would have ended? Not me, that's for sure, but I'm very excited nevertheless to see how both of these teams are going to end out against each other. And I mean, the scoreboard, 3rd and 4th are tied with each other. We have 2 third places, and 1st and 2nd are literally within striking distance of each other, with 1 point being the only difference that separates them. And with the way that Ukraine is playing right now, looking to indeed make that a tie as well. So 2 potential ties right in front of us, Mary Elliott. That's crazy. The other thing to note as well is that there is still the potential for 1 more dungeon to be completed, right? all of the dungeons that have been started, there's enough time on the timer for there to be a second one to be started and completed.
Yeah. I love how close this is. I feel like I've said it 1,000 times. I'm beating a dead Murloc at this point. But it is still true. It has not changed over the last 48 hours. 37 minutes left in regulation time. That is just more than one key. That's it. That's it. You're right. Like, there's one more key. That's all there is. You don't have a choice. You can reset as much as you like, Warrior Gamer. You can try for that perfect Nelth pull. And again, here they go. Town portal back out. They're clearly waiting for something, looking for that perfect lucky pull. I don't know. Whatever's going on in Warrior Gamer's heads, they are feeling confident that Ukraine is not going to complete this key.
I don't know. That confidence has to be running out with every inch of Neltharis that Ukraine is going through. A little bit of a silver lining, though, as the healer has fallen, however. But the rest of the team is still alive, and the Augmentation Evoker is able to put out enough off-healing as well with the Shadow Priest that they should be fine. And of course, the Guardian Druid is a self-sustaining battery that doesn't really need to worry about anything, especially if the bolstering stacks aren't too high. So they get that taken care of. Res the healer, and they're back into the action once more. But for Warrior Gamer, yeah, this is the moment where we're gonna have to start sweating just a wee bit.
Yeah, I love that we have two side-by-side races. We are gonna pop in on the Brits and Air Force for a little while, I think. Yes, because they are both approaching Karag right now. You can see that the British team waiting for their Lust timer. I would imagine they've got 4 minutes left. We'll probably see them go do Xantia early, which is something we've seen from them quite a lot. Otherwise, the Air Force are just handling the trash, waiting for positional timing. They've got 50 seconds. Oh, no, they've got 3 minutes still, so they've got lots of trash to do. They'll probably do a pack or two, but not go all the way to Xantia before they pull Crag.
Yeah, no, probably not. 3 minutes on the clock. You go ahead, take care of these next two trash packs coming up. Yeah, they'll be fine. And taking that on. Sort of the same area here for the Air Force, as they are also about to get their Lust off of cooldown, but that's about 3 minutes. And unfortunately, our Shadow Priest has been sent to the Shadow Realm, but right back up. Okay, it should be Shadowlands, but you know, I didn't want to say that out loud. Might induce a little bit of PTSD for everyone.
You didn't want to speak it back into existence?
No. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good without Shadowlands dungeons for probably another 2 years, and without mentioning Shadowlands dungeons.
Specifically 2 years. You just don't want to see them for that much time, eh?
Another 2 years, by the way, on top of the year that it's been since we've seen a Shadowlands dungeon. That it's very important distinction. I am kidding though, mostly because I kind of like some of the Shadowlands dungeons, like 1 or 2 of the dungeons, but for the most part, yeah, I'm okay with not seeing Shadowlands for quite some time, or even remembering that it existed. Boy, I can't believe that we went from BFA to Dragonflight, chat. That was crazy how long that expansion cycle was. Anyways, Air Force, they're doing a phenomenal job, and their key, they're looking very strong as well. The Lust is about to come off of cooldown with 2 more minutes on that. 2 deaths suffered, but so far for the British combined arms, same thing in their direction. And Ukraine is about to take on the third boss, Forge Master Gorek. Still a lot of time as well. 13 minutes to take down this boss and then make their way into the final boss.
Yeah, progress is happening as we expected. The Brits are probably going to go do Xantia. They've still got just under a minute left. They could go back and do Kargath like this, but I think they've just kind of gotten into the flow at this point. Air Force still working on the trash. Their Lust will be up in 1 minute. Gonna clean this up and then pull the Krog undoubtedly. Ukraine and Warrior Gamer still hanging out in their 27s. Very different timings, though, because Warrior Gamer has decided that they're just going to keep resetting unless they get that perfect pull. And Ukraine, I have heard back from the tournament admins, apparently Savant is running the double Lust talent. So that definitely is a particular strategy choice that I can see having a huge effect on how their team coordinates this dungeon. We will bring up the 2-up in just a moment to see the side-by-side once again. Xancha being progressed by the British team, sitting at just above 60%, I believe, coming down nice and slowly. Again, this is a very simple fight. You deal with the mushrooms, you handle the mechanics, and everything else just sort of falls into place. The Air Force, oh, I am surprised. They elect to go pull this pack before they pull Krag, even though their lust was coming off cooldown. It came off just as I started speaking there, so rather than, I suppose, standing for the 5 to 10 seconds it would take to wait for Krag, they figure, let's drag these guys over. We do know that pulling a couple of mobs into the start of Krag has not posed an issue for our teams all weekend long, so wouldn't surprise me to see them grab him once they are in position over by the ribcage. Revi obviously on that paladin trying to keep everybody alive. And as I said, here comes Krag. Warrior Gamer up in the corner dealing with the trash, and we've got the the Forge Master being handled by Ukraine.
And being handled in a very expert fashion, to say the least. Warrior Gamer still working towards Magma Tusk, very close to the fiery mammoth? Yeah, mammoth. Fiery mammoth. I was going to say elephant, but it's not an elephant. It's a mammoth. So they're getting very close to Magma Tusk. Oliphant. I'm pretty sure it's a mammoth, though, right? I'm not going crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I am crazy, though. But Forge Master Gorek for Ukraine, it's seeming like they have that under control. Not really looking at that line strategy where they see them go in that line and then throw the hammer down where it goes into that X pattern away. But Forge Master Gorek is it really is such a simple boss. The only thing really worried about is the swirlies that you see here on the ground, and of course the Mind of the Forge mechanic that does that AoE damage. But it's not even that deadly. You see here, it brought them to half the party to half health, and that's fine. You just heal them back up, interrupt out Gorek, and you're good to go. Really, it's not a hard boss fight at all. The heated swings might be a little bit scary, especially with sorry, not the heated swings, but the ability where you saw the X go out, that Forge Storm. Yeah, that can be a little bit scary.
Yeah, there is plenty to be worried about on this boss. I think still our bigger concern will be the Warlord's shield in the end, if they can make it that far. But an excellent execution of this boss so far from Warrior Gamer. The team's health is doing pretty good. People aren't taking unnecessary damage. The boss's health is slowly burning away. They are just hitting up that 10% mark. Not going to be a 2 chest, of course. This is going to be a 1. Only 3 deaths so far in the dungeon, looking good. They do need a fair amount of percent remaining, but there will be plenty of trash for them to pick up now that Forge Master is dead.
Forge Master is dead. They should be able to get the final few percentage as well, just working their way towards the boss. We've also seen the skip that they like to do on the final trash pack leading up towards that boss. But here, they pick up the Iron Torch Commander, they fight it out with them, and then pick up the other 2 across the way. That is going to give them a lot of that percentage as well. But for the most part, we're not really seeing anything too crazy on this Ukraine 27. But now, Marialia, this is the moment where if they don't make this, it's heartbreaking. It will be heartbreaking. They have been in this dungeon for 25 minutes now. Any wipe is going to put this dungeon to bed, right? It's just not going to be timed anymore. Because they only have 7 minutes left. They still got to get to the final boss. They still got to take down the final boss. And they still have to get the final few percentage left to before they even get to the boss. And that's a really tight timer that we're seeing again.
Point just in case Warrior Gamer completes their 27.
Exactly. So it's just so difficult.
Yeah, this is a fantastic tug of war going on. These lava bears being dragged through the hallways as the DPS run and blast. They're going to have to jump down. Come on, kill them in the corner, and then you can fall. don't want to be too preemptive with that as they make their way down to the Warlord. Still a couple more percent needed, but there is plenty of trash. Here come the lava bearers. Did they just snap down? Is that what I just saw?
I think so. Yeah, I think they want. Yeah, they want to snap them down here because they want to. This is what I'm talking about when you're looking for that time optimization. This is the time optimization right here. You snap them down and start taking them on with these mobs here, and then you're good to go, right? You're looking towards getting that little bit of extra time. You're looking to save that little bit of extra time, and if you could do that by just taking these lava bearers down here with these chumps, why not?
Yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind as the teams keep moving. I'm just trying to look at the actual like boss kill timers to see what the pace is right now. I'm trying to parse because they're running the kind of the speed run timer on Warrior Gamer's channel, how this lines up. They defeated Magnatusk at 8:39 and it looks like it was 8:35 for Ukraine. So 4 seconds ahead is the Ukrainian team on that front. We'll see when they defeat Chargath if Warrior Gamer has managed to make up that 4 seconds or if they're still falling a little bit behind. But again, the impetus is on Ukraine right now. If they get this key, then suddenly Warrior Gamer's pressure skyrockets and they need the 27. If they don't get it, it is over for them. There is still time, like we said, to reset and go back to another dungeon. There are options available. None of them are great, but they do exist. That is going to be the percentage, 3% away. They have these couple last mobs in front of the Ukrainian team before the last boss. I'm ready. I'm so ready to see how this plays out.
Warrior Gamer also ready, but that was a really scary pull. The tank did fall on the blazing chains right there, but at the very least, it got off at just the right time where they were still able to kill the mobs, and then just a quick res on the tank, and they're ready to start fighting it out here with Chargath. That was really, really scary. That would have probably killed the run right then and there because we're seeing how tight this timer is for Ukraine right now, which, by the way, 3 minutes, this final trash pack will be what they need to get their percentage, and then they need to take on the boss with what's probably going to be that 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's so close to the wire, and they've got 5 deaths on the team. That's 25 seconds. That's a lot of time, but it's not a lot of time. So it shows you just that there's got to be some optimization of trash here, because now they're spending time killing these ads that they don't need. They have already reached their 100%. I have to think there's a bit of optimization if they do end up needing to rerun this key, but I really hope they don't. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Let's spend 20 seconds getting these guys down, and then let's pull the boss. You just got to run in and go. Luckily, everybody's health is pretty high. Surely you're going to skip these groups. That makes a lot of sense to me. Very carefully winding your way through the only safe spot over the pile of gold and pulling the Warlord. Everybody needs to pick up their little trinkets, otherwise the shield is going to become a bigger problem than you can afford to deal with. And here we go. Ukraine is coming up to the last moments of their dungeon.
The last moments of their dungeon. A 27 Naltharis. Warlord Sarga. The only thing standing between them and a tied scoreboard with Warrior Gamer. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock to be able to accomplish this, and it's not going to be easy, especially as the first of the magma shields come up. Being chased down by the burning pursuit, but the health is being blasted almost immediately. Warlord Sarga caught out inside of the stun that comes from breaking her magma shield. A little bit of extra juice, a little bit of extra damage. We're going to be looking into the next ones. But for the most part, it's a rinse and repeat cycle. Ukraine, now at the half health, the halfway point. 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the timer. Picking up the treasures that be in order to destroy this magma shield that will come up here.
Bees flying back
48%
in.
now.
Needs to keep everybody alive. Twitch, now is not the time to play an ad. We are going to snooze that so nobody misses a single second of the action of Warlord Saga going down. This 27 is absolutely critical. You can see the stun has gone out. Got a blast. Bees still sitting at 50%. Really needs a moment to brush everybody's health up, but it's kind of important to be doing damage at the same time. The priorities are definitely skewed for this healer, but it makes total sense. The Evoker has some passive healing. The Shadow Priest has some passive healing. The tank can take care of themselves. We're really only worried about Savant, and Savant is doing enough damage to make up for it. So here we go. Another entanglement comes out. That is the affix for this dungeon. They are probably going to get at least one more shield, I think, just based on 30% health, but 57 seconds left on the clock. This is so incredibly close. Sub 30%. The teams need to push. You can see all of the big abilities being spread. Dodge the swirlies. You cannot afford to die. One person dies right now, and you do not have the DPS any longer within the next 40 seconds to defeat the Warlord. Bees getting a little bit low. The Evoker also sub 50%. The tank keeping themselves alive. Windy doing their best to pump out that damage and keep out of the fire. 14% and 30 seconds left. 5 deaths. That's 25 seconds. It could make or break, but we are looking at sub 10. So long as we don't see another shield that causes problems, we should be okay. The fixate goes out instead. We are now 6%, 5%, 4%, 3%. Oh my goodness, Sam. These guys are going to do it. We are looking at sub 1%, and the boss is down with 10 seconds left on the clock. They get the point they need in the 27 Naltharus, and now the ball is in Warrior Gamer's court.
All right. Well, we just went from a cool, crisp fall day to a hot summer's afternoon, it feels like. The pressure is now monumental for Warrior Gamer. But it looks like they've been able to find themselves in this very last moment. And right off the bat, right off the rip, where do you go? If you are Ukraine, well, you go for the Underrot. There is no other choice. There is no other way to go about doing this. The Underrot has proven to be the key right now, Marielia. But if this is going to be interesting, if Ukraine can do this, if Ukraine can clinch, what is it, the 27?
Yeah,
for this Underrot.
It's insane. Okay, here's the breakdown, Sam. If Warrior Gamer is now, they're tied. Okay, they are tied currently with Ukraine, but Ukraine has the lead on the tiebreaker. So Warrior Gamer needs the 27 to get themselves an extra point, which would push them back. We eliminate the tiebreaker scenario. But then if Warrior Gamer also gets this 27 Underrot, we're back into the tiebreaker scenario, which sits in Ukraine's favor again, I believe. I gotta double check that. But it's nuts. Simultaneously, the Air Force and the Brits are currently tied with 113 points, and each of them is running a 24 Underrot, looking really, really good. You can see the Unbound Abomination is being attacked. There's 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. That is enough time to down this boss for the Brits. The Air Force still has several minutes. They're just running up on 7, but they have to deal with the trash first. Also looking like a good key for them. When both of them complete this 24, they too will be tied, but they will also have time to run another dungeon, and then suddenly we are right back where we started as far as tiebreaker rules, because British Armed Forces, with their slow and steady mythology, have a couple 22s where the Air Force has a 21, so onus will be on the Air Force to maintain a third place position. It is a fantastically close to the wire run, and honestly, I think no matter what happens, we are going to be here in overtime.
Yeah, we're going to be here in overtime, right? This is going to be probably, at the very least, a final dungeon that we're seeing out of Ukraine. But Warrior Gamer still has opportunities to do another one as long as they can complete this Neltharis. But they've gotten past the biggest issues of this dungeon. And as long as we don't see any more wipes from them, they will be able, at the very least, to complete it out. Right? No massive wipes, nothing like that. Should be good. Should be. I'm not gonna count any chickens before they hatch. So you get it. This is it, right? If Warrior Gamer is able to complete this Neltharis, then that is going to be everything for them. That literally changes the entire shape of how this day is going to go out for them. And then same thing for Ukraine, if they can complete the 27 under rod, right? One of these teams is hoping that the other team is going to be failing their keys.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Dr. Jones in the chat is providing a little bit of context, like the way it works. We've got several rounds of tiebreaker possibility going on here. That's how close this race is. So we will keep you posted. When we get into overtime, admins will do all the calculations, and we will be sure not to close out the stream without giving you a clear leaderboard and a clear winner. The Unbound Abomination from the Brits is going to be tackled very shortly, I think. Damus is, of course, dead, but it is still doable. 1 minute and 14 seconds. There we go. I was wondering when that last final bubble would pop, and there it is. Congratulations to the Brits for that 24. They need it. The Air Force cannot afford to mess up this key now. Skunk is a little bit low. Driss trying to keep up his health. Dart still there, tanking everything away. Revy doing what they can to keep everyone alive.
Warrior Gamer wiped.
4 minutes. The healer wiped at that point? I didn't
Warrior
see
Gamer wiped. They're
Warrior Gamer wiped. Sorry, I was so zoned in on the Air Force, I did not realize. That is heartbreaking for Warrior Gamer. They have to get back in there. They need a point. Ukraine still working on that 27 under rot. There are 16 minutes in regulation time. These guys do have time to have another key started, but they will probably get maybe one reset, likely not a second. My goodness.
My goodness, I think is the only correct word for that, because now 27 Altharis, to heck with that key. 24 Uldaman, Legacy of Tyr. This is something that we haven't seen any of the teams try. First attempt here by Warrior Gamer with 15 minutes left on the clock, Marielia. A bold choice, I think, a bold decision from them to want to choose this specific key.
A bold choice from... Sorry, Sam. My brain is like doing math. What did you say? It's who? What? When? Where? I don't know where we are anymore.
Warrior Gamers inside of Uldaman. They're looking to do that 24.
Oh, and you think this is the best choice rather than the 27 Nelth?
Honestly, it's a choice, right? It's an interesting choice. I don't know if it's the right one, especially since we haven't seen anyone else attempt this key.
And they've got the practice, and we know it's doable.
Yeah, so they may as... who knows what could happen here, honestly. This is a long key, though. If they go all the way through it, it's their final key of the day. It's a gamble.
This is...
Especially since Ukraine failed on their underrut. They wiped...
Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Leaxa is a long fight on a 27. I think you've got 14 minutes left. Get out. Get back in. That's all you can afford to do. The Brits have decided they want to go back to Neltharis 24. Definitely a choice there. They struggled on this dungeon quite a lot over the course of the weekend, so must be feeling a little bit better today. The Abomination is just about ready to go down for the Air Force as well. I don't know where we're at right now.
We're all somewhere. We're all over the place, Marielia. We're struggling in the final 15 minutes of regulation time. Whoo! Okay. This is down to the wire in so many ways, more ways than just one as well.
Yeah. There's just so much in the background going on.
There's so much in the background going on, but there's also just so much just in general happening in front of our faces, right? The decisions that are being made in which keys.
Yeah, I want to see. There we go.
Are being attempted.
And the achievement. Air Force Gaming with the Dragonflight Keymaster Season 2 on the tournament realm. Well done to them. That is going to tie up the rank for third place. The race continues.
The race continues. We are still chewing our fingers and figuring out what exactly is going to be happening. And I'm just mind blown right now, Marielia, on what even the numbers are behind the scenes, because I'm not doing that napkin math, right? And I also don't have information to all of the timers and whatnot. So good luck to the admins. That's all I have to say. Rip bozos. I was just kidding. I love you. I love you, admins.
We are
But
tracking logs. We've got logs from every run over the course of the days, so we will definitely make sure that we've got the right breakdown.
it's now the Air Force is going into a Vortex Pinnacle.
That's a ballsy play.
We're all over the place. We're all over the place now.
I love the fact that we are in 4 separate dungeons coming into the 12-minute mark.
Four separate dungeons about to be started, about to be attempted. Because every single one of our teams are going at each other. We're all tied across the board.
1.
Vortex Pinnacle, what difficulty is this? Is this a 23? I think it's a 23 for the Air Force. We'll have to see 3 seconds before that comes up. Yeah, it is the 23. All right, so a tough key, certainly. They will probably need an attempt or two, but they have 10 minutes to do so.
Pressurized blast. Lethal crit.
I'm looking out at all of the different POVs and just what has to be running through the mind of each and every single one of these competitors.
Clone.
This is not an easy place to be in right now, Marielia. That much is for sure.
Yeah,
And
not
I
even
do not
remotely.
envy any of these teams right now, but as long as they are able to put in the key, get the dungeon started, they're good to go. As long as they can get that happening, they will be able to, at the very least, complete the dungeon. But they deplete. If they have to restart, that is going to be it.
My breath
Lethal pressurized
is
blast.
so held.
Cyclone.
Oh, we've got some deaths coming up for Warrior Gamer. Not where you want to be on the
Lethal
brothers.
Pressurized blast. Lethal current.
Does look like they're going to be heading back to
Pressurized
Valdrakken
blast.
here. Another reset. The 24 Ultima not treating them any better than the
Pressurized blast
27
cycle.
Neltharis was. Ukraine progressing the 27 Underrot. Leaxa going a
Pressurized
fair
blast.
amount better, I would say, than their last attempt, but this is a bit of a learning curve. The 27 is a big jump from the 26.
Pressurized blast.
That just extra step up in key level.
Pressurized blast.
It's enough, right, to really throw the wrench in the plans of any of these teams. You would think, right, going from a 26 to a 27, excuse me,
Pressurized blast.
that's kind of like an oh well moment. But as we're seeing here with these bosses, no, it's not. It makes all of the difference.
Pressurized blast.
It makes things so much more difficult. It potentially could add an extra minute onto a fight, and that extra minute is just more room for errors, more room for mistakes to happen, and more room for mistakes to happen equals more room to
Pressurized
die.
blast.
Which at these 27s, most things are going to be a one-shot either which way, unless you're the tank. And even if you're the tank, you're still going to be, you're hurting big time.
Pressurized blast.
At the very least, though, Ukraine has fixed some of the wrongs that they've had here on the first boss so far. No deaths have been suffered, and the Underrot is looking clean from them in these early initial points, but there's still a whole heckin' dungeon they have to
Pressurized
attempt.
blast.
A whole heckin' dungeon. I think that is the most
Pressurized
accurate
blast.
statement that it could possibly have been.
Pressurized blast.
It's getting closer and closer to an exciting conclusion. Less than 10 minutes. We're now in the single digits. A whole 5 hours have gone through just like that. Each of our teams could potentially be in their final dungeon. Unless they wipe, there's still opportunities to
Pressurized blast.
reset, retry, and go again. The Vortex Pinnacle from Air Force is looking pretty clean. This is the 23 VP. Meanwhile, British Combined Arms are doing a 24 Neltharis, which is also a big chunky key. We may be jaw dropped at the 27 that was completed by Ukraine, but these teams are really pushing these keys to their maximum limits. These are not easy keys across the board. These are fairly difficult ones. But these are also just ones that are like, okay, all right. Right, we're getting these done. And we're making it happen.
Lethal current.
I'm just looking at this Vortex Pinnacle. They're doing the run back. 7 minutes left. I mean, it doesn't really make sense to reset before the Twizzler. But at the same time, getting back to the Twizzler and killing it, you may not have time to reset before the Altoid.
Well, especially since the rest of the team is still alive. They're still fighting it out, so there's really no reason to reset right now. It's just the Shadow Priest has to regroup with the rest of the team. Venom is going to rejoin their party and apply the Venom to course through the veins of their enemies. In comes the Shadow Crash, now getting out that extra little bit of damage, but you also do have to wonder what is going to happen since they were gone for that little bit, right? That little bit of extra DPS, that little bit of extra uptime takes things a little bit longer. And we know even on these 23s, the keys can still be kind of tight, especially even more so with the Air Force having suffered 5 deaths so far. The 24 Neltharis, however, for the British Combined Arms is actually insane. They've only had 1 death. And we can see here too that they're not really keen on doing the blazing chain strategy. They're just fighting them out little bit by little bit. But they're still going to make this big pull right here towards the blazing chains. This again goes with their philosophy. Slow but steady wins the race, and it's definitely been a big boon in their pocket throughout this weekend.
Oh, for sure. The three brothers going much better on this poll for Warrior Gamer. The British team making their way to Chargath in their 24 Neltharis, looking good. And Ukraine, we're going to be keeping our eye on their control of Kragma. They still have a fair bit of trash to kill. 3 minutes left on the Lust timer, so we've got a little bit of time there. But as we've seen multiple times before, it took a couple tries for Warrior Gamer to get Krag handled properly. Their 27 was incredibly smooth, and Ukraine needs to match that if they want to have any hope of securing their victory through total score.
It's a lot of pressure on all of these teams everywhere, Marielia. And then the snap decision has to be made. If you do wipe, right, just do it again. Do it again. There's no thought.
Yeah,
right?
Get up and
you
go.
Just got to go
all
again.
You can do.
Yeah. And even more so, especially now that we're under 5 minutes, there's still a lot of opportunities to wipe it up here and start again. But you look at how long it took the Air Force to get to Twizzler, 7 minutes. Warrior Gamer ran into a mistake. What do? They don't think. They don't ruminate. They clear it out. They go again. 5 minutes, right? Even just getting to the first boss of Uldaban took forever. And so any mistakes at this point are mistakes that are going to end your run and could potentially end your chances of breaking the tie break.
Here we go.
Now we have the Air Force on Twizzler. The Twizzler. Meanwhile, British Combined Arms are taking their fight to Chargath. We're about to see Ukraine go towards Kragma. And we're seeing that with this 27, something very similar. These trash packs are taking so long to kill, even on a tyrannical key, that their lust is about to come off of cooldown. This 10 minutes from the first boss to the second boss almost, or from the first time they use lust, which is that first pack, to the second boss. They're actually making pretty decent time for themselves, though, in all honesty. This is not that bad of a run with this underrot. This is interesting, though. This is interesting from Warrior Gamer. They're going into Halls of Infusion.
Interesting. I am very glad we're seeing this. I think it makes the most sense. Halls of Infusion did not give people too much trouble on day one. Obviously, the higher keys did become a little bit of a struggle if you weren't prepared. But I gotta wonder, at this late hour, this feels like a desperation call to me. You've got the muscle memory going in your other dungeons. To just totally swap it out means you've got to have a lot of faith.
Sometimes it's what you need, though, right, Mariella? Sometimes you just need to have the faith in your team to be able to accomplish this. But for the first run-through that you've done of Halls of Infusion today, that's a bold move. I'm gonna be honest too. That's a really interesting strategy that they're going to attempt here. And with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, it's going to be so important, right? These early initial, we're probably going to see the early big initial pulls from them. But other than that, yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
Here we go. The Halls of Infusion is about to begin in the next 10 seconds. Ukraine handling Crag. They've done a pretty good job so far. The fight is, of course, still new, keeping him by the rib cage. Looks like a tantrum should be coming out shortly after this charge, but he is going to run straight into the rib cage, and those maggots will be cleaned up nicely.
Yeah, being cleaned up nicely. Kragma, of course, that lust is a massive help towards getting that extra massive bit of DPS. I say extra massive DPS. Here is the tantrum, though. The maggots are very important to get. 3 spawning right at the feet of the DPS, and it looks like none of the blood ticks have spawned, and this is so perfect, too. This is literally everything you want from a Kragma fight. Chooses the charge target to be the one next to the ribcage. Everyone is back over there. The maggots have been taken care of. There's no blood ticks on the field. This 27 Underrot, this Kragma fight, is looking so clean. It's almost squeaky in how clean it is. Another charge happened. The tantrum in about 5 seconds, but once we take care of these blood ticks, still getting towards almost 50%. We are now under 1 minute, however, Mariella. 1 minute before regulation timer is done. With the way that things are looking across all of our dungeons, none of our teams are ready to end it just yet. None of our teams are ready to call it quits. This seems to be the final pack of dungeons. Warrior Gamer, however, on the other hand, still has that opportunity. If they wipe early here to reset and restart, but with 30 seconds on the clock, that's going to be tight. And no mistakes can be happening, right?
No, you can't afford to make a single mistake. Kragma gets out of hand so quickly. We got the young Storm Drake, which also we've seen teams wipe multiple times where the Air Force are. And Oldemon itself, look, they're still on trash, but this is a sanguine dungeon. There is a lot... sorry, they're on Halls. They're not in Oldemon. I've been watching them run these dungeons so many times that I'm going crazy. They're on their way to the Watcher Iridius, but even so, we've seen teams massively overpull on this lead up.
Yeah, we have. And even still, the cruel thing about Halls of Infusion is that it's not even sometimes about the beginning of the dungeon. Sometimes it's about the end of the dungeon where you are going to wipe after 30 minutes. So, regardless, we are done, Mariella. Regulation timer has ended. Each and every single one of the dungeons that we are watching right now, this is it. No second chances, no opportunities to go again. They are done. This is it.
There is no more chance for error. The Brits spending a battle res as you must in order to keep your run going. It looks like Driss is down for the Air Force. They're going to get them back up. Revy doing absolutely everything to get as much healing out as they can. I'm wondering whether that was an unfortunate incorporeal timing. I'm not certain, but it's difficult to see with the current POV. We've also got Warrior Gamer. They're just starting their dungeon, and it's a beast. 26 halls, I'm sorry, 26 halls. Probably a little bit safer than the 27. That big tantrum from the Ukrainians, not great, but Crag does get defeated before any of the maggots can convert into ticks. 14 minutes, 0 deaths, 2 bosses left. It's possible.
It's possible.
They perform.
Possibilities are abound, Mariella, but We don't know exactly what those possibilities are going to unfold with at the end of the day. So we're still going to have to wait and see what exactly is going to be happening amongst these teams and what exactly is going to be happening at the end of it all. For the British Combined Arms, well, what's about to be happening is the third boss, Forge Master Gorek. We're also seeing Altoid almost being attempted here by the Air Force, and for Warrior Gamer, of course, taking on Iridius now. Every single one of these players, every single one of these teams, they're going at it, and each either engaging a boss or about to engage on a boss.
Vapor form.
Gosh, we are just sitting on tenterhooks right now, Sam. Like, I'm waiting. That's all I can do is wait in anticipation. Chat, if you are still with us, if you are as, I don't know, twitchy as I am right now, waiting for our leader, please throw it up in chat. Oh my goodness. Let us know who you're supporting, who you want to win, how you're feeling right now. I don't know. Tell us anything. Let us know that you're here. Share the energy with us as we move into this overtime clutch.
It's going to have to be a clutch, right? It's one of these teams. Any mistakes now, that's pretty much going to be the run. A wipe happening here or there. Air Force is going to start taking their trash pack up the ramp towards Altoid. Iridius is looking like Warrior Gamers aren't having any issues with it, and nor really should they be. Iridius is a pretty self-explanatory boss, and now for Ukraine, they have gotten to Spore Caller Xantia. This is interesting to note, though, for Ukraine. No deaths yet. Whereas at this point, I believe that Warrior Gamer had suffered 3 at this point, going into the third boss. So they're getting closer and closer towards being able to close this out, but I don't think it's going to be as tight of a timer as Warrior Gamer did, as long as they keep the pace that they have right now, which for 27, that is definitely possible that it could fall apart at any moment, right? The string can be unraveled, the string is going to be pulled. British Combined Arms are at the literal forge of Gorek, ready to engage on him once they get rid of these trash packs. Probably looking like they don't want to take the mobs that they are fighting onto Gorek, which is not a issue, I think, for them at all. We've seen them that even though they go slow, they still get the keys done. And they have a very generous time bank inside of this 24 Neltharis. And for a team also that was kind of the underdogs, the Black Horse, ones that we're having some difficulties with the roster leading into this week, is really impressive what they've been able to pull off.
Yeah, I'm just looking through like the logs and everything that's going on in the background to see how the heck we got here. These teams have had completely different strategies, completely different methodologies over the course of the weekend, and yet here we are. This is the single best clash that has run all year long, and I love the precedent that this sets for the future.
This is just going to be raising the bar, right? This is what everyone looking towards the future of AFDL is going to be expecting and going to be wanting. And this is what teams are going to have to contend with, right? This is the legacy that's going to be left behind in 2023 Fall Clash. And especially here at the end of season 2, before we head to season 3, this is what a way to send off the season.
I know, right? And just all the teams that weren't able to compete in the Fall Clash. You know, we've got the Army, we've got the Navy, we've got New Zealand, we've got so many groups. But like, they have to be watching this event right now and going, oh my gosh, we better get practicing. Because, as I said before, you look at those score lines, any one, of these teams could have been our winner for the summer or the spring. Everyone is going to have to step up their game moving forward if they want a chance to even come close to touching the podium.
Well, speaking of podiums, it looks like the Air Force is putting Altoid on the trophy podium because now they've been able to take the him down. One more boss is all that stands between them and a completion of a 23 Vortex Pinnacle. And it's actually kind of insane too, Mary Elliott, when you think about all of the dungeons that have been attempted today. This final attempt from each of our groups so far has kind of been like, okay, this is going pretty good, actually. There hasn't been very many mistakes. Although Warrior Gamer might be looking at a mistake of their own. This is looking potentially disastrous for them. They suffered one death here in this pool. They're making their way. The Swoglets are still going to put a lot of damage. And obviously, if you reach the 10 stacks, that's going to wipe you out. But they're making their way through it. They're still doing the DPS. A quick Frost Nova to root them down into the ground. No more deaths need to be suffered here. Any more than that is going to really hurt their chances of completing this Halls of Infusion. They're going to go out on the other side of it alive. They're still getting it taken care of. Okay, they're getting the damage that they need, and now the Swoglets have been eliminated. This should be fine for them now.
Yeah, that's definitely looking a little bit more under control than it was a moment ago. But still, the Gulping Goliath is a relatively straightforward boss. It's all about just players being where they need to be, the tank handling the Swallow, making sure that, you know, the mechanics are done, and just killing it. This shouldn't be a sticking point for Warrior Gamer even on the 26th. I am slightly more concerned with the time remaining for Ukraine. They have just under 7 minutes and 30 seconds, I believe, left on their dungeon timer with one boss and a series of trash still to go. They're up on the hill. They've got a decent amount of percent and then the RP from the Titan Keeper. So this is going to be cutting it close, but only 2 deaths in their favor, considering they had, what, 9 deaths on their 26? That's got to be feeling pretty good for them. The British team making their way to the last boss, Warlord Sagra. The Air Force making their way to the last boss, Assad of the Cotton Candy. There is a lot of action still happening. We are probably going to end up in a double tiebreaker. The admins are furiously running around in the background, working out all the different scenarios so that we can get you an answer as quickly as possible when this all wraps up. But it is still too close to call.
Yeah, 3 teams are at the end stages of their dungeons. One final boss is all that remains for 3 of these teams. Assad, Sarga, Unbound Abomination. Warrior Gamer still has a good chunk of time for them to go through. And so my question is now, what happens if Ukraine completes this 27? Right? That's going to put them in the lead.
Yes, and then it's waiting on Warrior Gamer. Like, there's no if one person gets, we win. We're just stuck waiting for these teams to all wrap up because Warrior Gamer is behind, right? The impetus is on them. If Ukraine fails, they could still succeed. Like, there are an incredible number of possibilities.
This is unreal. This is unreal for the final. For the final overtime, right? This is how do you even go about doing this? Yeah, if either one of these teams make a mistake now at this stage of their runs, it's over.
It's GG.
If Warrior Gamer wipes, that's Ukraine winning. As long as Ukraine doesn't wipe, right? If Ukraine gets their dungeon, which they're very close, very, very close, then they win. If Ukraine wipes and Warrior Gamer completes their dungeon, oh my gosh, I can't do this anymore. This is too much. Then there's still the potential of the tiebreaker that's still happening. Oh my gosh, I can't do this. The most ideal situation is Ukraine winning, completing their dungeon, and Warrior Gamer depleting their key, wiping. Goodness gracious. Okay. And that will be our clear-cut winner.
That is Ukraine's win by points condition. Yes.
Lightning Lash.
Man, oh man. Okay. Okay.
All right, because don't forget, you can win by points or you can win by tiebreaker.
Definitely. The winning by points, I think. I almost forgot.
It's like chess Armageddon, where if you're black, you can win by either drawing or winning. Yeah, you just, it's great. math is all over the place when you've got speed and key levels to work with. There's just no easy way to slice it.
No, there's not. Still, though, time is starting to run low for a lot of our teams. In fact, we're on the final 5 minutes. We're seeing something very similar here for Ukraine that we saw from... Wait a minute. Did they activate the other worm there? They did. The other worm... Ooh, the other worm is up, and I think it may have been stunned out or CC'd. But yeah, that's going to be okay. Because then they can go down below and then not worry about it. But 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Chat, whoever you're feeling, whoever you're voting for, whoever you're wanting to give your energy to, make sure to give it to them right now because, yeah, this is it right here. This is it. This is everything. British Combined Arms are actually going to be going into this final boss fight without getting their percentage done, so they will need to go back and grab that extra percentage. Ukraine now on the Unbound Abomination and Air Force getting rid of the final trash pack, then the stars before onto Assad of Cotton Candy. But you look at Warrior Gamer, and guess what they're still fighting? They're still fighting the Goliath.
I am just looking at every possible iteration of this. Okay, who do we think is going to finish their boss first that we can look at? This is the question. They wiped on Assad, so we're going to have to... Oh, no, they haven't even gotten to Assad yet. Okay, good. Whew, minor panic. The stars are still up. We're good. I was like, how is that possible? But 10 deaths. I see where we're coming from. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. It's doable, but you got to kill this trash incredibly quickly. The Brits and the 24 Neltharis Warlords going down. The shield was popped nice and quick right there. Skara is still alive. I am not going to kill you this time. I'm going to do my best. And the Ukrainians working on that Unbound Abomination. As you can see, the first chunk of health has disappeared. The Gulping Goliath is making its own way down into the underworld. We will not be able to crown a winner until Warrior Gamer's done. So we're going to keep this quad going. We're going to keep the action rolling. And then we will let you know how this lines up.
What a way that it's going to be lining up. You look at every single one of these dungeons that are being attempted right now. Air Force is on Assad. Three groups on their final boss. Unfortunately, this Gulping Goliath is truly living up to the name of Goliath. A lot of health. That is a lot of health that you have to chunk through. Again, the Goliath is a very, very straightforward boss. It's not even really something to worry about mechanically speaking. So yeah, they're gonna be just fine. Down it lands onto the ground. And that is going to be its final resting place. Assad, Sarga, looking like they're getting low. Scaralock, low on health, but nowhere near danger territory. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left for actually kind of both of these teams, just over 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Ukraine, the final blood. Honestly, Mariella, I think we should pull up Ukraine right now because this is everything. This is 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, and they just got the second set of blood visages done. And this will determine a lot right here on whether or not they're going to be able to do it. So 1 minute and 18 seconds left on the clock.
The army
30
crawling in.
40% before they get the next set of ads out. With 1 minute on the clock. Remember, look back to the past. Warrior Gamer had 19 seconds with 3 deaths. Ukraine is now at 4. And so we're waiting to see just exactly if this is going to be possible for them. 50, 60% now. This needs to be everything that they have. Every single cooldown needs to be popped. Nothing can be held anymore. Everything that they have needs to be thrown at the Unbound Abomination. 30 seconds just left to go. Basically, 1% a second is what they need. But then they still need to take out the blood visages while dealing with the vile expulsions that are coming. Look towards the spores. Don't get caught. Nobody can die. Absolute perfection. 90%. We're sub 15 seconds almost 99%, 100. All right, we need to go look for the blood visages. That is everything that is going to be happening here. Less than 10 seconds to go. They need to go. Go, 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 go. Everything. They need to find them out exactly where they are. 4% on the board. This is going to be possible. 1 second. No, it's not. Wait, maybe it has been. Wait a minute.
Oh my gosh. We need to
Wait
check
a minute.
time. This is a 0%. There is a margin of acceptable
millisecond.
error on the timer. It's within a millisecond. We're going to have to check the logs on
The
this, Sam.
marker.
We could not have scripted this if we tried. Admins, I know you're already working hard to figure out what the heck is going on, but we need to check that timer.
The margin of error was just good enough.
And while
I
we
think
were
that- I
filming,
think
the
that
Air
is-
Force finished a dungeon and the Brits. What even happened, Sam? Oh my
I don't know.
gosh.
I don't know that millisecond. I think that's good enough. Yeah. It has to be like a second over. They completed that dungeon. It's 0.8. They completed that dungeon. You can look at the timer right there. The milliseconds saved them. Literally 2 milliseconds.
That's nuts. So, okay.
Chat, it doesn't get any closer than that. It does not.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's recap real quick. We can't even close the quad down yet because we are still waiting for other information. The Air Force was in a dungeon. The Brits were in a dungeon. We need to know what was happening with them. I think the Ukrainians are going to be getting their point, so we're just waiting for that to come across the screen, which should be happening just about right now. That was so incredibly clutch, but this point is not the end. We still cannot confirm a winner. Warrior Gamer is still progressing a dungeon, and if they get it, we are right back into the tiebreaker scenario. So next thing we're going to look at, while Warrior Gamer's progressing, we need to see if there are score updates for the Air Force and for the British team, while Warrior Gamer progresses on our unyielding third boss of the Halls of Infusion.
Sorry, I need a moment.
Just take a breather.
That doesn't get it doesn't get closer than that. It really, really does not. 0.8. 0.8. You basically had to go and find the blood visage. They had 10 seconds to find both of them. You can rely on what's his face to go and kill it. My God, Ukraine needs to pat themselves on the back. That is picturesque. That needs to be framed and put on the fridge is exactly what that needs to be done with.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I am looking at the scoreboard. It seems that Air Force Gaming, I think, did time their key. We're just waiting for confirmation. Admins, I believe. Okay, they both timed it. Is that what I'm? Is that?
So now we
am
need
I
to figure
reading this correctly. Both teams timed their keys. All right. I guess we're going straight back into another tiebreaker. In the meantime, I think we're gonna punch up the Warrior Gamer guys full screen to enjoy their closeout and see what the heck happens with the rest of this day.
What a day it's been. Did someone sneeze? I heard a sneeze.
So did I. I
6,
don't know if
5,
that was. It came
4,
down the
3,
game
2,
sound line, so I
1.
gotta think maybe it was a sound effect.
It has to be, right? It has to be. So, unless someone has a really loud sneeze that both you and I heard. Yeah, no, that's exactly how it has to be. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still just mind blown at what happened. I'm like, yeah, it's a sneeze. Someone's sneezing. Chat, say bless you. Say bless you. Yeah, it's cold. All right. It's the afflicted weak aura for when afflicted spawn. Nah, it's because it's cold in there. Someone's sneezing. That's a new affix they added.
6,
Obviously.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. My heart is pounding right now.
It's so loud.
This might beat our for best sound effect of the weekend.
Yeah, I'd agree so too. Anyways, Kajin the Unyielding, she's also a relatively simple boss. I think the biggest issue is just the
6,
ice pillars.
5,
Rosie got
4,
a little
3,
bit low there,
2,
but staying alive through the
1.
hailstorm, making sure not to get hit by any of the other ice boulders that are on the field, and there you have it.
Sam,
Bless you.
I have to step away for a moment. We're going to go have a chat with the admins and figure out what's going on in the background. I'm going to trust you to hold the fort here for a moment.
Yeah, of course, Marielia, you can trust me. So have fun in your adminning duties. All right, Chad. I completely lied. She can't trust me. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a party now. All right, it's the party Sam hour as we wait and see what exactly Warrior Gamer is gonna be doing. This is gonna be tough though for them. Yeah, I'm in charge now, Foos. All right, I'm in charge. And since I'm in charge, I've been here for 5 hours now. My voice is a little raw. So yeah, I'm gonna have fun. It's crab rave time. Chat. Mods are asleep. Post memes. They're too busy. They're too busy coming up with scores and stuff like that. So, or give Warrior Gamer your energy. That's fantastic. Give Warrior Gamer your energy because they could definitely use it. This 26 is a spicy key. And this gauntlet has proven to be the end of many a team. But so far, it looks like they're doing pretty good. Yeah, they, hitting their. They don't have a. They don't have one of those fancy priest fellas, so they can't do a mass dispel. So, yeah. Yeah, interrupt the refreshing tide. What do you think's in that refreshing tide that gives you your health back, chat? You think it's just like a little, you think they put like a little Sprite in there? I would imagine they put a little Sprite inside of the refreshing wave. Really good, though, from Warrior Gamer to take this out. Pilk? Ooh. I feel like the wave would look a little lighter if it was Pilk, though, is the problem. Oof, that's a lot of damage, though. The big thing is just not getting hit. Get out of the swirly. Don't get flash flooded. Aqua Barrier comes up in another 10 seconds. Aqua Rager is down there on the field. Get hit with the inundate. That's a little bit of damage, but easily handled. Yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good so far. I got good feelings about. Oh my God, bless you. About Warrior Gamer here. All right, I think Marielia is back with me.
Oh, I certainly am.
Do we have confirmation?
We are still nailing down the finals, but there were some discrepancies about what was on the leaderboard and what was going on in the background, and dungeon timers were checking logs. So admins just wanted to give me a bit of a heads up. I now know what all the different win scenarios are, and pending the results of this Warrior Gamer dungeon, I will be able to announce a winner. Oh my gosh, Sam, you have no idea how close this was.
I can't even begin to wrap my head around it, and so that's why I'm going to let you all do that for me. I'm gonna let you all do the hard work and figuring that out. Thank you very much.
That's A-okay. In the meantime, Warrior Gamer is still putting in hard work of their own. There is 6 minutes and 54 seconds left while their allergies attempt to be soothed by the calming waters of the tsunami. Unfortunately, stepping in that water is probably going to kill you, so I imagine the sneezing will continue for the next several minutes as this fight progresses. Here we go. The boss has been pulled. Infused globules are going to be coming out soon. The Tempest Fury, not too bad. Bunch of AoE. The healer can handle it. Rosie has proven that they are able to deal all the health and all the damage and keep their team alive. last year working hard on that tank. The Guardian Druid pulling through for their team. We've seen it be incredibly popular this weekend. Deucin on the Hunter, Pyre on the Evoker, and Ashe on the Mage are working hard to bring glory to their team. This is a fantastic place to be. Everybody in the chat, let's keep the hype going. 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Only one death in this dungeon. That is a fantastic, fantastic thing to see. Primal Tsunami has 70%, and we should be getting a submerge right about now. How good is my timing, Sam?
It's very good, Mariella. You should participate in some of these events one day. You got that timing down just like that. And we're going to be seeing if they're going to make their way through this gauntlet just like that. Wow, that's some good RNG. Okay. The waves were all on one side. Yeah, it really was, because RNG was on their side, okay? I'm a little salty about that, because that was really, really cool to see. Now, back down on the ground, we have the Primalist Infusers, making sure to interrupt them or to CC them out, and we do see one of them being hit with the Frost Trap to control them down as we nuke the other three, which are being blown up to Kingdom Come. We do see the interrupts go forth to stall out the inundates. Of course, we don't want that to go off. Otherwise, it is massive damage towards the rest of the team. Actually, it was only 2 of them. I apologize. The other one getting polymorphed. So we had the Frost Trap, we had the Poly. Now we go and take care of the other 2 Primalist Infusers with 4 minutes and just over 40 seconds on the clock. The Primal Tsunami is still alive, but Lust is also about to come off of cooldown too. Here we do have it. Primal Tsunami back on the field, 75% health, 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. They're not going to be able to use Bloodlust this go around before the Primal Tsunami submerges once more, but they will have it in the 3rd attempt that they go to do it. Primal Tsunami is still alive. The infused globules coming down on the ground. It seems like our team doesn't really care too much about how that's going to be happening. Perfect placement from them. And again, lining themselves up to be able to bait it out beautifully. Look at how well that is done. 58% with 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. The infused globules out on the field. But once again, most of the Primal Tsunami is not that much of an issue. The only thing that you really have to worry about is making sure that you are dealing with the Primalist Infusers, which they did. Here we go, another submerge phase out onto the platform again. Bloodlust off of cooldown. Mariella, this could be it.
Absolutely. Getting some decent RNG here. The rescue, of course, being incredibly important to pull your teammates along with you. That's a risky place to stand, but very luckily does not get caught by the incoming wave. You can see everybody is alive. This is risky. We know it takes a minute to run this gauntlet and get the infusers down on a good key. The boss still has 60% health. They are going to have probably, I would say, at least 1 more submerge, which means they have exactly 2 minutes to damage this boss to get 60% of its health down. If you do not believe, get out of here. We want good vibes only going into the closing of the AFDL Fall Clash, and Foos is dropping the good vibes with a whole bunch of subs. Just be with the Prime. Thank you so much, everybody, for supporting the league so that we can run crazy, incredible events just like this one. We've got so much more we want to do. All your support is appreciated, and I cannot imagine how much love these teams have felt, are feeling, Warrior Gamer will feel once they're out of the equation. Sam, it is not over. 2 minutes on the clock. Tempest Fury coming out, 40% health. I do think we will see another submerge, but that is going to be cutting it incredibly close to the wire.
It is going to be cutting it incredibly close to the wire, especially with the 2 minutes that they have left to work with. If that submerge does come through, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tight. 30 seconds before that does happen, and every single last bit of DPS needs to be expended. Every single cooldown needs to be used. Nothing left on the table anymore. Also, just be thank you, also the 5 bomb that you put in here as well, and we're 1 sub away from a hype train. Just saying, chat. Anyways, Primal Tsunami now sub 15%. 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock. 4 seconds to go before the submerge happens. This is once again cutting it close. I am getting deja vu to when we were seeing Ukraine. But now They have to make all of the way back over here. They need to go through the gauntlet, and they need to take on the Primalist Infuser. This is a moment where I say, take your time and be careful, but there is no more time. A beautiful rescue. That's exactly what we need to see here. The Infusers are still infusing the Primal Tsunami with everything that they have, but they have to wait for the rest of the team to get here. And this is not a moment where you can let them be CC'd. You need to take all 4 out. There is no other choice. Here we have it, though. All of them pulled up together. Keep an eye on the afflicted mobs. The sneezes that are happening. 40 seconds left on the clock. We are doing it again. Another close key. But this 26 Halls of Infusion, with 10% remaining here on the Primal Tsunami, this is going to be Warrior Gamer's key. Nothing left in the tank for them but their own will, their own passion for World of Warcraft. And they're looking towards making this key possible. 26, 15 seconds left to go on the clock, 1% health left to go. All the cards are on the table, and there you have it. The Primal Tsunami, Halls of Infusion, Warrior Gamer, 26. And we've done it again. We're tied once more.
Oh my gosh. Sam, you do not even want to know how hard my nails have been bitten to the quick after that closing. Warrior Gamer managing to pop out 1 extra point right at the end here. Look at these beautiful scores, ladies and gentlemen. We have a showdown. Sam, I mean, I'm just waiting for a final confirmation here from admins, but are you ready to crown our Fall Clash winner? Because after that, I most certainly am.
I think we should start with 3rd place, though, before we get into the
You want to rank it up? You want to go from the back end up to the top? We can certainly...
Yeah, we got to do that.
Certainly do that. In 4th place for the AFDC Fall Clash, coming in with a very admirable 115 points across all 5 dungeons, is the British Combined Arms team. Congratulations, you guys. You have absolutely played your hearts out. That puts in 3rd place with only a single point advantage, the Air Force Gaming team. Well done once again. After the amazing recovery compared to yesterday, you deserve your winnings. Warrior Gamer sitting happily with their 26. That puts them in 2nd place in the tiebreaker, leaving Ukrainian WoW, our Fall Clash champions, with 127 points. Let me break this down for you, Sam, because it's a doozy. But I don't know, do you want to say anything to these teams before I break down how the heck we got here?
My voice will never be the same. Why did you all had to make this so close? I now my weekend is ruined because now I don't have anything to look forward to.
Woo! Well, those of you astute viewers in chat have spotted it. Superfun is absolutely right. According to tiebreaker rules, when 2 teams have the same number of total points across all 5 dungeons, the first thing we do is look at their highest keys. Both teams have a 27 completed. Then we look at their top 2 highest keys, and this is where Ukraine comes out on top. They've got 2 27s to Warrior Gamers 1. Just to let you know how insane this is, if Warrior Gamer had continued with their 27 Nelf instead of the 26 halls, we would have had to go to round 3 tiebreaker. If they decided on the 28 Underrot, they would have won because they would have had the higher key, even though we would have still had the same point situation. Sam, this was absolutely nuts.
I mean, what can we say? Right? What more is there to be said except for congratulations to Ukrainian WoW, our 2023 AFDL Fall Clash champions, taking the crown away from Warrior Gamer. It was still, I think, a day worthy of that, and it was. I think this is a crown that was definitely worth being given up for. This was a hard fought victory, and I don't think any of our teams actually should be sad about their performance this weekend. This was top notch levels of gameplay of World of Warcraft, and we do have to remember, right, with this being on the tournament realm, access to the best gear. But when you have access to the best gear, how can you use that best gear? We've seen that happening here. We saw that in full display. We saw some of the toughest keys being attempted with some of the nastiest affixes out there, combination-wise. And we had not one, but two 27s being the decider. And of course, Ukrainian, wow, were the team that were able to pull it off, Marielia.
Yeah, absolute kudos. These are the first 27s we've seen in the entirety of the league so far. Now, everybody who's hanging out, don't worry, this is not the end, because I've got actually more news for you all. Sam, you don't even know what I'm about to say, but I promise you this is pretty exciting. So if you're still here, don't click away. Do you want to know what's going to happen with the Fall Clash for the rest of the year, Sam? Are you intrigued? Would you like to see some more Mythic Plus?
I think I would. Personally speaking, anyways.
Okay, now what if I told you that instead of doing another Clash, we might do something different? How would that make you feel, Sam?
That would make me feel even more interested.
Okay, and what if I said that instead of having 4 teams competing for a weekend, we were actually going to bring back all 10 teams that have competed so far this year?
Well, I would be impressed with that, Marielia, because I can't even count that high. So I am very, very excited to see that number, and very, very excited for what potentially is going on here.
This is an official announcement of the AFDL Winter Invitational, where we'll be running a Mythic Plus, like MDI style speed double elimination bracket, and we are inviting all 10 teams to return and compete. Dates are still TBC. We're looking at the start of December, so keep your eyes out on our Twitter account. If you are not already following us, you can find us on Twitter, on X, at AFDL_events to find out what's going on, because, like I said, we are just getting started.
Well, we are just getting started for the crazy events that are going to be going on in the AFDL. But unfortunately, here for this stream, it is going to be done. Once again, congratulations to all of our teams. But most importantly, congratulations to Ukrainian, WoW, on their big, big victory. But make sure that you do what Marielia said. Also, make sure to go ahead and follow this Twitch channel, so that way when we do go live, at the very least, you will be getting the notification that says, hey, a cool new event is about to go on, and you do not want to miss it. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me has been Marielia, and we'll see all of you on the next event.